in new vehicles. In June of this year, we saw nearly 30% of vehicle sales being electric. It's a significant increase on the year before. We're rolling out new charging infrastructure with a rate of a new infrastructure charge point going in at 1 every 30 minutes. The future is electric. The time to buy electric is now. We see the impact upon petrol and diesel prices as a result of the conflict in the Middle East. And whilst we will always keep the ZEV mandate under review and will always stay in close contact with car manufacturers, I do think that it's important that we back the EV transition in this country.
Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. Given the increasingly urgent views now expressed by British vehicle manufacturers that the ZEV mandate has now simply become an ideological shibboleth of the Right Honourable Member for Doncaster North, will she finally listen to the industry and work across government to sideline the Energy Secretary, listen to the millions of motorists who simply want the freedom to choose the right van or car for them, adopt the Conservatives' plan for drivers policy outlined last year by the Leader of the Opposition and myself, and scrap the disastrous ZEV mandate before it kills off the British car sector and over 100,000 good jobs across the UK?
What we won't be doing is making the same mistakes as the Honourable Gentleman's Party in government. When the former Prime Minister stood up and cancelled the 2030 phase-out date for the sale of new pure diesel and petrol vehicles, we saw demand plummet. We will not be changing the 2030 phase-out date for pure ICE vehicles, and we won't be changing the 2035 phase-out date for hybrids. What I have done in this role, though, is work closely with car manufacturers. We introduced new flexibilities last year. We are talking to them again about a review that will be completed in the next 6 months. And if I have the pleasure of sparring with the Right Honourable Gentleman over the dispatch box in the coming months, I'd be very happy to provide him with a further update on that as soon as that work has been completed.
Bale Alba.
Question number 15, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Congestion can cause real problems, and while local councils are responsible for managing their road networks, the Department has been focused on enabling them to minimise disruption. We've legislated to introduce numerous lane rental schemes and are devolving powers to establish future schemes to mayors. This will enable local decision-making to target congestion.
Belva.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituents regularly find themselves stuck in standstill traffic as a result of Rochford's struggling road network. I've also heard from Baltic Wharf, a key port on the estuary, and from my farming community, who all report supply chain issues due to the refusal of delivery drivers to navigate Rochford's district's outdated highways. For an area with significant housing targets, strong local businesses and huge potential for growth, this is a real issue. What support can the Minister provide rural and coastal constituencies like mine that want to enhance and modernise highway connectivity?
Well, I'm very sorry to hear about the issues facing my honourable friend's constituents. I know how much he does to promote their interests. This government is investing record sums in roads maintenance, and we've strengthened the rules on disruptive street works by extending overrun charges to weekends and bank holidays and doubling fines. I would encourage him to continue to make the case to Essex County Council, who really must do something about this disruption on their roads.
Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The A244 always had too much traffic and HGVs on it, but it goes through Oxshott in my constituency, and following the roadworks from the M25 and A3, increasing numbers of cars and large vehicles are using it as a shortcut between the A3 and the M25. We need this to stop. Can she meet with me and work with our local community to improve and reduce the traffic on the A244?
Well, I know that in the past I've met with the Honourable Gentleman to talk about some of the disruptions caused by improvements to the road network in his constituency. I'm sure my honourable friend, the Road and Buses Minister, would be happy to continue those discussions.
James Affer.
16, please, sir.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government is committed to supporting the aviation sector. We're unlocking growth by progressing planning decisions and consulting on the framework for future decisions on Heathrow's third runway. We're modernising our airspace through the new UK Airspace Design Service and Support Fund and driving decarbonisation, backing sustainable aviation fuel and funding for new low and zero emission technologies, and we will publish an updated Jet Zero strategy in early 2027.
James Esser.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I recently visited the British Airline Pilots Association training facility and flight simulator with my honourable friend, the member for Doncaster East. Now, I confess, Mr Speaker, the results were mixed, and if you're flying on your holidays next week, you wouldn't want to fly with either of us. But if I had wanted to fly you, I would have been facing training costs in excess of £100,000 with very few funding packages to support that, which means kids in my constituency can watch the planes take off at London City Airport but stand very little chance of actually joining that industry. So could I ask the Minister, does he agree we now need accessible pathways to pilot training, drag the system to the 21st century and remove it from a position where only those with the small minority with the financial means to do so can actually access this industry?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My honourable friend is right that the barriers to a career in aviation are too high, and this government is committed to supporting recruitment from as diverse a range of backgrounds as possible. Our Generation Aviation programme promotes aviation careers through outreach and apprenticeships to help build a future-ready workforce and has reached over 1 million young people since it began.
Ollie Glover, Liberal Democrats, spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Civil Aviation Authority has reported that in 2024-25, 81% of passenger complaints that were initially rejected by airlines were upheld when independently reviewed, leading to £11 million of delayed compensation payments. So does the Minister support the idea of an air passengers charter backed by independent regulation to support airlines in providing improved customer service and consumer confidence?
Let me thank the Lib Dem spokesperson for his question. I'm glad that he shares our concern about consumer rights and also how disruption and cancellations, but also disruptive passengers, unfortunately, can ruin the holidays of British holidaymakers who save so much to facilitate those experiences happening. The new aviation bill, which has just come out of the other place, will hopefully be re-emerging in the House of Commons on the other side of the summer. It's got a suite of measures to strengthen consumer rights, and I look forward to working with him on exactly those sort of issues that he raises as the bill makes its way through this House.
Patrick Hurley coming to Topicals.
Number one, please, sir.
Sarah State.
Mr Speaker, I'd like to start by reminding the House of how we're improving everyday journeys across the country, starting with our railways. Last month, the new Cambridge South station opened to passengers following £250 million of government funding to better connect Europe's largest biomedical campus. Publicly owned services are now on average more punctual than services not yet in public ownership, with fewer cancellations. And this week I announced measures to crack down on fare dodgers thanks to new ticket gates being rolled out across the network. On our buses, we're helping families with the cost of living with free travel for all children aged 5 to 15 in England throughout August. And finally, the third cycling and walking investment strategy will give people healthier choices to get around. Last month, it sets a 2035 target for over half of short journeys in towns and cities to be walked and cycled. Whether it's the trip to the shop or the school run, we will help more people in more places to get around their neighbourhoods safely and sustainably. Mr Speaker, better, more reliable transport drives good growth, spreads opportunities wider and makes lives easier. That's our mission and we're getting on with the job.
Patrick Hurley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Given the creation of Number 10 North, much of Westminster and Whitehall may soon be experiencing the delights of the West Coast Main Line for themselves. And with it, I expect further public scrutiny of its service levels. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that passengers travelling between Euston and the northwest of England deserve better than the current delays and uncertainty? And what assurances can she give me around service improvements?
I do agree with my honourable friend. Performance on Avanti West Coast has not been good enough, and I'm acutely aware that this part of the network, still privately run, has seen reliability below the industry average, with cancellations going in the wrong direction too. I'm pleased to advise my honourable friend that these services will come into public ownership next year, And then I know that the eyes of number 10, as well as the eyes of my honourable friend and indeed the travelling press pack, will be on them in a new and welcome way.
Richard Orland, Shadow Secretary.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. Across London boroughs and cities across the country, council-wide 20-mile-an-hour speed limits are causing havoc. In Wales, councils are desperately trying to unpick the last Welsh Labour government's blanket 20-mile-an-hour speed limits. Why on earth are Labour ministers trying to repeat this clear failure of policy dreamed up by Labour, Green and Lib Dem councils in England and a failed Welsh Labour government obsessed with war on motorists and impose it on rural communities in England?
So,
Mr Speaker, we're not imposing anything on anyone, and the right honourable gentleman well knows that. He talks about the introduction of 20-mile-per-hour zones as causing havoc. I would point out to him, in many areas, they save lives. And we know that somebody who is hit by a car travelling at 30 miles per hour is 5 times more likely to die than someone who is hit by a car travelling at 20 miles per hour. If that's the sort of policies that he wants to defend, then all power to him. This is a decision for local authorities, local councillors to take decisions which suit their local areas best.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I refer the Secretary of State to question 20 on the order of paper? Can she explain when the A120 to Harwich is finally going to be upgraded? Is she aware that this community of some 20,000 people is served by this dreadful road, and we dread another winter of subsidence and potholes as the existing road collapses, which is long past its renewal date? Given that this is vital for the growth in the east of England, it serves the Harwich port, the Freeport, as well as this deprived community. When are we going to see some plans to upgrade this road?
We are, even Sir Bernard, we are on topicals. You can't just transfer your existing question in topicals. Just shorten it, please, to help me get other people in. I'm sure you want to hear others as well as yourself, Minister.
Mr Speaker, this is why we're investing over £7 billion in order to banish the potholes from UK roads. I'd be delighted, of course, to meet with the honourable gentleman to discuss his specific circumstances.
Great answer. Lead picture.
Speaker, no matter where you're from, no matter where you started out, every child should at least have the chance of fulfilling their dream career. But research by the British Airline Pilots Association has found that right now 1 in 7 students are paying for their training by remortgaging property, often their parents' home. How is the Secretary of State working with the aviation sector to bring those financial barriers down?
The Right Honourable Gentleman raises an important issue. This government is committed to enabling aviation employers to recruit and train pilots from a broader and more diverse talent pool in Doncaster East and across the United Kingdom, supporting growth by removing regulatory barriers and promoting aviation opportunities.
Have long called for the A69 through Warwick Bridge to be detrunked. Given the A689 provides an alternative route from the M6 to the east of the village, can the Minister confirm that detrunking this section of the A69 would not be a major change to the strategic road network?
Well, I share my honourable friend's concerns regarding recent safety incidents on the A69 at Warwick Bridge. National Highways is considering in detail with local partners the case for detrunking the A69 and trunking the A689. This is a complex process and I'll ask National Highways to update her when more information is available.
Roger Gale.
Mr Speaker, the Secretary of State appears to think that it is scaremongering to suggest that with effect from this weekend, passenger and freight traffic using the Channel Tunnel and the Port of Dover will be disrupted as a result of the European entry and exit system. I do not want the grievance. I want the solution. And I want it before the event, not after it. So what is the Secretary of State going to do to achieve an agreement with the European Commission and the French to suspend this ridiculous system until it works properly?
With enormous respect to the Right Honourable Gentleman, we are taking proactive action to prepare for any potential EES disruption. We've spoken with our French and European counterparts about using a full range of easements, but most importantly, we've provided funding to the juxtaposed controls so they can prepare for any disruption before it occurs.
Adam Thompson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This government has promised to deliver new homes, and I want Erewash to be at the forefront of that delivery, but our road network is overloaded. My constituents are particularly concerned about growing strain on the M1 Junction 25, as I know are national highways. So can the Minister explain how national highways and local authorities can work better together to listen to and respond to concerns, and to ensure that new homes come alongside proper upgrades to infrastructure?
National Highways and local authorities are working together through initiatives such as the £165 million Growth and Housing Accelerator Fund to unlock housing sites where transport infrastructure is a barrier. I'll ask National Highways to reach out to my honourable friend.
Adam.
At a recent patch walk with my Highfields residents, they told me what all my residents do, which is a scourge of potholes. Now, we know that the council are facing a backlog of £17 billion in road repairs, but new technology does exist that can detect early cracks and seal them before they even become potholes. So will the Secretary of State commit to funding the rollout of this preventative AI-based road technology instead of constantly chasing it?
This is precisely why we have invested over £7 billion, so we can turn the corner on having to constantly react to potholes, going back to the same one time and time again. It's also why we're investing £30 million on Live Labs 2, so that we can use new innovative technologies to finally turn the tide.
Jenny Riddle-Carpenter.
Mr. Speaker, does the Minister agree with me that roads in my constituency, such as the B1125, which are becoming rat runs because of the increase in traffic on the A12, need to have a full multi-agency approach to ensure better road safety? Does he agree with me that Suffolk County Council and Suffolk Highways should convene this meeting with myself to ensure how we can deliver better, safer roads?
I would be very happy to ask the Minister for Road Safety to discuss this matter further with you and ensure that appropriate meetings take place.
Alicia Kearns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Government that they're considering improvements to the A605 and Timwell junctions on the A1, but the current plans to put traffic lights in place, and National Highways agrees with me that that is not the right approach. So will the Government put the funding which is welcome into widening the slip roads, which are far substandard and below the national requirements set?
I'll be happy to meet with the Honourable Lady to discuss this further.
Adam Juggy.
Mr. Speaker, on buses, on transport and train connectivity and on our roads, Newcastle Line was let down and left behind by the previous government. So can I ask the Minister what we're doing to get a grip and can we meet to discuss the transport priorities of me and my constituents?
Well, the Government is committed to improving transport connectivity across the country. Through the £2.3 billion local transport grant, Staffordshire will receive more than £96 million by 2030, providing the certainty and flexibility to deliver better connections, support economic growth and improve outcomes for communities. I'm sure I or my honourable friends would be happy to meet with him.
Brenda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 17-year-old Oakley Mere lost his life on Beachy Head Road in a collision in Eastbourne. Will the Minister meet with me and with Oakley's family to discuss how we can improve road safety on that treacherous road?
Well, I thank him for his question and I extend my sympathies to the family of his constituents and the family, and of course I would be very happy to meet with them to talk about what we can do to improve safety on that road, as we are doing across the country.
Emma Lowell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Hugh Street Bridge has been closed since November. The Council only applied to the Structures Fund after I raised the matter here. And despite pleas, they have still not implemented proper diversions. This bridge is absolutely vital on Great North Run Day in September. Can my right honourable friends suggest what else we can do next?
Well, as somebody who's running the Great North Run this year, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the local highways authority will obviously grip this and make sure that it's dealt with. Obviously, we've got till August the 3rd for applications to the Structures Fund.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Under-Secretary of State is visiting Immingham this afternoon. Would he agree with me that his journey would be much more convenient if there was a direct train service from King's Cross to my constituency? And will he join my campaign to ensure that happens?
The honourable gentleman is a dogged campaigner for providing this rail link, and I'll report back to him about the quality of my journey. What I am excited for, Mr. Speaker, is the steel signing ceremony ahead of the opening of the new Eastern Ro-Ro terminal at the Port of Immingham, which I understand the honourable member has been such a passionate champion of.
Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Minister encourage her Transport Commissioner for Scotland to build on the remarkable success of bus franchising in Manchester and work with the Scottish Government to emulate the success of the B network in my constituency of Paisley and Renfrewshire North?
As reporting from Greater Manchester's B Network shows, bus franchising can deliver improved services for passengers, and the government is taking steps to support the rollout of bus franchising in England. Obviously, transport is a devolved matter, but I would encourage ministers there to learn from the success of Labour mayors in England.
Robert Jenrick.
The government has cancelled the two main road projects in the East Midlands, the A38 in Derby and the A46 in Newark. The government didn't inform anyone. The Labour mayor found out through the trade press when the government cancelled the contractor's contract, just like I did. What does the Secretary of State have against the East Midlands? And will the incoming Prime Minister, who claims to want to see devolution and empowerment of mayors, do something to fix this mess?
Hear, hear. Let me be clear that these proposals will be consulted upon. The A38 Derby junctions and the A46 Newark bypass schemes are not in contract and are not scheduled to start main construction until the second half of the third road investment strategy, so they're not as far progressed, Mr Speaker, as with three enhancement schemes elsewhere, meaning the implications of potentially cancelling them would mean less significant impact compared to schemes that are further progressed.
Daniel Francis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Reform-led Kent County Council wrote to Transport for London asking them to consider a number of options for bus route 96, with their preferred option that it terminates from now on in Dartford Town Centre. Now, I'll continue to fight for my constituents in Bexley and Crayford to ensure the route can serve Dartford, Blue Water Shopping Centre and Darren Valley Hospital. But does my honourable friend agree that Section 1731 of the Greater London Authority Act 99 is worded that cross-boundary routes can operate in that way?
I do agree, and whilst I don't expect much from reform-led administrations, I would at least expect them not to work squarely against the interests of local people in the way that he describes, and I would urge the County Council to see sense and support my honourable friend's campaign to deliver for his constituents and their own residents.
Any more?
Mr Speaker, as this could conceivably be the Secretary of State's last appearance as a dispatch box Transport Secretary, will she respond to my one last ask? Will she leave a note for her successor asking them to look again at Aldridge Railway Station and perhaps remind Mayor Parker to put back the funding that he took away?
As the Prime Minister said from this dispatch box yesterday, I'm not sure notes from sitting Secretaries of State to their successors necessarily work out all that well. But let me finish where I started with her questions to me on this and advise that this has been a decision for the Mayor of the West Midlands, and I'm sure she will continue campaigning on this and making the case for her constituents.
Tim Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. What assessment has the Secretary of State made of the potential impact of HS2 on the West Coast mainline services between Glasgow and London?
Hear, hear.
HS2 will deliver significant benefits for Scotland, and subject to future timetable and operational development, HS2 will aim to maintain the frequency of services to Scotland, increase the number of available seats for Anglo-Scot journeys and deliver an estimated 20-minute faster end-to-end journey experience.
Vicky Slade.
Mr Speaker, in Manchester, London and now Wales, side zebra crossings without the Belisha beacons are allowed, and yet in the rest of England it's not currently available. The Secretary of State mentioned the new cycling and walking strategy, and in my constituency, Dunyeats Road is suffering multiple issues where people and traffic are colliding. Will she consider allowing the councils to bring them forward?
Well, I thank her for her question, and she probably knows that the Active Travel Commissioner, Chris Boardman, is a huge fan of side road zebras and the potential that they pose. And that's why we have said within the cycling and walking investment strategy that we intend to legislate for them in the future.
Andrew Cooper.
Speaker, by making accessibility one of GBR's core priorities, this Labour government is finally putting improving accessibility at the heart of the rail network. Yeah. How will stations such as Northwich be able to access accessibility improvement funding to deliver the accessible station my constituents deserve?
My honourable friend will know that we are spending £280 million on improving station accessibility during this spending review, and I will be seeking to find new opportunities to fund further work on stations as part of future spending discussions, and I would expect the new integrated leadership of GBR to be working closely with local councils and mayors and indeed parliamentarians to maximise future opportunities.
Rebecca Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State will obviously know that e-bikes don't require insurance, and we are seeing some pedestrians suffer catastrophic injuries due to the additional weight of these bikes compared to a normal bike. Is she giving any consideration to reviewing the rules around this?
Well, she's right to raise concerns about the use of illegal e-bikes and the way in which they cause danger on our roads. New powers in the Crime and Policing Act 2026 mean that the police can seize e-bikes classed as motor vehicles when they're being used antisocially without needing to give a warning.
Randy Ishman.
Mr. Speaker, fuel is being transported hundreds of miles from Stanlow in Cheshire to Scottish airports, increasing emissions and undermining our local fuel distribution industry. What will the department do alongside DESNE's Business and Trade in the Scotland office to protect fuel security and Scottish jobs, including tanker drivers?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fuel security and the Scottish jobs which it underpins are of incredible importance to this government. We remain in regular contact both with the Scottish Government and other devolved governments to ensure that we're ready to respond in a coordinated manner should any disruption arise to our fuel and refining capabilities.
Ellen Morgan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's difficult to use the railway if you have a pram, heavy luggage, a bike, or you are disabled and there's no step-free access. Further to the Secretary of State's answer to the Honourable Gentleman, can she outline whether rural areas will be prioritised for step-free access in the future, because there's no alternative forms of transport for many of those people?
I really think that when we're investing in stations in the future on accessibility, we need to get maximum benefit for the travelling public. I would hope to have future discussions about future rounds of the Access for All scheme. There are improvements being rolled out at 31 stations under that scheme as a result of that £280 million that I mentioned earlier.
Ruth Cadbury, Chair of the Select Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And firstly, I'm sure that you and all members of this House are hoping to get a holiday in at some point during this recess. So may I wish you a hassle-free journey out and back home. Mr. Speaker, today my committee is launching an inquiry on safer journeys for women and girls. In contributing to the government's goal of halving violence against women and girls within 10 years, the Minister for Local Transport has set out the department's actions. So, what will the Transport Secretary be doing to monitor and measure the effectiveness of those actions?
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend and the committee for their interest in personal safety on the transport network, especially that of women and girls. We do have an ambitious evidence-based programme to tackle VORG on the transport network, and we're delivering 9 commitments under the Freedom from Violence and Abuse strategy, including funding to improve CCT connectivity between stations and British Transport Police, and we're launching mandatory crime and antisocial behaviour training for bus industry staff.
Afra Bramdry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Baddington Bridge has been under a 7.5-tonne weight restriction since September 2025. With an hour-long diversion, there are significant additional costs for local businesses and farms. And without a workable alternative, some drivers are ignoring this restriction, causing damage and disruption to country roads and nearby bridges. So will the Minister work with me and urgently review Cheshire East Council's application to the Structures Fund so we can reopen the bridge as soon as possible?
Would of course meet with the Honourable Lady. Applications are still open for the Structures Fund, and we'll make a decision in due course on any applications made.
Marcia de Cordova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In February this year, the Albert Bridge was closed in my constituency. This coupled together with changes implemented by Transport for London to Battersea Bridge Road and surrounding roads is causing significant delays, disruption and congestion. Now, despite me painstakingly trying to engage with TfL over the past 5 months, it is proving quite difficult. They are not engaging with the lived experience of my constituents and myself. So can I ask the Secretary of State to engage with TfL on my behalf to ensure they engage and work with the constituency MP?
Ministers are in close contact with TfL on a range of issues, including this, and obviously the Structures Fund is there for application should they wish to pursue it.
Olney.
Mr Speaker, earlier this year the Minister for Roads wrote to me to say that Hammersmith Bridge in my constituency would be a suitable candidate for the Structures Fund, but Hammersmith and Fulham Council have just decided not to make an application on the basis that the Structures Fund isn't suitable for repairs. Would the Minister please meet with me as a matter of urgency to determine whether the Structures Fund remains a suitable way to fund the repairs to Hammersmith Bridge?
I'll be happy to meet, but I will say once again that we would welcome an application from Hammersmith for the bridge in question.
Go Snell.
Speaker, Longton Station in my constituency was allocated Transforming Cities Fund money to have a lift installed. Unfortunately, that money was reallocated by the City Council towards some paving slabs. So could I ask the Department for a meeting to look at how we could get funding back for lifts at Longton Station, how we then can protect that money so that it can't be reallocated for other projects?
I'd be very happy to meet with my honourable friend to discuss this. One of the key things we're trying to do is improve public transport nodes, and so I'd be interested in discussing this matter further with him.
Sarah Smith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Hampton Old Road in my constituency has been shut now for 2 years due to a landslip. Will the Minister support me in urging reform-led Lancashire County Council to get this road reopened, which is such a vital backbone road going through my constituency?
I would, of course, encourage the local authority to get a grip of this. Of course, reform-led councils don't have a great record. They are the party with the most red-rated on potholes, etc., but would encourage them to take action on this issue.
James Wilde.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Passengers on the Fen Line from Kings Lynn are suffering repeated cancellations and an unacceptably poor level of service. Now the government controls both the track and the trains. Will the Transport Secretary intervene and demand a robust action plan to sort out this poor performance?
As I said earlier, on average, publicly owned operators are performing better when it comes to reliability and cancellations. On the particular issue with the Fen Line that he raises on behalf of his constituents, I will seek more information about what is causing the problems there and understand what plans the local operators have in place to improve the situation for him and his constituents.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And businesses and individuals are increasingly discovering the advantages of living and working in the North East, and no doubt the North West as well. But unreliable train Wi-Fi means that journeys to the regions are too often dead time. I know the government is investing in technology to improve Wi-Fi services, but can you tell me when we'll see reliable Wi-Fi on the LNER services so that the whole nation's productivity can be improved?
As I said in answer to the question from the honourable member for Camborne earlier, we are planning to begin procurement for enhanced Wi-Fi across the rail network later this year. That will include LNER, because in the spending review, the Chancellor did allocate £57 million to deploy low Earth orbit satellite technology on our mainline trains. We need to get that procurement done, and then it can be rolled out from there.
Speaker, for many, rural bus services is the only way to buy food, get to work and school, medical appointments and access services. A shuttle bus is meant to replace the 173 first bus service during 6 months of roadworks on rural roads. But the would-be passengers couldn't find any details, couldn't get through to the operator, were left standing in extreme heat at the roadside. Will the Minister ensure that routes are actually, when they're disrupted, operators and local transport authorities provide clear, accessible and timely information so that passengers are not left stranded?
Of course, it's really important that when bus services are disrupted, that people are given timely information to ensure they're able to undertake their journey. Now, we'll, of course, reiterate that to all local authorities and bus operators to do just that.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm delighted that the Midlands Metro tramline is going to connect Dudley with the rest of the West Midlands. However, the construction has caused disruption to local businesses such as the Doublers Dudley, and repeatedly the repeated delays have exacerbated this. So what support can the Minister provide to these businesses who are being impacted by the repeated delay to the tram?
I'm obviously very sorry to hear about the disruption to businesses in her constituency. Let me take this issue away for her and talk to both, I think it's the Mayor of the West Midlands and all relevant parties to ascertain if there is anything that can be done to mitigate the impact upon her constituents.
Lincoln Job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All my residents in Spelthorne and I are desperate to get Spelthorne's 5 stations into the travel card zone. The Secretary of State's looked at this in the past. I've asked her to look with South West Rail again at the financial modelling that they're using to say it's not possible, because I think a load more people would use that train line if it were in the travel card zone.
I do appreciate the importance of affordability to the travelling public, and I understand the desire of his constituents to see lower fares. We are rolling out pay-as-you-go ticketing to make journeys less frictionless in the South East, but there aren't plans currently to expand that London-wide fare payment zone.
Right, Mr. Speaker, whenever she reviews the ZEV mandate, can the Secretary of State confirm that she will consider the entire EV supply chain, including the billions invested in domestic lithium mining, battery production and charge point operators, and not just the views of ICE-based legacy car manufacturers?
Let me thank the honourable member for his question, Mr. Speaker. He is right to point to the fact that the EV industry depends not only on automotive manufacturers, but also the billions of pounds in the charge point sector and the workers who underpin it. Throughout our consideration of the ZEV mandate, we will ensure that our environmental obligations are met alongside making good business sense for all relevant partners within the sector.
Dr. Danny Chambers.
We very much welcome the government's initiative to give children free bus pass throughout the summer. It's a great idea. The only problem is in Winchester and surrounding area, Hampshire County Council keep cutting funding for bus services. Would the Minister explain what they're doing to encourage councils and operators to increase bus services rather than decrease them?
In addition to delivering £3 billion across the country, a new formula-led way of doing that, rather than the competitive allocations of the previous government, we've also given local transport authorities increased powers to take back control of bus services, be that through enhanced partnerships, franchising, or local authority-led bus companies.
The best objective.
Mr. Speaker, some 40% of roads in Cambridgeshire take up roughly 80% of the highways budget. With the forthcoming announcement about local government reorganisation in Cambridgeshire, what assessment has the department made of the feasibility of that being deliverable, given that most of those roads will end up in the same much smaller unitary authority?
Obviously, we continue to liaise very closely with other government departments during the reorganisation that the honourable member talks about. Obviously, happy to enter into further conversations with him on his specifics.
Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a continual frustration for Cheltenham train passengers with the turnaround time at Gloucester, but there is a new frustration. So I wonder whether the Secretary of State or one of the ministers can tell me why do so many trains that are due to terminate in Cheltenham unexpectedly stop at Gloucester?
The Rail Minister often tells me that the art of answering questions on transport is to have control of all of the detail at your fingertips. And I must disappoint the honourable gentleman that I don't have that specific answer that he is seeking today. But I do promise him that I will go away, find out and come back to him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of my Bath constituents was nearly knocked over on a dedicated cyclist path by an illegal e-bike. Especially riders in the gig economy ride fast and dangerously. What is being taken as steps to tackle the demand of illegal bikes in the gig economy?
I thank her for her question. Dangerous behaviour by any road user is, of course, completely unacceptable. We are aware of the concerns being raised about the use of illegal e-bikes, and particularly in relation to the gig economy, and that's why my department has commissioned specific research into those issues in order that we can better plan action to tackle it.
Final question, Tom Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my capacity as the chair of the all-party parliamentary group for cabin air quality, I recently met with pilots and cabin crew about the impact of fume events and the lifelong consequences it can have for them. What steps are the government taking to investigate, research, regulate and mitigate these issues?
Well, let me thank the honourable gentleman for his question. Both pilot and passenger safety in relation to air quality is of real concern to the Department for Transport. We undertake work to constantly monitor the impact of cabin air quality upon those affected groups, and I'd be very glad to have a further conversation with the honourable member to take that work further.
From benches change over. Before we come to the urgent question, I'm quite amazed there wasn't a statement brought to the House on this very, very important matter that does affect different constituencies. I think nothing seems to ever change, but can the message go back? Just by telling me is not an answer. MPs, quite rightly, are elected who serve steel constituencies with jobs. This is a big issue and not one that should be brought under an urgent question. Joshua Reynolds, urgent question.
To ask the Secretary of State for Business and Trade if he'll make a statement on nationalisation of British Steel.
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can express regret and apologies for not only the issue that you have just raised, Mr. Speaker, but also the fact that we weren't able to lay these regulations in front of Parliament before they came into force after very careful consideration informed by the significant commercial and diplomatic sensitivities involved in the transfer, and to ensure operational continuity, the government decided it was necessary for the acquisition to take place outside of working hours. Following the assent of the Steel Industry Nationalisation Act, the Secretary of State has taken the decision that it's necessary in the public interest to exercise the powers in the Act to transfer British Steel into public ownership. We've not taken this decision lightly, but we consider that it's the only viable route forward in these circumstances. British Steel is among the largest steel producers in the UK. It is an important capability in the production of several essential steel products which are integral to the construction and maintenance of our critical national infrastructure. I'd like to thank and reiterate the Government's thanks to parliamentarians of all sides for the constructive approach during passage of the Act, and the decisive action today secures British Steel's immediate future, secures steelmaking in support of our steel strategy, and supports the jobs and steelmaking communities that have underpinned the business for decades.
Joshua Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a duty to stand by our steel sector, especially as it navigates unprecedented challenges. Challenges such as President Trump's unfair steel tariffs, China's anti-competitive state aid practices, and the transition to environmentally sustainable production methods. If we're going to foster a thriving steel economy, we cannot allow more producers to collapse. We cannot allow more jobs to be lost, and we cannot risk our last blast furnaces going cold, which is why the Liberal Democrats welcomed the piece of legislation as a temporary, emergency and targeted step specifically aimed at turning around British Steel before it can then be returned to the private sector. And I'm particularly glad that the Government accepted many Liberal Democrat amendments to the bill, even if they didn't accept them in this place and they had to be laid in the other place instead. Amendments requiring the Secretary of State to, with regard to the costs of nationalisation, must come back to this House for approval before tabling regulations. Amendments further considering the environmental liabilities and valuation, because public ownership without public accountability, as we all know, is not a plan. Those changes which we secured strengthen the legislation, the point of this Act and the Government's broader steel strategy towards truly sustainable footing on the long term, whilst giving taxpayers true value for money. But, Mr. Speaker, the Act is now law and the House still has not been told how any of this is going to end. So I have three questions for the Minister. Jing Yi has said that they have started the process to seek compensation from the Government for nationalisation. Can the Minister confirm what compensation Jing Yi are asking for, what assessment the Government has made about this amount, and how this House will have scrutiny of that compensation and any compensation that is made? Secondly, precision engineering firms across the country have confirmed that they cannot buy the specialist grades they need from the approved domestic supplier list because they are not manufactured in the UK. Owning a steel company is not the same as having steel capability. So can I ask the Minister what plan there is to be able to widen the range of grades that British Steel can produce to be able to support British industry? And finally, Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Minister what process has been laid for new private co-investors to be able to come in to help modernise these sites? Because without them, the taxpayer is not the rescuer of British Steel, but ends up being its permanent owner.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So on his three questions, I would say British Steel is now owned by the people. We will be appointing non-exec directors and a board to take forward the transformation of the company so that it becomes productive, profitable and resilient. And that will, of course, part of that conversation will be how the company can act in support of the wider objectives of the steel strategy, including the issues he raises about the availability of specialist grades of steel. On the question of compensation and what Jinga are asking for, obviously we have been in discussions with that company. We were looking for a commercial solution for this, but didn't feel that we were going to get value for the taxpayer from that. This is a company which has been running at a loss for some time. That said, we will, through regulations in the autumn, appoint an independent valuer to make a judgment on any compensation that is due, and that could be nil.
Speaker, Teessiders know what it looks like when governments stand back and fail to protect steel jobs, and so on behalf of the British steel workers in my constituency who work at Special Profiles in Skinning Grove and Teesside Beam Mill at Lackenby, can I thank the government for its decisive action to step in and protect primary steel making in this country. It has preserved jobs and preserved our industry. And this decision today will allow British Steel to modernise and prepare for the future. But one of the critical challenges in doing so will be addressing industrial energy costs. I'm aware of the decisions the government has taken so far to support industry with energy. What more decisions will the government take to bring down those costs and make sure a competitive environment for British Steel into the future? Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable member, honourable friend, for that question. He's quite right about the impact. We've seen it in community after community over decades in steel-making communities, of the impact of government standing by rather than intervening. As a community trade union member myself, I'm very, very aware of that. On energy costs, through the steel strategy, we are aware of the various interventions through the supercharger, the uplift in network charging compensation, and of course we've got the British Industrial Competitiveness Scheme for those who were not available to that. I think a key priority for the new board will be looking at ways to reduce costs, and of course a huge part of that will be investing in ways that help with energy costs.
Rebecca Paul, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Britain's steel industry is not competitive because of high energy costs and excessive red tape. But instead of addressing the root causes, this Labour government reverts back to its default solution of nationalisation. Why is this government so keen to take us back to the 1970s? If we cannot bring our ruinous energy costs under control, then Britain's steel industry will never be profitable and the UK taxpayer will be left footing the bill. Can the Minister confirm how much working capital has been provided and what the forecast ongoing cost is to the taxpayer? Will it be more than the £2.5 billion set aside for steel this Parliament? And if so, where will this money come from? Will the government provide compensation to Xinjiang? And what assessment the government has made of the threat of legal action from China because of nationalisation? The previous Secretary of State said that the government would seek to find a buyer for British Steel. Several parties have expressed interest. Can the Minister confirm whether discussions are ongoing with these parties, and if not, why not? In March 2025, the government received advice on the state of the blast furnaces, the cost of decommissioning and land remediation. Can the Minister tell the House the state of the blast furnaces, how long their lifespan is, and the expected cost of remediating the site? We cannot allow British Steel to become a multi-billion-pound liability for the taxpayer without any scrutiny. Therefore, when will the Minister next provide an update on British Steel to the House? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin, first of all, with a question with regards to relations with China. We've been very, very clear that this decision was one that was made in the national interest, not because of the national identity of those who previously owned the site. We, in the steel strategy, have been very, very clear that we think that the future of steel will often be with partnerships with the private sector, with co-investment. That was the approach we took with Tata. It's the approach we've taken elsewhere in the sector, and we've made significant resources available to encourage new private entrants into the sector. I have to slightly take issue, Mr. Speaker, with the slightly year zero approach, as if British Steel was in and British steelmaking was in a fantastic state under her government. Crude production is down 50% over the last 10 years. We've seen community after community abandoned, and I simply don't accept the idea that we're all going to be in flares and wearing kipper ties and going back to the 1970s simply because we have a government which is willing to intervene rather than standing by and letting people and communities fall into the scrap heap.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And to say to the Minister, we should never apologise for taking bold action that protects well-paid unionised jobs in this country and is crucial to the reindustrialisation of our nation, which we know is the future policy agenda. But to the point from the Honourable Gentleman from Maidenhead, I've got companies in my own constituency, Langley Alloys, Hallmark Fabrication, Dunbar, Brown McFarlane and Glebe Engineering, who are all going to be impacted by the quotas and tariffs because the grades of steel that they need aren't made in the UK. Now we have this capability in public hands. Is it the intention of the government to seek to extend the amount of the range of steel that we make domestically, so we can feed our domestic manufacturers and producers with the grade of steel that they need?
Minister.
Well, it's exactly, as you'll be aware, the point of the steel strategy to do exactly what he describes, to ensure that a far greater proportion of UK demand, including for specialist steels, being produced in the UK. That demand is going to increase significantly in the coming years, not least because of the industrial strategy. We have owned British Steel now for all of 11 hours, so the board are being appointed, but I think it's fair to say that the issues he raises will be amongst those that the new board will want to address.
Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
What concerns me is the jobs of my constituents who work at Scunthorpe. That's all I'm worried about. I have no ideological objection to this. If it's what's needed now, fair enough. But it can only be a sticking plaster as long as the blast furnaces are totally uneconomic because of high energy costs. And I was very struck by the question put to him by his backbencher. So will he take this away? There's no point me demanding that we scrap green energy and all that sort of stuff. But will he take away the question asked by his own backbencher and myself and try and do more in terms of grants to ensure that Scunthorpe is competitive on the world markets with its blast furnaces?
Minister.
I thank him for the spirit in which he asked that question. Obviously, there was the key moment in terms of jobs was the intervention last year, which resulted in the cancellation of the consultation on about 2,700 redundancies. The blast furnaces on the site will continue for some time to come. In our steel strategy, we've obviously said that we believe the future of the industry is in modernised, cleaner technologies. Again, I'm sure that'll be something that will be at the forefront of the minds of the new board as they look to transform and modernise the site.
Chris Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I congratulate my honourable friend for securing this urgent question and the Minister for his answer and the government's bold action. Redditch manufacturers rely on British Steel and, to be frank, want more of it and different grades to expand their own production. I fully support this measure taken today, or last night, but can the Minister explain to us what engagement's happening on the ground to reassure workers?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. This is a decision that's obviously of critical importance to the entire economy, to our national security and to our national infrastructure. But it is, as the Father of the House just said as well, a matter of getting to the end of the month for thousands of people as well. This morning, the workers on the site have been briefed on this decision. And again, I think we would expect the new board to remain deeply engaged with the workforce who will be central to ensuring a sort of revitalised and resilient future for British Steel.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you for your earlier comment. It is surprising that the Secretary of State isn't here to make a statement before he visits Scunthorpe, which I understand he is doing today. As the Father of House has pointed out, like him, I have no objections and have supported the government in saving the steelworks by nationalisation. It can only be a short or to medium-term solution. The challenges remain, most notably the energy costs. If, as the Steel Minister has previously said to me, the government are looking to attract private investment into the industry, would he acknowledge that the energy cost has got to be dealt with before that investment will follow?
Minister.
I agree absolutely with the honourable gentleman on that point. We are very clear today that we are a government which is seeking that partnership with the private sector across the steel industry. And that partnership comes from our side with significant resources on the table through the National Wealth Fund to help the steel industry become more competitive, particularly when it comes to energy efficiency.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Our energy, our defence and our railway sector depend on steel, so does my honourable friend agree with me that steel that's made by British workers here in Britain and owned by the British people is not only in our infrastructure interests, but also in our national interest.
I couldn't agree more. On a day when many of us, Mr Speaker, will be thinking about going back to our constituencies, perhaps going back to our constituencies for the summer, and travelling by rail, it's worth noting that 80% of the rails that we'll be travelling on are made by British steel. My honourable friend also raised an important point about ensuring and taking more steps to ensure, as taxpayers would expect, that when we are engaging in public procurement, that British Steel is firmly in the mix of that.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, congratulations to the government for doing what I've been urging for 7 years, which is to take this strategic national asset into public ownership. What is needed now is a comprehensive, bold vision for the blast furnaces. I'm concerned about talk about more electric arc furnaces. We've already got them at Rotherham. We've got others being built down at Port Talbot. So we need a comprehensive vision to invest in the blast furnaces, plate mills, so we've got a real job-creating, absolutely world-class industry based around Scunthorpe in the great county of Lincolnshire. How long will it take to get this vision so that we know which way we're going?
Minister.
Well, I thank him for that question. The steel strategy set out that we believe the most sustainable and competitive future across the industry in general is through technologies like electric arc. The blast furnaces at Scunthorpe are going to be operational for the immediate term. We're now 11 hours and 5 minutes into the ownership of this site. But again, the issues which he raises will be high on the to-do list of the new board as we appoint them very shortly.
Robin Moore, then.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Many manufacturing businesses in Keighley and Ilkley, Gasipa, Airedale Springs, Olicana Products, have reached out to me deeply concerned about the tariffs and the quotas associated with the National Steel Strategy, and have said to me that the measures will result in increased costs, reduced supply, weakening competitive and directly threaten jobs in Keighley. Could the Minister outline a response to those managing directors of those businesses to the concerns that they have raised directly to me about the steel strategy that this government is adopting?
Minister.
Will he be aware that the measures we took were necessary because of the ending of the steel safeguards, and without the measures we took, there was a real prospect of us becoming the global dumping ground for uncompetitively subsidised overproduction. That said, my Honourable friend, the Minister for Industry, has been meeting with manufacturers and listening to the types of concerns that he has raised, which is why we've got the transitional arrangements. It's why we've ensured that it will be reviewed after 12 months. It's also, frankly, why we're working so hard with the EU to make sure that we get mutual arrangements there as well.
Sir Oldney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Democrats supported the passage of the Steel Nationalisation Bill, but amendments were laid in my name and the name of honourable colleagues to increase the scrutiny and the transparency provided within the bill. The government voted those amendments down in this place, but then they had a change of heart and supported them in the other place. Given that, it's extremely disappointing to see that a move of this magnitude has been made and no statement has been made to the House. So can the Minister tell me, was the change of heart in the Lords, was that merely a sticking plaster, or is there a genuine commitment to giving parliamentarians scrutiny of important decisions being made about the future of our steel industry?
Well, as my honourable friend, the Minister for Industry, has set out this morning, for example, on the issue of cost, it's our intention to continue the practice under the previous Act of coming to Parliament on a quarterly basis with a written ministerial statement to set out exactly the costs. And I know as we appoint the new board, and obviously as ministers, we'll be very keen for the owners and operators of British Steel to be accountable to select committees as well.
Bob Black.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Steelmaking is clearly important for our national security, and clearly one of the issues about British Steel is going to be the costs that they have, and indeed the full order book that they need to remain sustainable. So what is the government going to do to ensure that British Steel is not only turning out British Steel, but at a competitive rate, and ensuring they're getting the orders that they need?
So in terms of at the competitive rate, the answers I gave a moment ago in terms of the investment that we're putting as a government across the steel industry to ensure that those costs are reduced. In terms of the order book, through the work we're doing on procurement and public procurement, for example, we're making sure that there is a clearer line of sight for British steel producers, both publicly owned British Steel and others, on all the work that is coming, for example, linked to the investment in national infrastructure or the investments through the industrial strategy, so that they get a fair shake of these contracts.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the nationalisation of British Steel, not least because it protects critical infrastructure needs, but also the local jobs and the local neighbourhoods. When it comes to procurement and competition rules, what assessment has the government made so that British Steel does not fall foul of the regulations in order to supply steel within the United Kingdom?
Well, as Minister for Regulation, if there are particularly regulatory issues that he has in mind, I'd encourage him to bring them to me, and I'll pursue them across the system. I would also point out, in addition to the reviewed guidance that we've given to make sure that British Steel is in the mix for procurement, you also have the clean industry bonus for offshore wind, for example, to incentivise the use of British steel there. So across the board, we're acting, I think, in exactly the way the honourable gentleman suggests.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the point the Minister made of the taxpayer only having owned British Steel for a matter of hours and the board being appointed. However, I think it is imperative for the government to be very clear, once that board is appointed, what the strategic priorities for the board, as opposed to British Steel at large, are. And top of that must be a timescale to get to profitability. So can the Minister commit, as soon as this House returns in September, and that board will have been functional for 5-6 weeks, that he will come back to this House, or his successor will, to ensure that those red lines that are set for the board are clear to this House?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed in his lack of faith in my career prospects. I'm sure that my colleague, the Minister for Industry, who has deep expertise in steel and I think is an excellent minister, would absolutely intend to do what he's suggesting, to update the House on those strategic objectives of the new board.
James Wyatt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister failed to respond to any of the questions that the Shadow Minister asked, so I'll try again with one of them. Some companies have expressed an interest in this business, so what discussions is he having, or is ministerial colleagues having, with potential buyers?
So we didn't take this decision lightly, and we said we would have preferred commercial options. We're now 11 hours and 12 minutes into ownership of the company. Again, we are deeply committed and open to private sector partnerships to ensure the future of this company, and that's going to be an essential and early part of the conversation.
Oh, Jim Sham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his answers? As always, he's positive and gives us some encouragement. I very much welcome the steps being taken to secure our wider British steel industry. But if I may press the Minister on the critical pressing issue facing our manufacturing sector in Northern Ireland, because of the Windsor Framework, the Minister will know this, our businesses in Northern Ireland are being hit by a double whammy of 50% tariffs on imports exceeding the slash quotas. It's absolutely catastrophic for our engineering firms. So will the Minister please commit today to urgent discussions with the Northern Ireland Executive and local business to resolve this tariff anomaly, to protect our internal UK trade and to ensure that Northern Ireland manufacturing backbone isn't broken by an unintended own goal? Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, having got through this urgent question without making any commitments for my honourable friend, the Minister for Industry, I will give him one now and say I'm sure he would agree to the meetings he suggests. In terms of Northern Ireland, within the trade measures we've taken, there are specific arrangements intended to help ensure the flow of steel into Northern Ireland, but also advice for GB companies taking steel products into Northern Ireland. But again, his question highlights the importance of having that ongoing conversation with the EU, because we are not the EU's problem when it comes to steel, and they are not ours.
Let's change all that. Just before we start business questions, can I just wish everybody a pleasant recess. I hope we get some downtime. It seems to be a very heavy session. And what I would say is to the staff of the House, thank you for all what they do. Both tollkeepers, security, everybody who works in there, but none more so than work in the team room and in the dining rooms. And those who are leaving the House, may I wish them well in their future. Jesse Norman, Shadow Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Leader of the House give us the forthcoming business?
Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The business for the week commencing the 31st of August will include Tuesday, the 1st of September, debate on a motion relating to sovereign grants following the message from His Majesty the King, followed by a debate on a motion on the impact of strategic lawsuits against public participation, the subject for this debate being determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Wednesday, the 2nd of September, remaining stages of the representation of the People Bill. Thursday, the 3rd of September, second reading of the Sporting Events Bill, Lords. Friday, the 4th of September, private members' bills. And the provisional business for the week commencing the 7th of September includes Monday, the 7th of September, remaining stages of the Health Bill, Day 1. Tuesday, the 8th of September, conclusion of remaining stages of the Health Bill.
Jesse Norman.
I thank the Leader for the business. This seems a moment for the words of Philip Larkin. What will survive of us is love. A day of sadness and departings. I know the whole House will want to join me in saluting the England football team. I simply say this to them: you went out to a foreign field, you fought like true lions, and you did us proud. Thank you. Let us also pay tribute to Anne Widdecombe for her bravery, her spirit, her independence of mind. There is a book of condolence in the Members' Library which I know many members will wish to sign. Hers were not especially my politics, Mr. Speaker, but let me tell you one story which illustrates her a little bit from my personal experience. We were at a dinner of the Holborn St Pancras Conservatives, a vibrant local organisation, in the time of the late Frank Dobson, and she was the guest speaker, and at the end of the evening a bottle signed by her was thrust into my hands and I was asked to invite her to auction it, and you'll recall that she just had a bit of a dust-up with the noble Lord Howard, as he then was, on the topic of in which she'd said something about him having something of the night. So quick as a flash, holding this bottle of whiskey, she said, "Ladies and gentlemen, what will you give me for something of the nightcap?" Which I thought was pretty fair game under the circumstances. Mr. Speaker, this week has featured a certain amount of rancour, as the late Roy Jenkins might have put it. The government found itself changing the business twice, cancelling an opposition day debate it had itself scheduled and reaffirmed only the previous day on the entirely bogus excuse that it wanted an urgent debate on Iran. A debate so urgent, so important, Mr. Speaker, that it was opened by the most junior minister in government. It finished 2 hours early and it featured precisely count them, three speeches by Labour backbenchers. It will be a tragedy if we lose the Leader of the House from business questions. I think we can all agree. But if he is not promoted after the embarrassing heroics he has performed this week on behalf of the new Prime Minister, it will be a huge injustice. But we are not going to cast nasturtiums, in the words of a friend of mine, on any of this nonsense, not even on Baroness Lloyd and the hopeless BD UK, who have entirely failed to address the issue of fibre broadband in neglected parts of my constituency and simply repeated the same language of incompetence and failure to me for more than a year now. I hope the leader will pick that up. No, we will cast no nasturtiums. There will be no rancour from this side of the House. I come to praise the outgoing Prime Minister, not to bury him. He is a transparently decent and honourable man. He is dedicated to public service, he rescued the Labour Party, and he worked with great diligence to lead this country. No one who has not been close to leadership of this kind can have any idea of how hard it is. We all owe him a great debt of gratitude. As for the incoming Prime Minister, my advice is simply this: be careful what you wish for. He has had a coronation and election hustings with just one candidate, a single name on the ballot paper. But on Monday afternoon, he will start to learn the true difficulty of the decisions that face him. There will be hard trade-offs which cannot be abolished by tinkering with the fiscal rules or still more tax and spend. Vibes will not be a solution to these problems. Eyelashes will not suffice. He will have to stand up and say, or perhaps decide, what it is he believes in. We can only hope he will bring energy, frugality, a long-term focus and a talented team adequate to the tasks ahead. And we wish him very well. And I wish you, Mr. Speaker, the Leader and all the staff and members of this House a summer break full of rest and happiness.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, before I get on to the comments of the Shadow Leader of the House, let me join him in paying tribute to Anne Widdecombe. Anne dedicated her life to public service and to the causes that she believed in. The circumstances of her death are, of course, extremely distressing, and my thoughts, and I'm sure the thoughts of the whole House, are with Anne's family and loved ones. I can't claim to have known her well. We didn't agree on many issues, but we agreed very strongly on the issue of fox hunting, of which she was extraordinarily brave in the stand that she took. We shared a belief in public service and that politics matters to people, and I smiled at the anecdote that the Shadow Leader of the House told, and the reference to the nightcap. I suspect we'll be reading about that in one of his books later in the future. Can I also pay tribute, Mr. Speaker, to Lord Christopher, who passed away this week. He had an incredible career in public service. He was the oldest serving British parliamentarian and the last Member of Parliament to have served in World War II. And my thoughts, and I'm sure the whole House, are with his friends and family. On House matters, briefly, Mr. Speaker, this morning the Modernisation Committee published a report on a formal scheme for acting Select Committee chairs. Select Committees perform a vital role in scrutinising the government. The recommendations will ensure that committees can continue their critical work, even if their chairs need to take a period of absence, and sets out a new framework for the appointment, status and remuneration of acting Select Committees chairs. I want to thank the liaison and procedure committees for their work in this regard. And I'll put the matter before the House in due course. On the issue that the Right Honourable Gentleman raises, I join with him in thanking the England football team. It wasn't the result that the nation had hoped for, but there was the passion and the energy that the team showed, certainly in previous rounds, and we should be proud of that team. In terms of the Iran debate, I thought he was uncharacteristically churlish about that. Because actually I watched, or certainly what I didn't see, I read in Hansard. And I have to say, and maybe after my remarks on Tuesday, I need to build some bridges. But the Right Honourable Lady for Aldridge Brownhills made a really, really good speech on Iran and set out her party's position. But also, I think, crucially important, actually set out the need for us in this House to show a bipartisan approach to this issue. And I wouldn't undermine in any way, and I'm sure he wasn't, but I wouldn't undermine in any way the powerful speeches that were made on both sides of the House, because it was important. I did feel it was important that before the recess that we set out very clearly what this House thinks, and I fervently hope, Mr. Speaker, that we won't need to recall the House over the recess, but if we need to, for this or any other matter, then we would stand ready to do so. I will take up the points that the Right Honourable Gentleman made on broadband with the Minister, and I certainly just want to close by thanking the Shadow Leader of the House for his remarks about the Prime Minister. I pay tribute to the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. He has made this country a stronger and fairer country. The duty of Prime Minister is to leave a country in a better place than when you found it. Without question, the Prime Minister has done that. He does leave a lasting legacy, and just this week he fulfilled his commitment to the Hillsborough families and secured the future of British Steel. I wish him well, and I wish his family well for the future.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They say good things come to those who wait. So after years of campaigning for new noise limits on fireworks from a number of different organisations, from veterans charities to animal charities to even deputy speakers, we should all thank this government for hearing all of our constituents and taking action, but especially those in Luton North who are kept awake night after night from nuisance fireworks. So would the Leader of the House make time in this chamber for us to discuss what a difference this action is going to make for the thousands of lives of all of our residents? Thank you. Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend raises a matter which I know has been raised at sessions such as this and by many others across the House as well. It does matter to constituents. As she realises, I'm sure that there's a written statement today which announced that we're launching a consultation on firework legislation. It is an important matter. Once that consultation is underway and the findings are then decided, I'm sure that the appropriate minister will want to come to the House, make a statement, or indeed we'll have a debate on this matter because it is of such importance.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Bobby Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I first of all join the Leader of the House in his comments about Anne Widdecombe, who was a conviction politician, and she's respected for that. And join Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure Madam Deputy Speaker as well, in thanking the staff for all their service over the course of this session. I had hoped to start today by triumphantly demanding the confirmation of a bank holiday, but I'm going to have to change tack slightly and maybe desperately plead with the government to give us a day off anyway so we can get over the trauma of last night. But more importantly, I'd like to raise something today that I don't think our nation talks enough about, and that's the weather. And more specifically, the relationship between the weather and climate change. Because a study came out this week that said of the 2,500 articles that wrote about extreme weather over the last few weeks, 72% of them, the vast majority, didn't make any mention of climate change at all. And this is despite the fact that scientists tell us that the link between the two is indisputable. And also the idea that this is sort of a freak one-off event is frankly for the birds. The Met Office have confirmed this week that the climate of the 20th century has now gone. The number of days that are over 30 degrees in London now has quadrupled, and the warm is even moving further north. So the impact of this is pretty serious. We've seen the impact on our schools, our hospitals, our workplaces, public transport, all grinded to a halt at times. And more seriously, 2,700 deaths in May and June have been linked to heat-related causes. So can the Leader of the House organise for the relevant minister to come to this place and explain the link between extreme heat and climate change, and also lay out what the government's set to do to mitigate the effects?
Deputy Speaker, as the honourable gentleman says, that climate change is already making heat waves more frequent, longer lasting and more severe. We're absolutely committed to making sure that we're able to deal with our changing climate. We are transitioning to a renewable energy, reducing greenhouse gas emissions to achieve net zero, and adopting infrastructure for extreme weather. I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, there was a well-attended Westminster Hall debate this week, in fact, in preparedness for extreme heat. And when we return after the summer, there may be a strong case either for a statement or indeed a debate to reflect on what has happened and what lessons we can learn.
We're into just.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Whilst visiting St Peter's Collegiate Academy in my constituency of Wolverhampton West, I met and spoke with Moses and Nana, pupils at the school. I was struck by how engaged they were with their schooling, their inquisitive nature, ambition and desire to learn and succeed. So will the Leader of the House firstly join me in commending St Peter's School for the support that they give to their pupils? And secondly, can you please reassure all the schools in my constituency that this government will ensure the funding for schools keeps pace with rising costs, so that those schools can maintain those high standards and meet the increased expectations around inclusion, pastoral support and enrichment?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, certainly join my honourable friend in congratulating St Peter's School for the support that they provide for their students. I'm delighted to hear that Moses and Nana are so eager to learn. It's a true testament to their hard work, as well as the support of their families and, of course, of school staff. I also want to reassure my honourable friend that school funding is increasing by £1.7 billion in 2026 to 27, meaning that core school budgets will total £67 billion.
Chairman of the Backbench Business Committee, Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I trust that the leader will prevail on, if he's still the leader, or he'll prevail on his successor, to inform the Backbench Business Committee of any extra time we're going to get in September, so we can plan accordingly. The business in Westminster Hall in September will be, the day we come back, the 1st of September, will be a debate on face-to-face banking in rural areas. On Thursday, the 3rd of September, debates on vaccination rates in England, followed by a debate on national security assessment on global diversity and ecosystem collapse and national security. On Tuesday, the 8th of September, a debate on safety of the Jewish community. And on Thursday, the 10th of September, reform in the vascular sector, followed by a debate on contribution of fathers and positive male role models to families and society. And on Tuesday, the 15th of September, a debate on building safety remediation of residential buildings. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the announcements the incoming Prime Minister has made is that he wants the subsidy money available from the HCLG department to be spent on social rent. And personally, I agree with that proposal. However, the London Plan is out today. And in the London Plan, this has reduced dramatically the amount of affordable housing that will be built, even if it actually gets to be built. This seems to be in direct contrast to what is needed in London. And I hope that he can prevail on whoever is going to be Secretary of State in the new government to come to this House in early September and set out what the government plans are going to be to ensure that we have the affordable housing built in this country that people in this country desperately need.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the honourable gentleman for his work and the work of his committee. In terms of time available for backbench business, he will know, because I've just read out the business, that at the end of the day in which we return, we have found time for slaps, which unfortunately was not able to take place last week, with guaranteed time. So it is important that we recognise that. It will be, I anticipate, a busy 2 weeks and 2 days. but I will certainly look for time in that. But he wouldn't expect me to do anything other than that. I'm not going to make promises which I'm not going to be able to keep, because I know that people want to prepare for debates. So I'm not going to commit to that yet, but I am looking at that. I thank him for what he said about the next Prime Minister's comments on social housing. There will, of course, be, I'm sure, starting when we come back, an opportunity, if there are new Secretaries of State, that they will want to come and set out what changes there will be, or indeed continuity there will be, in policy relating to their departments, because of course the House will want to know that.
Lewis Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Fulwell Community Library, run by a fantastic team of volunteers led by Richard Beck, provides a welcoming space for people to enjoy books, a cuppa, as I did the other week. In the centre of Sunderland, Culture House, the new home of our city library, will be opening soon, providing access to books and learning 7 days a week, thanks to the investment and decisions of our former council. So will the leader celebrate the National Year of Reading and consider time for debate in the importance of library facilities? Does he agree with me they are not vanity projects, but core facilities for our community?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right to support Fulwell Community Library and the National Year of Reading, and I want to pay tribute to Richard Beck and indeed all the others who are helping to make these things possible. Public libraries to access information and knowledge, and they provide vital community spaces. We are investing £1.5 billion to save more than 1,000 local museums, art venues, libraries and heritage sites, ensuring access to culture for everyone. But this is a particularly exciting time, should I say, for my honourable friend's city, not least because we'll be enjoying European football next season.
Neil O'Brien.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Midland Main Line is in crisis. More than a quarter of our trains are being cancelled or are crazily late. And we're finding that even if you can get on, you'll be standing because so many are short-formed. And the trains are falling apart. The air conditioning doesn't work, the toilets don't work, the doors don't work, the windows are blown. We need a debate on this because this happened because DfT officials allowed our trains to be sent somewhere else in the country, even though they knew that our new trains were not going to arrive on time. So my constituents now want to know, when will the compensation come? And will we get trains over the summer to stop this crisis getting worse? Because at the moment the department is in denial and we need some proper answers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sorry to hear of the situation that the honourable gentleman raises. I will take that back to ministerial colleagues and see if we can get an update for that, and should he seek a meeting with ministers, and I'll help him to arrange it.
Alison Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Two pupils from Trinity High School in Renfrew in my constituency recently won a public speaking competition run by the Crown Office and Procurator Fiscal Services. Would the Leader of the House join me in congratulating the winners, Navia Joski and Clara Boyd, and the school for their fantastic success?
Leader.
Of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, I congratulate everybody involved. Public speaking is a fantastic way of developing not just the ability, obviously, to speak in public, but to give young people confidence. And it's really important that we give, literally, a voice to young people.
Clive Jones.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Nearly 1,000 families of children with special educational needs are supported by Camp Mohawk charity and their fantastic daycare centre in my Wokingham constituency. Will the Leader of the House join me in recognising the invaluable support charities like Camp Mohawk provide families, encouraging children with SEND to thrive and their families to relax?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd certainly join the honourable gentleman in paying tribute to the work of Camp Mohawk and indeed other organisations around our country. It's very important that families get the opportunity, not just for young people to spend time in camp, but also that families get an opportunity to get some downtime too. So I certainly join him in welcoming and thanking Camp Mohawk for everything that they're doing.
Lindsay Farnsworth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This week I attended an informative roundtable discussion with experts, including from Alzheimer's Society, Alzheimer's Research UK and Dementia UK. I spoke about my dad, who is living with late-stage dementia. Now, this is a pivotal moment for action on dementia, particularly given the advances in research in the field, and I'll be hosting a constituency event to mark World Alzheimer's Day in September. So can the Leader of the House outline what steps the government is taking to strengthen dementia care for those living with dementia and their loved ones?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I pay tribute to my honourable friend for her tireless campaigning on this important matter. Across the last 5 financial years, we've spent more than £555 million on dementia research, including dementia diagnostics and trials of potential treatments. We're working to be at the front of transforming treatment and a world leader in dementia trials expertise. I will take back my honourable friend's comments to the relevant minister and make sure that she gets an update, not just on what we're doing, but what our plans are for the future.
Sarah Ball.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, Breakworth in my constituency is a beautiful village, but yet it is beset with problems. Not only is peak HS2 construction going on, causing road closures, but it's having inordinate issues with Anglian water. So they are simultaneously facing a hose pipe ban, a lack of water pressure, whilst also there's a standing pipe flooding. And pouring out water consistently. So whilst I'll raise this with the Anglian water, perhaps could the leader suggest that in the next session we have a debate in public time, in government time, about the interaction of construction projects and water services and making sure that they all work for rural communities.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Lady raised a very important point. I hope that Anglian Water have heard her comments here today and that they do take action, because at any time of year, but particularly this time of year, these issues sound very serious indeed. We will be having, of course, a debate around the water bill going forward about how not just the situation is fixed now, but how we improve water services in the future.
Martin Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With the Commonwealth Games Festival Fund supporting a wide range of community events across my Glasgow North constituency, including Canal Quest on the 1st of August, Bike for Good taster sessions, the cultural programme at SWG3, and activities delivered by the Maryhill Integration Network and many other local organisations, would the Leader of the House make time for debates in government time on the importance of ensuring that communities directly benefit from major events?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is a true champion for his constituency and for community events and local organisations. And cultural programmes such as Canal Quest and Bike for Good taster sessions are important for bringing communities together. I would encourage my honourable friend, if he's not able to speak or catch your eye this afternoon in the pre-recess adjournment, to do so when we return in September, to seek perhaps a Westminster Hall debate so that it can look at how major events can deliver even more for local communities.
Joshua Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over the last year, Royal Mail delivered just 75% of first-class posts the next day, against a target of 93%. So much so, Ofcom have fined them nearly £40 million across 3 years and opened a fourth investigation. And Madam Deputy Speaker, constituents of Maidenhead are still missing hospital appointments and other important business because those posties are doing their best, but the system is set up to fail. So can the Leader of the House tell us if he'll allocate some time for a debate on Royal Mail performance so the new Prime Minister's government can tell all of our constituents when their posts will actually get delivered?
Leader.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've been very clear that Royal Mail's service is unacceptable, and we'll continue to say that as long as it's unacceptable. The public does expect a well-run postal service with letters arriving on time across the country. The Royal Mail has already been fined by Ofcom 3 times, and Ofcom continues to monitor their performance. The Business and Trade Committee, as he may well know, have called in Royal Mail to Parliament to hold them to account. I hope that Royal Mail listens to what the honourable gentleman says this morning, reflects on what Parliament has done so far, because it's time that they actually provided his constituents and all of our constituents with the service that they ought to.
And with a birthday business question, Claire Hazelgrove.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the summer is a great time for families to create lasting memories, but it can also be an expensive time. So locally, I'm hosting a free community advice drop-in event, bringing together local advice organisations where fellow residents can come by to find out more about support that they may be entitled to around energy and water costs, debt advice and more. Would the Leader join me in encouraging anyone who may need support across the Filton and Bradley Stoke constituency to come by, and also in thanking everybody involved in providing local support?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me join you in saying happy birthday to my honourable friend. I join her in thanking those providing important services and advice in our local communities. We recognise that summer can be a challenging time, not just because of the heat, but because of increased costs, and I wish her well in the event that she is organising. But we've also introduced the Great British Summer Savings Scheme to help people enjoy a day out for less, as families will be able to enjoy discounted attractions and meals out this summer.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier this week, the Green Flag Awards were announced, and two parks, Baysgarth and Bridgeview, in my constituency in Barton-on-Humber, were successful, and I congratulate the community groups that helped in that. But as well as the support from community groups, parks need support from our local authorities, and it's important that sufficient resources are made available. Could the leader arrange for a statement when we return in terms of local government finance for providing such facilities?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The honourable gentleman is absolutely right to raise the importance of parks in the way that he has. And I'm absolutely certain that Baysgarth and Bridgeview Park are lovely places, and their awards are well deserved. Our flagship, he talks about resources. Our flagship Pride in Place programme is giving up to £5.8 billion over 10 years to support 284 towns. And I hope that we will be able to look to further ways in which to help. And that empowers local people to decide how best to look after their local areas, and that includes what happens to their local parks.
David Williams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Back in April, I joined residents for a walk around a Mitchell Gardens estate in Kidsgrove. Taylor Wimpey and its estate management company, Trinity Estates, are letting residents down by failing to maintain their estate, despite residents paying a significant amount in fees. Now, neither Taylor Wimpey nor Trinity Estates have responded to my request for a meeting some 3 months on. Would the Leader of the House agree that this is completely unacceptable?
I absolutely agree, Madam Deputy Speaker, and my honourable friend is absolutely right that requests for meetings that have been ignored, that is simply unacceptable. I hope that Trinity Estates have heard his representations today. I hope that they will engage with him in good faith to resolve what is an important matter, not just for him acting on behalf of his constituents, but for his constituents themselves.
Thanks, Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This summer brings good news in the big space cancer appeal, which health ministers are right behind. I wonder whether the leader might join me in thanking the brilliant doctors behind it, Charles Candish and Sam Guglani, but also by thanking the many donors who are helping to pay for the £17.5 million new cancer centre at Cheltenham Hospital. It will be a real boost to the campaign if the leader can get behind it and also give a message to the Council to get on with giving it planning permission.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I certainly join the honourable gentleman in paying tribute to everybody involved, that including the medical staff, but everybody involved. And I hope that this will be the great step forward for Cheltenham that he is talking about. I hope that the Council have heard his remarks. Of course, planning to some extent takes a little time, but getting on with it, because at the end of it all, acting and doing more to tackle cancer, which this government is absolutely committed to do, is of such importance to local people and local communities.
Dr Marie Tibble.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the summer holidays approach and with all the lovely sunny weather, I'm really hoping that children across my constituency take the chance to spend plenty of time playing outside. I know how important it is for their well-being, and this was a priority for a number of my Pride In events across my constituency, in particular to improve play parks in Dragon Park, Warncliffe Side, Mortimerley Park in High Green and Coronation Field in Dodworth. I'm thrilled that our Labour government has already put £18 million into creating and refurbishing playgrounds across England. Can the Leader of the House advise me on how I can access this funding for local playgrounds to ensure children and young people growing up in my constituency can have better places to play?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is a fantastic champion for her local community. I will ensure that the relevant minister involved in the overseeing the scheme hears what she has said, and we'll get her an update as to how she can perhaps access that scheme and make sure that the success which is happening in her constituency continues and grows.
Afra Brandreth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy
Deputy Speaker. Will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating Bertie, April, Oliver, Reese and Isaac from Wrenbury Primary School, who successfully completed the Horticulture, Food and Futures project run in partnership with Reese Heath College. This fantastic pilot has transformed these pupils' enthusiasm for education by giving them practical skills and introducing them to careers they had never imagined. And given the importance of inspiring the next generation into agriculture, horticulture and technical careers, will the Leader make time for a debate on the role of specialist colleges such as Reese Heath in supporting young people and tackling future skills shortages? Leader.
Absolutely, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd invite the Honourable Lady to seek a debate perhaps when we return so that she can make the case for her constituency but also for this issue. It is vitally important that young people learn about where their food comes from. As it turns out, last Friday I was in Southridge Primary School in my constituency, where outdoor education is transforming the lives of young people by them not only growing their own food but explaining the importance and giving the opportunity to learn, but also the opportunity to play. This is a fantastic opportunity for her to raise this matter, and I thank her for doing so.
Adam Thompson.
Madam Deputy Speaker. In my constituency surgeries and on the doorsteps in Erewash, I keep hearing how my constituents have been experiencing significant delays with the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Agency, particularly in processing driving licences and very specifically medical driving licences. At one recent surgery, I spoke to Connie Frisbee, who had some excellent ideas about how the DVLA service can be modernised and digitised. Will the Leader of the House therefore make time for a debate on the delays at the DVLA and how we might make it better?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The DVLA has recruited more staff in the driver's medical casework team and its contact centre to deal with sustained increase in volume and complexity of applications. But I understand the frustration of my honourable friend and his constituents, and indeed probably many across the country. I would recommend that when we return in September, he seeks a Westminster Hall debate perhaps on this matter, so he can make that case and hear from the Minister how it's going to be resolved in the future.
Victoria Collins.
Madam Deputy Speaker, scores of local people in Northchurch have rallied around a local Sri Lankan family where the father, a social care worker, had his visa renewed, but yet his wife, a teaching assistant and 3 kids were originally given 14 days to leave the country. One 16-year-old is appalled and disgusted, said, "As a child of the future, I'm disheartened that the Home Office has allowed this to go ahead." To add insult to injury to that family living in limbo, the Home Office press office have interfered, essentially stopping a press story and adding uncertainty. Does the Leader of the House agree that this is a completely unacceptable situation, and help me to clarify a substantive response from the Minister and importantly secure this family's place in their community?
Deputy Speaker, I'm sure it causes not just distress to the family, but indeed the community who are supporting them. It is important that we get a fair system, but it's also important that we have an effective and efficient system that puts people at the centre. If she gives me details of the case, I will take it up with the Home Office and see if we can get the reassurance that she seeks.
Thank you
very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've been approached by many of my Slough constituents concerned about the impact of the operations of a local recycling company, with residents complaining about dust covering their homes and poor air quality. We should all be able to enjoy our homes in peace, and that's why I've taken the appropriate steps of contacting the company, Slough Borough Council, the Environment Agency and the government, but sadly the matter persists and residents feel that their voices are being ignored. Does the Leader of the House agree with me that this is an entirely unacceptable situation, and what can he perhaps do through his esteemed office to help my constituents so that residents are heard?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right to raise this matter today. We've been working hard as a government to improve air quality and have provided £582 million to support local authorities. It was very disappointing to hear of the case in my honourable friend's constituency. I hope that Simpsons, I hope that his local council, I hope that the Environment Agency have heard his words and that today they will take action to remedy this issue, because I can give them one guarantee: if they don't, my honourable friend will continue to raise it until they do.
John Lamont.
Thank you very much. Churches are important historical buildings and are often at the heart of our local communities. Now, Labour stopped the last Conservative government's VAT scheme that helped places of worship be maintained across the UK, but the new, more restricted Place of Worship renewal fund only applies to England. Now, it's now come to light, thanks to Colding and St Abbs Parish Church, that the Scottish Government are not passing on the extra funds to churches and places of worship in Scotland. So will the Leader of the House encourage his ministerial colleagues to contact the Scottish Government to ensure this money is passed on to places of worship in Scotland?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the new Places of Worship Renewal Fund is now open for applications, but as he knows, this is an England-only fund administered by Historic England. It is for the Scottish Government to consider whether to set up new arrangements in Scotland. It's disappointing to say that at least they haven't done so, and I'm going to say this because it might be the last time I say it. They've had the biggest settlement since devolution. It's important that they get on and spend it on behalf of the constituents that the settlement was put there for.
Julie Minns.
Mr Speaker, can I invite the Leader of the House to join me in praising Carlisle band Hardwick Circus, who are the only UK band to have toured war-torn Ukraine. Despite their talent being recognised by Sir Paul McCartney, it's previously been suggested to the band that their success will be limited unless they were to relocate to a large city like Manchester. Does the Leader of the House agree that success in the music industry should depend on talent and not postcode?
I do indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I join my honourable friend in praising Hardwick Circus on their success. I also agree with her that success of any artist shouldn't be determined by postcode, which is why this week we brought forward our plan for music, detailing our ambition to provide people in every corner of the country the opportunity to start and build a career in music.
Shock that, Adam.
Speaker, I'd like to refer my members to the Register of Interest as a practising optometrist. Children across England are living in a postcode lottery when it comes to vision screening. Only 50% of local authorities provide vision screening in our schools, which means conditions like amblyopia, which is lazy eye, gets missed before the age of 5. We miss this, and the children's employment and education abilities get reduced. So can I ask the Leader of the House to have a debate in the Chamber for this cost-efficient, proficient method of screening in all our schools?
Thank you very much indeed. The Honourable Gentleman raises a very important matter, and behind that is the importance of prevention rather than the far more costly way of trying to put it right afterwards. There shouldn't be a postcode lottery in this or indeed anything else. And therefore, perhaps I could invite him to apply for a Westminster Hall debate or an adjournment debate so that he can make his case and hear from the relevant minister about how we're going to put that right.
Amanda Martin.
Speaker, I regularly hear from people in Portsmouth who are passionate about public service and keen to make a positive difference in their community. Politics should be accessible to everyone, regardless of background. That is why at the end of August I'll be hosting a political summer school for 15 to 21-year-olds in Portsmouth to inspire the next generation of leaders, campaigners and community champions. Can the Leader of the House advise how members across the House can work with the government to encourage more young people to engage in politics and public service? And what message would he send to the young people taking part in my summer school?
Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, my message to the young people taking part in my honourable friend's summer school is enjoy themselves, enjoy what they might learn, but also enjoy working together in what is a fantastic field, because taking part in public life, Madam Deputy Speaker, is an honour and it is a privilege, and we should encourage everyone who aspires to public service to be able to follow that ambition.
Charlie Dewhurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, despite the recent successes of 2 new dental contracts in Bridlington and the decision to postpone the closure of the care unit at the hospital, I'm sure the Leader of the House is aware of the challenges of optimising health services in coastal towns, particularly in Bridlington and Hornsey, in my constituency. So can we have a debate in government time? Can a minister come to the House and update the House on the implementation of the recommendations made by Chris Whitty in 2021 on the health inequalities in coastal communities?
Madam Deputy Speaker, that raises 2 important matters very close to my heart. The first is making sure that people do get access to dental services wherever they are, but also, as he knows, because I represent one, coastal communities are very important indeed. Of course, it's been challenging for dental services, but the government is determined to put that right, and we are taking action and we are investing. But he goes back to the recommendations of the Whitty report previously. Let me go back to the Minister responsible and get the Honourable Gentleman an update.
Speaker, CQC's guidelines state that to be a fit and proper person to be a care home director, you have to be honest, trustworthy, reliable and respectable. Through numerous complaints from my constituents, including court cases, the director of Wayside Care Home serving my constituents has repeatedly failed these tests, including charging services for residents that have deceased. Will the leader please give government time for us to debate why care home directors and owners failed to be in breach of the stringent professional standards expected to do their role, are able to continue in their position looking after the most vulnerable people in our society?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend raises a very serious matter. Care providers must employ fit and proper staff. I understand the provider that he mentions has been placed in special measures to ensure that they make significant improvement. The Care Quality Commission, Madam Deputy Speaker, can use their enforcement powers to respond to these inadequacies and ensure action is taken if it's appropriate. I hope that they'll use those powers.
Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could the Leader of the House commit that the new Chancellor of the Exchequer will come to the House on the first day that we are back? Because the reality is that the current Chancellor has raised taxes on payrolls and we've got fewer payroll jobs, raised taxes on businesses and businesses have closed, raised taxes on non-doms and millionaires have fled the country. And I think the reality in the world outside is that we're going to have a whole summer of speculation with a new Chancellor and in the run-up to the budget in terms of other tax rises. And during that period, hiring decisions, investment decisions are all going to be put on hold. And I think the Leader of the House can see how important it is that we hear from the new Chancellor at the earliest opportunity.
Deputy Speaker, she's assuming there will be a new Chancellor. But let me just say about the Chancellor as of today, that she has delivered the highest growth in the G7, and I see that the most recent numbers confirm that is happening. We've been faced by a very challenging situation, A, that we inherited, and B, made worse by some of the international situation, and yet inflation has fallen. We have also seen interest rates fallen after the dramatic rise after the Truss budget. And therefore I don't agree with the analysis of the Right Honourable Lady. However, she does raise an important point that we are looking at a new administration, the continuation of Labour government, but a new administration. And I would expect any Secretary of State, and indeed I expect that the Prime Minister will want to come to this House and to set out their view of what will happen going forward.
Pam Cox.
Madam Deputy Speaker, endometriosis makes life a misery for many women and girls. Far too many are left waiting for diagnosis and treatment and often left without clear communication on their treatment paths. Colchester Hospital is the only specialist centre for endometriosis in our county, but still waiting times are very long. Will the Leader of the House make time for a debate on improving local services for this very debilitating condition?
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is unacceptable that women face long waits for the health services that they need. We published our renewed women's health strategy to deliver women's health priorities. We're committed to ensuring that women are able to access the services that they need, whether that's through their own GP or through a women's health hub. I would encourage my honourable friend, perhaps when on our return, to apply either for a Westminster Hall debate or an adjournment debate, because I think it would be a popular topic across the House.
Claire Young.
Speaker, families in rural communities may spend the next 6 weeks finding out that the government's Kids Go Free scheme isn't designed for them. In Thornbury and Yate, the government is funding First Bus, but not the local bus companies. The combined authority has had to foot the bill. I'm sure we're not the only rural community affected. I've written a letter with over a dozen other MPs to the Transport Secretary. Will the Leader of the House ensure that we receive an urgent response?
Thank you very much indeed. I'll make sure that the Honourable Lady gets a timely response.
Andy Whitney.
Speaker, the member for Makerfield has made clear that reindustrialisation will be a key priority for this government going forward. But to be meaningful, this must be done with true ambition, delivering good jobs, hope and opportunity in every part of the country, including the small towns of Rossendale and Darwin. To achieve this, we need to move beyond city-centric economics and the outdated assumption that our future is simply as a service economy. Recognising that national renewal and resilience comes from making more things in more places. So will Leader agree to debate in government time as to how we achieve this?
Very much indeed. The next Prime Minister has made very clear the importance that he attaches to reindustrialisation and particularly in communities that for a number of reasons have felt that they have been left behind. I'm sure there'll be ample time when we return to debate some of these matters, but if my honourable friend wants to get in quick, then a Westminster Hall debate or an adjournment debate may get his own update from the relevant minister.
Damien Hines.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In support of the government's drive for economic growth and export earnings, can we have a debate in government time about the role and potential of international inbound tourism? It's a sector in which we have a lot of strengths, but we have lost cost competitiveness, and that would get worse were there to be introduced an overnight visitor levy.
Which indeed he will appreciate. A new administration will want to look across some of the commitments that have been made to see whether they want to take them forward or not. I know that the overseas visitor levy has caused some concern. It's welcomed by many, but it has caused some concern. And I'm confident that when we return, there will be an opportunity for the honourable gentleman either to seek a debate or take part in a debate on this, because it is an issue, I think, which we will be discussing in the autumn.
Kirsten Sullivan.
Deputy Speaker. Last week I was honoured to welcome families of those on board the Lisbon Maru, a freighter sunk in 1942, claiming the lives of over 800 Allied prisoners of war. We came together with MPs from across this House and the Minister for Scotland for a memorial photograph and a special screening of the documentary The Sinking of the Lisbon Maru. Will he join me in thanking my constituent Jerry Borge and all members of the Lisbon Maru Memorial Association for ensuring that this tragedy is never forgotten?
Madam Deputy Speaker, absolutely join my honourable friend in paying tribute to Jerry Borge and all the members of the Lisbon Maru Memorial Association for their work in honouring the memory of those affected by this tragedy. It is important that we remember and pay tribute to over 800 Allied prisoners of war who lost their lives, as well as the extraordinary endurance of those who survived. And remember, behind every statistic there are families that would not see their loved ones return.
David Mundell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, last summer the Prime Minister and his family holidayed in my Dumfriesshire, Clydesdale and Tweeddale constituency, and now he has more time on his hands. He would be very welcome back, as indeed would all members. And indeed, if the leader finds himself unexpectedly having some spare time towards the end of this month, can I invite him to join me on the last Friday in July in the Muckletown of Langham for the common riding, where he will see Cornet Hope presented with the Borough Standard and accompanied by hundreds of riders ride round the town boundaries and hear the crying of the Langham Fair not once but twice by Ray Elliott on horseback.
Wow. Deputy Speaker, I thank the right honourable gentleman for his kind invitation, and as ever I'll need to check my diary on that matter. But on a serious point, the Common Riding Festival festivals are an important tradition, bringing communities together, preserving local history and putting on a spectacular display for visitors. So I join with him in thanking all the volunteers that make events such as these a success, and join with him in saying, go and see for yourself what happens.
Sonia Kumar.
Deputy Speaker, G&B union members at Glendenplex in my constituency have been on strike for 5 weeks over proposed workload changes. This week, after showing remarkable grit as they've secured a return to the status quo whilst negotiations continue, will the Leader of the House provide government time for a debate on what more can be done to protect workers' rights from unfair changes to their terms and conditions and ensure employers negotiate in good faith?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend will know that this government has been instrumental in bringing forward advanced industrial rights for working people. And therefore it is sad to learn of what is taking place in her constituency. Should she seek a debate on our return, she can make that case. I hope that it's completed. The dispute is over by then, but I hope that if she wants to hear from the relevant minister about what further we can do and perhaps what other measures are needed, then if she applies for an adjournment debate, she might get that assurance.
Vicky Slade.
Yes.
Speaker, as school summer holidays start, most children will be excited about 6 weeks of lazy days and endless play. But for young carers, summer can be more like Groundhog Day, as children as young as 5 have to support their family. I want to pay tribute to these children and my time young carers in my constituency who work to support them, along with Romsey young carers and Newcastle carers who I met last week at the launch of their report Equity for Young Carers, where I shared my Young Carers Champion bill to ensure that an individual in schools takes responsibility for their education and their potential. So as we're expecting the education bill in the autumn, will the leader agree to a debate in government time on how we support better our young carers so that we can ensure they get the recognition and support services they need?
Thank you very much. The Honourable Lady raises a really important matter and again looks forward to what legislative route we might want to take in that. And I do pay tribute to everyone involved in with young carers. They do an absolutely fantastic and often unrecognised job. If she wants a meeting with an education minister to talk about what might happen in that legislative process, then I'll help her to achieve that.
Ewan Steinbank.
Many constituents have reported significant DVLA delays to requests for medical information. My constituent Graham, for whom it took 5 months from first contacting the DVLA to resolve his inquiry, reported to me that this delay had a significant impact on his mental health due to the loss of independence. Behind each of the statistics there is a person, so to add my name to the member for Erebwash's call, which I welcomed earlier, will the leader arrange for a statement after the recess for DFT ministers to hear about DVLA waiting times from all members in this House and to update the House on what they are doing to resolve them?
Speaker, it's just unacceptable that people face delays due to medical conditions, and we recognise that such delays do have knock-on consequences. As I said previously, the DVLA are working hard to reduce delays and have introduced a new casework system which will improve things significantly. But I will take up the matter with the relevant minister and as they monitor the progress, if a statement is required on our return, then I'll certainly give that some thought.
Wendy Morton.
Madam Deputy Speaker, last week I visited Red Industries in my constituency and I heard that discarded nitrous oxide canisters are becoming an increasingly common waste stream. Residents and litter pickers feel and see the same with canisters strewn across parks, incidents of antisocial behaviour. Would the leader help make time for a debate on what further action is needed to tackle nitrous oxide misuse and clean up our communities?
Indeed, it's very much at the forefront of the government's thinking that we not only want to clean up local communities but put in the hands of local communities the powers to be able to do so. If she seeks a backbench business debate or indeed a Westminster Hall debate on these matters, I'm sure the concerns that she's got about nitrous oxide and other things will be echoed across the House, and she'll find others that will want to join her in that debate.
Sarah Hall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Year 6 McKellen pupils at St Philip's Westbrook Primary School in my constituency are campaigning against hostile architecture such as spikes and divided benches, which makes life harder for people experiencing homelessness. Will the Leader of the House join me in praising their courageous advocacy and make time for a debate on ensuring our public spaces are designed with dignity and compassion?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend raises an important matter. And first of all, I want to commend the McKellen pupils at St Philip Westbrook Primary School for their thoughtfulness on these matters. We've been working hard to try to find a long-term solution, including a national plan to end homelessness and repealing the outdated Vagrancy Act. But if my honourable friend wants to hear directly from a minister, then either a Westminster Hall debate or an adjournment debate would be an appropriate way forward.
Rebecca Paul.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recently invited residents to vote for their favourite local businesses in my Reigate constituency. So would the Leader of the House join me in congratulating MLP Wealth Management in Banstead, which won Best Overall Small Business, the Chapel in Reigate, which won Best Independent Cafe, Murray Designs in Reigate, which won Best Independent Shop, and the Garibaldi Pub in Redhill, which won Best Community Supporting Small Business. Small businesses throughout Reigate, Redhill, Banstead and our villages are an important part of what makes our area such a great place to live and work. So can we please have a debate on what more we can do in this place to support them?
Deputy Speaker, and I certainly join her in congratulating everyone who won an award but also congratulate her for the fact that she's highlighting this matter, not just today, but playing such an important role in her constituents in highlighting that matter. And I pay tribute to her for that, because she says, quite rightly, that small businesses are at the heart of our local communities. That's a constant theme that runs through government policy. Should she seek an adjournment debate and seek a minister to say what more we can do to support small businesses in her constituency and indeed others, then I'm sure that would be appropriate.
Emma Lewell.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I echo Mr Speaker's comments at the start of business questions, and I hope everyone has a lovely summer. Yeah. Reform-led South Tyneside Council are planning to close down our publicly run, high-quality Stanley's nurseries and daycare. This affects hundreds of children, their families and staff. Their campaigners' petition has raised over 11,000 signatures. If the 7 Stanleys close in South Shields, these children have nowhere else to go. Can my right honourable friend urgently use his good offices to press for tighter controls on councils that ride roughshod over their communities like this?
Yeah. Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is a great champion for her fantastic constituency, and she highlights what has been a theme of many of our sessions, which is that reform councillors reform offers a great deal in order to get elected, and then they deliver very little when they actually have been elected. I hope, perhaps because I'm an optimist, I hope that South Tyneside Council have heard what my honourable friend has said here today, and that they change their mind. And I also hope that the residents that are affected reflect on that and do everything that they can campaign, because I can guarantee, knowing my honourable friend very well, she's not going to give up on this.
Speaker. I herald the passage into law of the Public Office Accountability Bill, but many will be disappointed that the judge in Tuesday's High Court hearing had to rule that the Chinook families, under current legislation, were out of time to challenge the MOD, which has kept secrets and hidden the truth from them for decades. Can the Leader of the House ask the new Prime Minister and his colleagues to consider how victims of cover-ups might know or discover that they were or are victims of a cover-up, so that they can challenge in good time a new department which is doing the covering up, and ensure that legislation associated with the Hillsborough Bill ensures transparency for victims, not just time limits which protect government departments.
Deputy Speaker, and as the Honourable Lady is suggesting, the next Prime Minister was absolutely central to helping to deliver the Public Accountability Bill, and it is absolutely crucial that we got that bill through this place, and I hope that it will see the statute book. But as she is alluding to, that is just the first step. That is about often changing the culture in institutions. And I know the next Prime Minister, well, he isn't one that's going to give up on this matter either.
Joanna Baxter.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I wish you and all colleagues across the House a very restful recess. I wonder if the Leader of the House could give us an update on the progress of addressing the backlog of civil service pension scheme cases, particularly those affected by the MacLeod judgment. I'm extremely concerned that one of my constituents has now been retired for 2 years and has still to receive their pension scheme benefits.
Very much indeed. The service that Capita has provided has been, quite frankly, dreadful. Too many pension scheme members still facing unacceptable delays after years of dedicated public service. The Minister for the Cabinet Office, after this matter was raised here on several occasions, did provide an update on the action that we are taking. If my honourable friend provides me with details of individual cases, I will see if we can raise that with departments and get a resolution. But I'm sure that the Cabinet Office will want to keep this under review, and when we return in September, not only update the House on progress which has been made, but also to give assurances about the future.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Would the Leader of the House join me in thanking West Yorkshire Fire and Rescue for their continued efforts to tackle the wildfire which is currently on Silsden Moor, which at the height of the incident, 12 fire engines were in attendance. But as the risk of wildfires on moorlands increases, can we have a debate in government time about the government's decision to ignore the advice from the National Fire Chiefs Council, scientists and conservationists about their decision to ban the controlled rotational burning of heather, which is resulting in more uncontrolled wildfires, peat degradation and severe impacts on biodiversity?
I certainly join him in paying tribute to West Yorkshire Fire and Rescue Service and fear that they will be called on more in the future as climate change has further effect. I will take away and raise with ministers the particular points that he raises, but to be clear, we have invested around £100 million for the biggest upgrade of national resilience capabilities, the biggest in nearly 20 years, to combat the escalating threat of wildfires. And we've also made available around £2 billion for fire and rescue authorities in England. But it is of concern, obviously, to his local communities, and let us see what more we can do.
Alison Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Lightwood in my Stoke-on-Trent South constituency is earmarked in the emerging local plan for a whopping 3,000 new homes. Not only is a development of this size simply too much for the area, no master plan has been brought forward to guide development. Without a proper master plan, there is a risk of piecemeal development, and my constituents cannot be reassured that there will be the transport, schools, healthcare, protected green spaces and indeed updated water infrastructure that the communities need. Will the Leader of the House make time for a debate in government time on the importance of requiring master plans for large-scale developments?
She knows that the government is committed to building 1.5 million new homes to fix our housing crisis and ensure that everyone has a safe, secure and affordable place to live. But she's absolutely right that infrastructure needs to be built alongside those new homes, and our planning frameworks are very clear that large-scale development should be sustainable and infrastructure-led. So I would encourage her to ask for either a Westminster Hall debate or an adjournment debate when we return, so that she can hear directly from the Minister how this situation can be resolved.
Matt Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over recent years, the people of Stockton have seen investment in the local health service, with a new diagnostic centre, a new mental health hub, and new state-of-the-art robotics. But North Tees Hospital is reaching the end of its life. The outstanding staff who work there deserve a first-class place to work. But instead of a new hospital, all they've had from this government is 600 job losses. Will the Leader grant a debate on the urgent need for a new North Tees Hospital?
Thank you very much indeed. And first of all, can I congratulate the honourable gentleman and I'm sure many of us are in envy, for making the shortlist for Town of Culture. Which is a great tribute to the work which is taking place in Stockton. Of course, the government is committed to doing everything that it can to address the crisis in the NHS, not least in infrastructure. But what I would say to him is that this government is different to the last government in the sense that we're not just committed to bringing forward plans, and I understand the urgency of it, we're actually going to provide the money for those plans, which that was the bit that was missing.
Samantha Niblett.
Mr Speaker, I want to put on record my thanks to the Prime Minister, not only for turning the Labour Party around and getting us elected, but making me electable for the helping me to be elected for South Derbyshire and represent constituents of mine, such as Abby Wright, who I met with this week to talk about her beloved dad. Phil Wright died by suicide in April this year at the age of 62, leaving a family devastated by his loss. Abby and I discussed how I can support her and others who have come to me facing the loss of a loved one following suicide. Abby told me of her family's struggle to get help for her dad, who was so ill he couldn't leave the house. Doctor's appointments were offered but were by phone, or a suggestion to attend a mental health cafe. As Phil couldn't leave the house, this approach was never going to work for him. So will the Leader of the House join me in calling on the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care to make home visits mandatory in cases like Phil's, where people are so ill that all other options just will not work, and a face-to-face assessment is the only option to help prevent crisis points and painful losses of life?
Deputy Speaker, and I pay tribute to my honourable friend for raising this matter and send condolences to Phil Wright's family in this tragic case. We're investing £3.6 million in suicide prevention as part of England's first ever men's health strategy. Both crisis and community mental health teams should be able to visit patients in their home. It's sad to hear that this didn't happen in this heartbreaking case. The NHS is improving, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I acknowledge that more needs to be done. I know that's a little comfort to my honourable friends' constituents. I will raise this with the relevant minister and ask the minister to write to her about it.
Ayub Khan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thanks to the outsourcing of the interpreter and translation services to private providers, qualified interpreters and translators are being exploited through lower pay and often substituted by those providing substandard services. Already we've seen West Midlands Police rely on Sintra for its services to the detriment of the force interpreters in my constituents, and now Solihull and West Birmingham NHS is on the verge of doing the same through Word 360. Will the Leader of the House consider setting some time aside to discuss these predatory practices?
These are concerning matters, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the Honourable Gentleman is right to raise them. Again, I'd suggest that perhaps when we return, that he seeks either a Westminster Hall debate or an adjournment debate so that he can go into further detail in what I'm sure is of causing distress to some of his constituents.
Helen Dollymore.
Mr. Speaker, our roads in Hastings Rye and the villages are riddled with potholes, and it is one of the biggest issues we face. One of the most frustrating things is that on the rare occasion a pothole gets filled, all of the other potholes around it are left untouched. That is why I wrote to the new leader of East Sussex County Council, the Reform leader, on the 21st of May to urge him to take decisive action on this issue by reviewing the contract with Balfour Beatty and changing the intervention criteria. 2 months later, and despite repeatedly writing to him about this issue, the Reform leader has not responded to any of my questions about potholes. Does the Leader of the House agree with me that this shows Reform are not interested in fixing the issues that local people care about, even when they get record money from this Labour government to fix them?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for raising this matter, because I know it's of interest to other members in areas where they have reform administrations. The government is providing a record £7.3 billion for councils over the next 4 years for local road maintenance. It's not the first time she's raised the underperformance of Reform-led East Sussex Council in this House, and as I've said before, but I'll say it again, Reform are very good at offering to do a great deal in order to get elected, and then they deliver much less service to residents. And I hope that they've listened to her contribution today and they take their job seriously, they get on with the work which is necessary, and on the point about her communicating with the Leader of her council, it's just disrespectful to members of Parliament, and I hope that the Leader of the Council has heard her today.
Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Leader of the House for all his answers to the questions, and wish him well and for the summer, and look forward to renewing this in September. May we have a statement from the Foreign Secretary on the continuing discrimination faced by the Baha'i community in Egypt? The Egyptian authorities continue to refuse to recognise Baha'i marriages, leaving Baha'i children without legal status and denying them access to citizen rights, residency and in some cases education. So will the Leader of the House make time for a statement so the government can set out what representations they are taking to the Egyptian authorities to uphold freedom of religious belief and the fundamental rights of the Baha'i community? Thank you.
First of all, can I thank the honourable gentleman for his consistent attendance at these sessions and for raising these very important matters, for the tone as well in which he raises them. He should be commended for that. It's a serious question. The UK strongly condemns the persecution of the Baha'i communities in many countries around the world. We do continue to raise concerns regarding freedom of religion and belief with the Egyptian authorities. I will ensure that he gets a response from the relevant Foreign Office Minister.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I joined the Old Meeting Church in the centre of Bedworth earlier this summer to celebrate their 300th anniversary of their wonderful building. The church also provides a friendly, warm space every Friday where everyone can get a great lunch and a good cuppa for a reasonable price, with a repair cafe every month where you can bring treasured items back to life. Will the Leader join me in thanking Linda and the other volunteers for the wonderful work they do for our community?
Madam Deputy Speaker, and my honourable friend raises, I'm sure, a point which is echoed around this chamber of the fantastic work that churches do, that church communities do. They are absolutely central to our wider communities. I thank Linda and everybody else involved, and I wish them very well in the future.
Final question, Paul Wall.
Speaker. Fireworks play a spectacular and important role in many of our public and private celebrations, but all too often antisocial and year-long round use of loud fireworks causes deep distress to pets, to veterans and to elderly people in Rochdale, as well as posing a severe wildfire risk on our moorlands. So does the Leader of the House agree that today's government proposals to restrict the sale of loud fireworks will finally put an end to this misery for many of our constituents?
Indeed, yes I do, Madam Deputy Speaker, and my honourable friend is absolutely right to raise the particular risks around loud fireworks, but also, of course, has been raised earlier, issues around wildfires posed by fireworks. As he suggests, we have published a written statement today which announced we're launching a consultation on firework legislation. It's an issue which has been raised repeatedly with me, and I know that members will want to take the opportunity to ensure that the voices of their constituents are heard.
Can I thank the Leader for his statement this morning, and I will allow a couple of moments for the Secretary of State to move into position. Which brings us to a statement on local government reorganisation. Secretary of State Steve Reid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government is driving the most ambitious programme of local government reform in a generation, replacing the inefficient two-tier system with new unitary councils so that all parts of our country are ready for devolution. We need to devolve power out of Whitehall so that we can rebalance wealth, power and opportunity right across this country. This is the second richest country in Europe, and yet England has 7 of the 10 poorest regions in Northern Europe. That is the case for change. Devolution requires strong local councils delivering good public services, supporting economic growth and closely connected to the communities they serve. Two-tier structures are confusing for residents, divide responsibilities, slow down decisions, duplicate costs and blur accountability. In many areas, existing boundaries no longer match patterns of local economies, public services or local identities. We can't continue with an outdated and misaligned system that does not serve local people well. We can do better. That is why today I'm announcing further decisions on local government reorganisation in remaining areas of the programme. Subject to parliamentary approval, I have decided to implement proposals for new councils in the following areas, and in some of these areas, modification powers will be used to make the boundary changes requested alongside proposals. For ease, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll refer to these proposals in a shortened form, but the specifics are in the accompanying written statement. In Derbyshire and Derby, the 2 unitary option put forward by Chesterfield, Derby, Erewash and High Peak, including boundary changes. In Devon, Plymouth and Torbay, the 4 unitary proposal put forward by Exeter and Plymouth, including boundary changes. In East Sussex and Brighton and Hove, the 2 unitary proposal, including boundary changes requested by Brighton and Hove City Council, except for the parish of Falmer. The 1 unitary proposal in Gloucestershire. The 4 unitary proposal in Hertfordshire, including boundary changes, except for the ward of Arbury. In Kent and Medway, the 4 unitary proposal put forward by Dover, Swale and Thanet. In Lancashire, Blackpool and Blackburn with Darwen, the 4 unitary proposal put forward by Chorley, Lancaster, Preston, Ribble Valley, South Ribble and West Lancashire. In Leicestershire, Leicester and Rutland, a 2 unitary option put forward by Leicester City Council, including boundary changes. In Lincolnshire, North Lincolnshire and North East Lincolnshire, the 4 unitary proposal put forward by Lincoln City Council, including boundary changes, leaving North Lincolnshire and North East Lincolnshire unchanged. In Nottinghamshire and Nottingham, a 2 unitary option put forward by Nottingham City Council, including boundary changes. The 3 unitary proposal in Oxfordshire, including boundary changes. In Staffordshire and Stoke-on-Trent, the 2 unitary proposal put forward by East Staffordshire, Stafford and Cannock Chase, but also by Stoke-on-Trent. The 2 unitary proposal in Warwickshire. the 2 unitary proposal in Worcestershire, in both Cambridgeshire and Peterborough and West Sussex, I am not announcing decisions today because further time is required to get the decisions right. Madam Deputy Speaker, everyone involved wants to see stronger local councils delivering better local services which will improve the lives of the people we serve. The decisions announced today will do that and improve local government for over 15 million people. We will see 38 councils operating across these areas in place of the current 134. This will result in over 250 fewer senior posts and significant salary savings and nearly 3,000 fewer councillors. This could save up to £20 million a year on councillor allowances alone across these areas. Councils themselves projected that these decisions could lead to net savings of around £1 billion by the end of 2032-33, when the anticipated benefits are fully realised. Savings that will be reinvested into frontline services local people care about the most. Across England, once all decisions are taken, we will have cut the number of councils from 317 to a maximum of 173. This will simplify and strengthen local government, serving over 20 million people. And reorganisation will also support city growth. For example, Plymouth is a nationally significant defence growth location and a house building priority driven by investment at Devonport. Leicester is a major urban economy facing cross-boundary housing, employment and infrastructure pressures, including unmet housing need. Our decisions today will help those 2 cities grow, along with others, including Preston, Derby, Nottingham, Exeter, Oxford, Brighton and Hove and Lincoln. These bigger cities will be crucial in making sure that our country can build the homes we need. I am tremendously grateful for all the hard work councils put into their proposals, but I also appreciate that some members of this House and some councils will disagree with my decisions. I am sure that we can all agree that the hard work of transition to new councils must continue to be a shared endeavour across local and central government. It's something we all need to get right to protect the services some of the most vulnerable people in our communities rely on. A broad support offer is in place for councils, including support to councils through our sector advisors and through funding to the Local Government Association. We've already announced £63 million in capacity funding to support the reorganisation process. I'm pleased to provide further detail today on how this funding will be allocated. Each area will receive an unprecedented £900,000 per new unitary council in capacity funding. On top of this, we are committing up to £150,000 in supplementary funding as part of a wider package of support for children's services, adult social care and public health leadership. Taken together, this means there will be over £1 million for each new unitary council in capacity funding for every reorganisation area. This is the first time reorganisation has been supported in this way, and it shows this government's commitment to supporting councils to make sure we get these reforms right. Madam Deputy Speaker, the programme will now move forward in line with the timetable already set out, with elections to the new unitary councils scheduled for May 2027, ahead of new councils taking up their powers in April 2028. Today marks a significant milestone for the future of local government, with decisions now taken on 19 out of 21 tutor areas across England. Reorganising local government is not a debate about where to draw lines on a map or about structures and systems. It is about making real improvements to people's lives and to the communities that they are part of. This reform programme, Madam Deputy Speaker, is ambitious, but it is the right thing to do, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State, Sir James Cleverly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for advanced sight of his statement. This is blatant. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is blatant. These changes, like so many of his decisions, have been driven by party politics. The Secretary of State tried to cancel local elections. He was caught trying to tip the balance in Labour's favour, and nothing in today's statement has done anything to dispel the belief that this is purely partisan. Many communities have been left in limbo, while Labour councils have been allowed to redraw the map on which future elections that they will be engaged in will be fought. Can the Secretary of State honestly say that that's going to inspire confidence in the integrity of this process? And if he wanted accusations of gerrymandering to be put aside, why on earth did he create such a clearly gerrymandered set of boundaries? Madam Deputy Speaker, the maps speak for themselves. In Devon, he's accepted the proposals put forward by Labour-run Exeter in Plymouth. In Leicester, he has accepted the submissions by Labour-controlled council. In Nottingham, he's accepted the proposal put forward by the Labour-run City Council. I could go on and on and on, but time does not permit. How on earth can the Secretary of State expect anyone to believe that this process has been politically impartial? Devolution should be about transferring powers away from Whitehall. It's about giving freedom to succeed to local areas and for them to keep the reward of that success, creating the conditions for more investment, more jobs, more opportunity. But none of that is dependent upon imposing a single organisational model from Whitehall. Unitaries should never be the admission price for a devolution deal, nor should local areas be compelled into so-called strategic authorities simply because he and Whitehall prefer organisational uniformity. Devolution should mean trusting local people to make local decisions. The Secretary of State says he is holding councils to the standards of best value, of transparency, consultation, good governance, sound decision-making. Yet by the very same standards, he fails his own test. Minimal consultation, partisan judgments, arbitrary decision-making. The Secretary of State speaks about stronger councils. Yet some of these new authorities will be burdened with crippling debt from the day they are created. Take Nottinghamshire, Madam Deputy Speaker. Rushcliffe Council, Conservative-run council, well-run, financially secure. Yet under his plans, it will be carved up with most of its assets transferred to a debt-ridden Labour Nottingham City Council. How on earth can weakening well-managed councils to prop up bankrupt ones create a stronger foundation for local government? And what of local democracy? He says with great pride how many local representatives are going to be culled in these proposals. Decisions taken further away from the communities that they affect. Planning powers becoming increasingly removed from the very people who have to live with the implications of those decisions. And he complains about two-tier local government. But his own mayoral proposals create two tiers of local government. So please, can he inform the House? Is two-tier local government good, or is two-tier local government bad? He doesn't seem to know. And also, what assessment has the Secretary of State made of the democratic deficit? And given the pace with which he's driving these changes and the fact that a number of the proposals have still not been outlined today and won't be until the autumn, what on earth gives him the confidence that they will be implemented in time for shadow elections in May of next year? And what assessment has he made of the likelihood of judicial reviews further delaying this timetable before 2029? Madam Deputy Speaker, this statement raises more questions than it answers. If this proves to be the Secretary of State's final appearance at the dispatch box in this role, we don't agree, but I've enjoyed working with him across the dispatch box. But I hope he recognises the mess that he is leaving behind. He cannot believe that he has squandered this opportunity for genuine devolution. Instead, his legacy will be one of taking power away from local communities, imposing an unfair funding review on councils and gerrymandering local government boundaries. And I find it difficult to believe that is a record he will genuinely be proud of.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I first of all say that I've enjoyed working with him too. He is unfortunately a very effective Shadow Secretary of State, and I hope our relationship in this manner can continue for a long time into the future. Unfortunately, the facts don't support the claims that he's making. The majority of proposals that I've just outlined today as decisions have cross-party support. I accept that reasonable people may agree or they may disagree with the decisions, but the important thing now for residents is that we move ahead to realise the savings, to secure the economic growth, because it is those things that will benefit local people. He talks about debt. Of course, it was when the Conservative Party was running Woking Council that they racked up billions of pounds in debt that the government has had to intervene and write off because of severity of that. In fact, for council country, they will realise savings of up to £1 billion, and that's the council's own estimate of the savings that they can then invest in frontline services. That is to the benefit of local people. He will know that I can't comment on judicial reviews, but I can reassure him and the House that this programme will go ahead, and it will go ahead on schedule.
Gareth Snell.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm broadly sympathetic and supportive of the proposals for Staffordshire, as the only MP in Staffordshire already in a single unitary authority. But could I ask the Secretary of State why he didn't use the opportunity to make some of the very small consequential changes to the southern boundary of places like Stoke-on-Trent, where development has spilled into the neighbouring boroughs, but where that development has absolutely no connection with the borough and the council it will now be in? Did anyone from his department physically visit those places to see the places where he is now creating borders? And can I ask about council tax harmonisation? My constituents pay the lowest council tax in the county. Is it the expectation that everybody else will be harmonised to their level and therefore a reduction in council tax? Or is it expected that my constituents will see a council tax increase to give a council tax cut to some of the wealthiest in the county?
Well, first of all, can I first of all, and I've visited his constituency with him on several occasions, but recognise the work he does championing his local communities, including through the process that we're engaged in currently. Council tax, of course, will be a matter for the council to set for itself within the parameters permitted, and they will take those decisions in due course. The particular split in the case of Staffordshire was selected, was indeed proposed, to minimise service disruption by aligning with delivery, commuting, patient flows and partnership, and the proposal that we've adopted is because it will be very strong on financial sustainability and resilience. That will benefit the stability of services, but it should also mean a benefit in terms of council tax levels further down the line.
Lib Dem spokesperson Ollie Glover.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement. Whilst recognising that a lot of work has gone into the proposals today by a lot of people, many of the details add to an existing impression of chaos. We are finally getting sight of the detail just 9.5 months before many affected areas have elections. Existing councils have been forced into putting time and resources coming up with proposals, many of which have been ignored. Existing councillors and officers have been uncertain about their futures for the nearly 2 years it has taken to get to this point, and many communities will feel done to, not done with. The lack of notice and opportunity to scrutinise his department's sweeping decisions is also a huge concern. His suggestion that local identities are being considered will come as a huge surprise to my constituents in Culham and Clifton Hampden, which, although many miles from Oxford city centre and surrounded by countryside, are going to be incorporated into Greater Oxford. Many existing communities and council wards in Oxfordshire will also now be arbitrarily divided between the new unitary councils. Colleagues in Devon worry that rural communities have been ignored at the expense of new unitaries designed to benefit the needs of cities. In addition to endless previous changes of mind about Sussex elections and boundaries, the fact that a decision has not been made about West Sussex has been met with disbelief. The government promised to work in partnership with local authorities and to rebuild the trust shattered over the last decade. So given that, I ask the Secretary of State, what assessment has he made of the long-term financial viability of the proposed unitary structures, given that several of the councils being merged risk being financially unviable?
I thank him for his questions. And of course, long-term financial viability is one of the main reasons why this process is taking place, and that was one of the key criteria on which the final decisions have been taken, and he'll find the details of that in the written ministerial statements. Now, of course, it's necessary to consult, and of course that means areas will be putting forwards proposals, and the government is today responding to those proposals. In the case of Oxford, Devon and other of the cases he's referred to, the option selected is because it is the best for economic growth. Right at the start of my statement, I pointed out the fact that despite the fact we are the second richest economy in Europe, we have 7 of the 10 poorest regions in Northern Europe. We can't allow that to continue. We need economic growth. That is how we put more money in people's pockets. That is what this government is focused on. In the case of West Sussex, where we had a reconsultation, we have received an awful lot of additional information, and I think it is only right to consider that information carefully before coming to a final decision. We owe that respect to the parties and councils and residents groups who took the trouble to provide their responses.
Before I come to backbenchers, members will be aware that there are a lot of you wishing to get in. It would be very helpful if questions could be succinct. Michael Payne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State and I have known each other a long time. We served in local government together, and he knows I'm as passionate as he is about bringing power back closer to people. But I have to say to him in all honesty today that the decision to split my home community of Gedling Borough in half and to force communities in Gedling into an expanded new Nottingham City Council area against their will is bad for my constituents and bad policy making, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to tell the Minister this is a decision I cannot and will not support. Will the Secretary of State tell me what on earth makes sense about creating 2 councils for Nottingham and Nottinghamshire, where official figures show that from day one of them is £147 million better off than the other? And will he explain to my constituents, Madam Deputy Speaker, why the government has backed the option that didn't adhere to the strict criteria set out by the government at the start of this process? And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for your forbearance, given his announcement to hold off a decision in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, will he now rethink in Nottingham, Nottinghamshire, and hold off a decision until agreement can be met in my part of the world?
Well, first of all, I pay tribute to my right honourable friend for the way that he always champions and represents the views and the interests of his constituents. We have indeed known each other for a very long time, and I always appreciate his views, even when we disagree on something. And I would, of course, be happy to ensure that he has a meeting with me or a relevant minister to discuss his concerns. But the decision we have taken on Nottingham and Nottinghamshire is because it offers the strongest economic geography and it allows economic growth to happen at pace. That will benefit everyone living in Nottinghamshire. We really have to take decisions that will tackle the wide economic divides that are pulling this country apart. Everyone, everywhere in this country deserves the chance to get on, and that means bringing investment and good jobs to every single part of this country. That is what this proposal is intended to achieve.
Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
Well, on that point, one of the poorest wards in the entire country is Gainsborough South West Ward. Why is he splitting West Lindsey in half? Why is he taking Scampton away from Gainsborough? This makes no sense. Why is he cutting away the nuclear fusion site from Lincoln? Why is he loading loads of debt on Lincoln City Council, like for the Highcombe bypass? I tell you what, there's no logic in this. The only logic is this is a stitch-up by Lincoln Labour Party. The only Labour-controlled council in Lincolnshire, and everybody else has been treated with complete contempt. There is no logic in this.
Well, again, the right honourable gentleman is a doughty champion of his constituents, as we saw just then. The government has published criteria against which the proposals have been judged and against which the decisions today are being taken. The decisions for Lincolnshire give Lincoln the space to grow, because that allows economic growth and housing growth. It will benefit people right across the council, and it gives us the best balance on service delivery that reflects both urban and rural needs across the county, and that is why we've taken the decision that we've taken.
Adam Jogi.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The announcement today and the proposals in it are completely unacceptable, and I reject them. I reject them in the strongest terms. Don't heckle me. I've been saying this all along, so let me finish as I speak for my constituents. There is nothing here that reflects the views I have consistently put to ministers, nor any acknowledgement of the concerns received by thousands of local people in Newcastle-under-Lyme. Can I ask the Minister how we protect, or how he thinks we can protect, the people of Newcastle-Lyme from the debt held by Staffordshire County Council, Staffordshire Moorlands and Stoke City, and why he thinks any of my constituents should have any faith in these proposals that they don't want? And can I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is utterly unacceptable and a disgrace that this statement has been put to the House on the final day of term, 4 days before a new Prime Minister takes office. It is not too late to stop and think again, and to quote the Secretary of State, who a minute ago said, to get other proposals right, and I urge him to do so.
Secretary of State.
Well, I would say to my honourable friend, it is very important that we get this process moving, because we will not realise the benefits in terms of economic growth, job opportunities, money in people's pockets, delaying it. We need to get it completed within this Parliament, and we need to get areas ready for the mayoral devolution that will follow. I would say to my honourable friend, I'm very happy to meet with him and happy to support him in ensuring that his constituents will benefit from these changes. I know from earlier conversations with my honourable friend, he is very keen to ensure that we maintain the unique heritage and identity of those communities, and I will support him in doing that.
Andrew Griffith.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I welcome the moratorium, the saving potentially of West Sussex in response to my opposition, but that of thousands of residents across West Sussex who did not want our historic county cleaved in two. But will the Secretary of State, now he has acknowledged that the proposal from the government was less sustainable than the status quo, will he remove the jeopardy and confirm that he won't be proceeding, that he will save West Sussex?
Secretary of State.
Well, I would say to the honourable gentleman that West Sussex will benefit from eventual local government reorganisation, just like other areas will, because of the savings from two-tier duplication that we can plough straight into frontline services that will matter to his constituents and indeed residents right across the county. As I said to the honourable gentleman on the Lib Dem benches earlier on, there was a reconsultation. We have had a vast amount of information coming back in. I didn't want to push ahead with a decision before we had considered all of the views that were shared with us. We will look to proceed and announce as soon as we can after the summer recess. The intention is that the timetable for elections will remain the same.
Sarah Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. You mentioned in your the Secretary of State mentioned in his statement that part of the driver for this is because there are areas of such high deprivation and he wants to do something about it. And yet the plans that are being presented today would make East Lancashire one of the most deprived unitary authorities in the country. So what will the government do to support areas like East Lancashire, if these are the plans that are being pursued, to make sure that we don't become that place of incredibly high deprivation and that we are also an area which can benefit from economic growth?
True State.
I thank her for her question, and again, I recognise of long standing now that she is a very strong champion for the communities that she represents, and indeed I'm grateful for her raising the points that she's brought forward today. We had a number of proposals for Lancashire. They were assessed against the criteria. The option that we have selected is because it aligns with economic areas, commuting patterns and transport links, and that will support inward investment, skills development, jobs, and therefore money in the pockets of her residents, as well as residents across the rest of that splendid county.
Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This isn't the result I wanted for my constituency or Gloucestershire. However, I'm a reasonable man and I'm willing to take the Secretary of State at his word. So will he reassure me that the new Gloucestershire unitary won't end up having to come to the government with a begging bowl on day one because the government's not giving it enough money, which obviously would mean that there's not enough money to fill the potholes that I'm told about every day by my constituents? And to enable that, will he designate as an area for retained council tax the Golden Valley at West Cheltenham, which would really help Gloucestershire become more financially sustainable by allowing us, as the incoming Prime Minister would say, to keep the proceeds of growth that we are creating in our local area.
Secretary of State.
I thank him for his question and indeed for his support in principle for the changes that we're making. The option we selected for Gloucestershire was in part because it made the strongest financial case for precisely the reasons that he's just outlined. There will be savings from eliminating duplication as well, and those savings will be ploughed back into the frontline services that I know he cares about and I know his constituents consider the most important consideration in all of this.
Lawrence Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his statement? And while Gresham, we unanimously advocated for option 5A and against 1A and 4D, I welcome the decision for 4B because it's clear the government has listened for calls for smaller communities, local to councils and keeping local identity, whilst having room for growth and jobs. One concern still remains about the debt for both Kent County Council and Medway councils, but thanks to a Labour Gresham Council who are financially sound. How can the government ensure that this new authority will continue to be like Gresham?
Secretary of State.
Well, I thank you for her question, and she is absolutely right. Her council has done a remarkable achievement in stabilising its finances and therefore the foundation for their public services so well so far. The option that we have selected for Kent is intended to support economic growth, which will benefit her residents, but also financial stability, which I know she is very keen to see continue, because that is how we can ensure good value, secure public services for her constituents and others living across the county of Kent.
Mark Garnier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I can see the sense in what the Secretary of State is trying to achieve with this reorganisation, and the target of 500,000 people per unitary authority makes a lot of sense. It brings together a lot of people together. So why is it, after Wyre Forest District Council voted for the single unitary, has he delivered a two-unitary solution for Worcestershire, where the North Worcestershire, where Wyre Forest is going to be 293,000 people, and we're now splitting up adult social care, we're splitting up children's services, we're splitting up highways, we're splitting up education, we're splitting up refuse disposal. It doesn't make financial sense. So will he reconsider what is being proposed for Worcestershire and go with a single unitary authority?
Secretary of State.
Well, of course, it's very important that those critical services that he referred to are protected and can become stronger through reorganisation. And it's because we will be able to secure and then plough back and invest savings into those frontline services that I believe it will benefit his constituents. The size of areas was, of course, a target, not a threshold. There are other factors in the published criteria that weighed on my mind as we took these decisions, including economic growth, potential for housing, given that we face a housing crisis in this country, and people's own identity with their own locality.
Oliver Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Unitaries have big benefits, but I am so angry with these proposals. This new East Lancs Authority with Blackburn, without the Ribble Valley, by our own statistics, we've created the most deprived unitary authority in the country with an awful lot of debt already on its books. We're going to need a lot of cash to make this work, Secretary of State, and I can't support this. Burnley, Padiham and Briarfield will not stand for being part of Greater Blackburn. The HQ of this new authority must not be in Blackburn, the accountable officer must not be a Blackburner, and our people, our bondholders, our culture, our businesses and our communities can't be steamrolled and forgotten in this way. As much as I like the noble gentleman for Blackburn, would he agree?
Secretary of State.
Thank him for his question as well, and the way that he always champions the interests of his residents. I would remind him, of course, that with fair funding, we have realigned government funding for local authorities with deprivation and need that will ensure that funding is distributed fairly in a way that it was not over the previous 14 years under the previous government. The decisions for Lancashire were taken in part because of the strong alignment with economic areas, commuting patterns and transport links, because that is the way that we can attract inward investment to bring the jobs that will put money in the pockets of his constituents and other people across the county of Lancashire.
Neil O'Brien.
Mr. Speaker, 11,000 people recently voted in a referendum in Erdby, Wigston, Great Glen against joining the City of Leicester. The ministers know that people don't want this locally, and yet they're forcing it on them anyway. People in the rest of Harbour are losing their local council, replaced by a giant remote donut-shaped council for the whole county. Now, ministers are doing this on their last day in office. Yeah. They think they know best. They have the arrogance to inflict this on a community they know nothing about. So I want to know, will the minister publish all the advice and all the correspondence he had before making this decision, so we can see that the only person he's listened to is a Labour mayor of Leicester, and the rest of us can just get stuffed?
Secretary of State.
I would remind him that the vast majority of these proposals have cross-party support. And we've taken the decisions about Leicestershire, as in other cases, because that is the best way to secure the economic growth that the area needs and deserves, so that we can put money in people's pockets, so that we can eliminate duplication and invest the savings in frontline services. We're interested in protecting the services his residents rely on, even if he isn't.
Yeah. Helena Dollymore.
Madam Deputy Speaker, reorganisation makes sense. The situation that we have right now with services split across a borough council or a district council and a county council causes many issues. If a drain is blocked and the leaves are on top of a drain, then it's one council. If the leaves are below a drain, it's another council. We had a big fire last week. The responsibilities were again split between the two councils. But as the Secretary of State knows from our conversations, what is vitally important is that the voices of the coastal community that I represent are not overridden in this process. So can he give me some assurances that we in Hastings and Rye will retain powers to summon certain people who deliver services, be it the Academy Trusts, be it the Cabinet members for social care or potholes, be it the ICB, the Integrated Care Board? We need those powers because right now we don't have them. So can he give me an assurance that Hastings and Rye will be at the front of the queue for those new powers?
Secretary of State.
I thank her for her question. I've visited her constituency on many occasions with her, and so I know firsthand that she is one of the strongest advocates for her constituents of any member in this House. And she's making a very important point there, because within unitarisation we do not want to lose the voice of individual towns, such as Hastings and Rye. So the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Act allows for what are referred to in the legislation as area committees, but could sit as town committees, operating as a scrutiny function, calling in the providers of public services and holding them to account within the locality that makes sense to local people.
Lewis Cocking.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What would the Minister or the Secretary of State say to my constituents in Broxbourne who never asked for this reorganisation, who are concerned that it's just a waste of time and money, which will leave them with higher council tax bills and less say over local planning decisions?
Secretary of State.
Well, I would say to the honourable gentleman, and we have conversations quite often, not least in the Select Committee, of which he is a distinguished member, that the selections for the county were made because it best reflects the distinct economic areas that operate across the county. It keeps services closer to residents by organising around where people live, work and travel. And it will make the best set of proposals for attracting further inward investment into the county, which will, I'm sure, benefit his constituents as well as others across the county.
Joe White.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I refer the House to my register of interests? I have grave concerns about the Nottinghamshire and Nottingham proposal. There will be an extreme deficit of a predicted nearly 150 million in the new Nottinghamshire proposal. And most of our areas, because of our demographics with post-coalfield communities, are Band A with high social care needs. And I cannot see how this proposal will cover those costs. The Minister's talked about a rebalance. I perceive it as an imbalance. A city solution is sacrificing my communities who are an hour away from Nottingham, and it will not solve the problems that left behind communities have experienced for far too long. What I ask of the Minister is to meet with the 6 Labour MPs who have expressed severe concerns about this proposal as soon as possible.
Secretary of State.
I thank her for her question, and I'm grateful to her too for sharing with me her views in advance of this session in the House. And of course, I would be more than happy to ensure that the meeting she has requested goes ahead, and that she and other colleagues in the county are able to express their views directly to a minister. But I would put put on the record as well that the proposal that we accepted for Nottingham and Nottinghamshire was because it was the most financially stable option and the best for economic growth and jobs in the area, and the option that best supports mayoral authority growth ambitions within the county. All of that, I hope, will benefit her residents and others living across the county.
Sir Julian Lewis.
A poison chalice, Madam Deputy Speaker. This Secretary of State is leaving for the incoming Prime Minister. But I have a very specific question to put to him. A report in the Times Online on the 18th of June and in the paper the following day categorically stated that this Secretary of State had overruled senior civil servants and lawyers from 3 different government departments in order to make decisions which were favoured politically by Labour council leaders. Was that report correct or was it false?
Secretary of State.
I would just remind him again, I've said this several times already today, the vast majority of the proposals that we've accepted have cross-party support. So as much as they like to pretend that this is being done in the interests of only one party, and I would suggest he listens to some of the criticisms from these benches as well, if he thinks that's true, it isn't the case. And many of the proposals were not only supported by Conservatives, but put forward by Conservatives.
Chris Bloor.
You, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his statement? Can I also thank him for delivering the option supported by 5 out of 7 councils in Worcestershire, including the Conservative leaders of Wychavon, Bromsgrove and my own Redditch Borough Council. I am hopeful that the decision will create North and South Worcestershire unitaries will mean those 2 distinct communities will now be able to deliver more tailored local services and, in Redditch's case, actually deliver a fit-for-purpose economic development plan which we've not had for 20 years. But this will be an uneasy time for staff in those 7 affected councils. Can the Minister assure me that the government will provide the money and support needed to make this transition a success?
Secretary of State.
I thank him very much for his question, and he's quite right to point out that the proposal we have accepted was put forward with cross-party support, and directly the opposite of what members on the opposite benches are trying to claim, because they're trying to politicise a situation where that played absolutely no part whatsoever. My honourable friend is absolutely right. These proposals for Worcestershire will benefit his constituents in Redditch because they will attract more inward investment. That means more jobs for the future and more money in the pockets of people living in Redditch as well as across the rest of the beautiful county of Worcestershire. And I've announced additional funding for every area going through reorganisation to ensure that services can safely transition, particularly those services for the most vulnerable, to the new organisations that will be responsible from them from April 2028.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the dictionary, the definition of to gerrymander is to manipulate boundaries to suit a particular party. And decision after decision after decision in Lincolnshire, Nottinghamshire, Derbyshire and many, many more have surprisingly been the local Labour Party's proposal. Is the Secretary of State aware that the decisions made around the local government reorganisation have directly contradicted the very criteria set by the government and as such will result in multiple judicial reviews?
State.
Well, I would just remind him again that the vast majority of the proposals I have accepted have cross-party support. And I don't know whether he's been listening to this debate so far, but he may have noticed that not every single member on these benches supports every single decision that I'm making, which rather contradicts the case that he's trying to make.
David Williams.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his statement. So much has been said across North Staffordshire about local government reorganisation, but it is important that we deal with facts. So in simple terms, can the Secretary of State please outline how reorganising our local councils will benefit residents across Stoke-on-Trent North and Kidsgrove, whether you're in Malcop or Milton, Butt Lane or Baddeley Green, Torque or Tunstall, or indeed anywhere in between?
Secretary of State.
I thank him for his question, and I recognise too what a powerful champion he is for the constituents that he represents. The decision we've taken for Staffordshire and Stoke-on-Trent was taken because it is the best for economic growth and the best for housing, because those are two of the great challenges facing the county and his constituents that we need to tackle. We want to support his constituency to see more of the investment coming in that will bring in the jobs local people want, that give them back a better future, put money in their pockets and expand prosperity to every single part of this country, including to his constituents for whom he is such a powerful champion.
Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wonder, the Secretary of State claims that decisions reflect local identities. Well, I can advise him that the majority of my constituents and those living in rural Devon would highly disagree. We have instead an urban Labour stitch-up that ignores the plethora of rural voices who oppose Plymouth and Exeter's land grab plans and creates a rural council that will be 2.5 hours from north to south in size and 2 hours wide. But is he also aware that he's creating a two-tier system? Parish precepts are likely to remain on the bills of South Ham's residents in Plymouth, paying higher council tax than the city dwellers. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that this bakes in inequality from day one?
Secretary of State.
I'm afraid to say to the Honourable Lady that the South West is sadly one of the poorest regions in the country, and her party left it that way. What we're doing is reorganising local government, in the case of Devon, in a way that best aligns boundaries with economic geographies and transport planning, so we can get the investment into Devon, bring in the jobs that her constituents need, and put money in her constituents' pockets. She may be against that, but members on this side of the House want to see her constituents prosper.
Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the model proposed for Hertfordshire with 4 unitary authorities? Very importantly for me and my constituents, it keeps Hatfield and Welwyn Garden City together, and I'm looking forward to working even more closely with my honourable friend sat next to me for Stevenage. It makes sense because of the A1M corridor and our shared history of new towns and garden cities. But would my right honourable friend agree with me that the single biggest benefit for residents is no longer having to navigate the complexity and confusion of a two-tier council system, so they will have one council, one point of accountability to deliver services?
State.
I thank him for his question, and I've had the pleasure of visiting his constituency with him, and indeed I know the county very well because it's where I was brought up. He's absolutely right. The savings that we will realise through local government reorganisation will be ploughed straight back into the frontline services that he and his constituents care about the most. They will see a benefit from this, as well as greater inward investment that will bring further jobs and opportunities that people in Hertfordshire deserve.
Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If we had to have change, can I thank the Secretary of State for listening to the vast majority of people of Gloucestershire and coming up with the best proposal that there was on the table. However, my real worry about all of this, and we've done a lot of work in the Public Accounts Committee, is if you merge small councils with financial problems into one big council, you're getting a number of small financial problems and making one very big financial problems. And I think he's got to really consider that and how we're going to go forward with local government in the future.
Secretary of State.
Yeah, I thank him for his question, and I believe the option that we have selected was the one supported by the Conservative Party in Gloucestershire, and indeed we selected it because it gave us the strongest and most stable option and the strongest financial case. There will be savings coming through this process. They can be ploughed back into improving the frontline services that residents in Gloucestershire want to see running far better. It's good to know that they have his support in seeking to achieve that.
Can I make another exhortation for short questions, please, and say after the next questioner I will go to Steve Darling. So Steve Race.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the 4 unitary model for Devon, as I think it does best serve the interests of everyone across Devon. This has been a long time in the making for Exeter, and it's been increasingly unsustainable to retain Exeter, an economic driver of the region, as a district council going forward. Does the Minister agree with me that this proposal will allow Exeter to better drive sustainable economic growth, jobs and opportunity, and means decision-making is better represented by the people of my city?
Secretary of State.
I thank him for his question. Indeed, I visited Exeter as well, and I know what a great champion he is for his constituents living in what surely is one of the most beautiful cities in the country. But it has such growth potential, and that will benefit people living in Exeter. So the proposal that we've accepted for Devon will allow Exeter to achieve its true potential as part of a Devon that can also achieve the wider potential that exists there. We cannot have the South West continuing to be one of the poorest regions of this country. People living there deserve the same opportunities as people living in wealthier parts of the country right now.
Steve Darling.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, this could be worse for Torbay Unitary Authority. However, it is a catastrophic carve-up for Devon, led by Exeter and Plymouth, both Labour councils and driven forward by a Labour minister, which will result in a rural rump Devon. Can the minister please advise his belief of the financial viability of this rural rump of Devon?
Secretary of State.
I thank him for his question. Financial viability was one of the key criteria against which we assessed all the proposals, and we selected the most viable options in all cases where that was before us. Certainly, we would not accept proposals that were not financially viable. I believe his constituents will benefit from these proposals because of the inward investment that would be brought into Devon, the jobs that will attract, the money that will be putting in local people's pockets. I know he shares with me a determination to correct the economic imbalances that holds back people living in Devon. They deserve more access to opportunity. Thanks to these proposals, that is what they will get.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister and his officials for all the hard work they've done. I lobbied hard for there to be a single unitary in Warwickshire, and I know that's not the decision that he's made today. There is pretty much near unanimity among politicians and officials at Rugby Borough Council and Warwickshire County Council. So I asked the Minister if he would ensure that the disparities around tax income in the north of the county versus the amount of expenditure on services is looked at. Also that places like towns and parish councils get a proper role, and also that the role of MPs is protected, because it does feel sometimes that our role is diminished in this new ecosystem of government. Thank you.
I thank him for his question. I recognise what a strong champion he is for his constituents. I'm sorry he didn't get his preferred option in this case. We had to select the option that we believed was going to be best against the criteria that we've published. But he is quite right to be concerned about the voice of people living in distinct areas within the county. The English Devolution and Community Empowerment Act allows for area committees or town committees that can operate with the councillors who are elected onto the unitary, operating within that particular locality, acting as a scrutiny committee, calling in those responsible for public services or other decisions affecting the town or rural area, so that they can really champion their needs and hold to account those who are taking decisions.
Steve Barclay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When a minister comes to the House on the last day before summer recess to announce proposals which his own MPs describe as utterly unacceptable or sacrificing their communities or a disgrace, and other proposals such as for Cambridgeshire are put on hold, it's a clear sign of a flawed process. But he's given no detail as to how long the delay is for Cambridgeshire or what the additional information is that he is now seeking. So is he going to publish that today, or are residents in Cambridgeshire just going to be left in the lurch over the summer, not knowing how long this farce will go on for or what further information is being sought?
Secretary of State.
I thank him for his question. I think it is right in the case of Peterborough and Cambridgeshire that we take the time to get this decision absolutely right. I would offer reassurance both to him and to his constituents that our full intention is that elections scheduled for 2027 will go ahead as timetabled, and that the new unitaries will come into force in April 2028.
Kevin McKenna.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm a strong proponent of unitaries. A lot of the root cause problems in my constituency are down to the fact we've got districts and the county council. And there's no perfect solution for anywhere. Everywhere is special, but Kent has a lot of elements that are particularly special: 3 coasts, links to the continent and the rest of the country. And in my constituency, 2 industrial towns that are completely out with the rest of the economy of the county. So there are challenges around the decision that was picked, particularly where the transport links don't line up, the NHS boundaries don't line up, and we're missing out because my constituency has been separated from the rest of the Thames estuary on a huge economic potential. Can the Minister and Secretary of State outline to me what we're going to do to accelerate devolution powers to Kent and my constituency, and particularly to make sure that we've got some creative things so that we don't just follow the medieval boundaries, and maybe bring in some emergency development corporations so that we can bridge this gap?
That really is enough. Secretary of State.
I thank him for his question and indeed his creativity in the proposals that he's putting forwards that would further benefit his constituents and Kent. And I'd be very happy to ensure that he has a meeting with the relevant minister to discuss those further. But the option that we have accepted for Kent is because gives us the best alignment with functional urban areas and will allow us to attract inward investment that will benefit people in his constituency and right across the county. But of course, I'm very happy to discuss with him some of the other ideas he's just put forward in his question there.
Pippa Halings.
Thank you. Residents, local leaders and businesses in South Cambridgeshire are left in limbo with this last-minute announcement the government cannot yet determine which is the optimal option for Cambridgeshire local government reorganisation. Does the Secretary of State understand the chaos that this risks causing in one of the fastest-growing places in the country? And will you reassure me and local leaders that you'll build on local successes, partnerships and the robustly evidenced proposals put forward rather than a proposal that smacks of irrational gerrymandering?
Secretary of State.
Well, I thank her for her question, but I hope she will agree with me that it is right to take the time to get it right than rush into a decision which I don't think would be right at the moment. The intention is that the elections will go ahead in 2027 as scheduled, so the final decision will be brought forward as early as possible after the summer recess, so people in her constituency and elsewhere in the county can know with certainty how they're moving forward.
Andrew Pakes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My role as an MP is to speak up on behalf of my constituents in Peterborough. And I have to say, the mess of local government isn't the announcement today, but it's the decade of austerity and cuts and underfunding of places like Peterborough that have left us in the sorry mess that local government is today. But Peterborough is also the fastest growing city in Cambridgeshire, and we've already heard two members in part of our reorganisation not even talk about my city, just talk about Cambridgeshire as a whole. One of our troubles is successive government policies have sought to erase Peterborough from the map in terms of talking just about development in Cambridgeshire and just about development in Cambridge, forgetting that we are the biggest city in the county and an engine of growth. Can the Secretary of State reassure me that we will know the criteria soon, that economic growth will be part of that, and that will be economic growth in all parts of our ceremonial county, not just Cambridge?
Secretary of State.
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and indeed I've had the great pleasure of visiting Peterborough with him on many, many occasions, and he is always very, very powerful in putting forward the case for the city and the people who live there, including, as he just did just now, his determination to ensure that Peterborough continues to grow in a way that will bring in jobs and investment and put more money in the pockets of his constituents. He's quite right to point to fair funding because that has corrected unfair funding settlements for Peterborough over a very long time. The final decision on Cambridgeshire and Peterborough will be brought to this House as early as possible after the summer recess. It's important that we get the decision right rather than rush it now, but I will make sure that he is fully involved in those conversations as we move forward.
Ed Arger.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I live in my patch and I know there will be genuine local fury at the contempt this government has shown for them in approving a Leicester City land grab, something that has cross-party opposition to it locally. I've been clear throughout, as have my local councillors and my residents, in our opposition to a Leicester City land grab that will take in county communities like Syston, Thurmaston, Queniborough, Barkby and Beeby, all in the city, and see local residents paying more tax for almost certainly less in the way of services, and I continue to oppose what he's announced today. So I've got a simple question for him. What makes the Secretary of State think that the views of the Labour Leicester City Mayor are worth more than the views of thousands of my constituents?
As he will have heard during this debate, and I thank him for his question, there are reasonable people who are supporting and opposing various decisions that we are taking today. It's important that we move forwards. In the case of Leicester and Leicestershire, the option that we've selected is the one that will best allow economic growth in that county, because that is how we bring in the jobs and the opportunities that will put more money in the pockets of his constituents. And I hope in time that is something that he will come to welcome.
Amanda Hack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his statement confirming the outcome for Leicester, Leicestershire and Rutland. With three very different options on the table, it's inevitable, as we've heard today, there will be opposition views on the outcome. My priority, though, throughout this process has been to secure the best outcome for North West Leicestershire, to bring services such as planning, highways, housing, care, buses, to make navigating the complex system for residents in local government that much easier. However, the biggest barrier to growth for Leicester, Leicestershire and Rutland is being without a mayor. So can the Secretary of State outline how devolution powers can now be delivered post-local government reorganisation?
Secretary of State.
I thank her for her questions and the way that she champions her constituents in the constituency that she so ably represents. But she's quite right. One of the key reasons for local government reorganisation is to streamline local government so that areas right across England are ready for mayoral devolution and the additional powers that will come with that in due course. That is benefiting people across the country where they already have those powers. I want to see it extended right across the country, including to her constituents.
Charlotte Kane.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I refer the House to my register of interest as I am an East Cambridgeshire District Councillor. There's clearly going to be a great deal of uncertainty across Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. Has the Minister considered additional funding for the electoral staff who are now planning for elections in May, which the Minister says he intends will go ahead, when they don't know the boundary of the council, let alone the ward boundaries or the number of councillors? And could the Minister also explain what process he's got in place to liaise with local people, consult with local people over the next few months to make a proper decision on what's going to happen in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough?
Secretary of State.
I will ensure that the decision is taken in good time for the appropriate electoral arrangements to be put in place. That will be shortly after the summer recess. The Council will then be able to prepare for those elections. And of course, as I made clear in my statement, there is a record amount of money available for transitioning services into the new authorities that her constituents and her constituency will also benefit from.
Lindsay Farnsworth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Local Amber Valley leaders and I support devolution, but we are incredibly concerned about the decision to split Amber Valley between two unitary authorities, particularly because the option selected was not subject to public consultation. It also places a huge burden on Amber Valley Borough Council during the reorganisation, with double the amount of work. So I'm thinking about my constituents and their absolute right to excellent public services throughout this process. The Secretary of State will know through my many representations about my concern about capacity to deliver this change. Now, my local authority is considering next steps, and the Secretary should know that that does include all options available to them. I'm pleased to hear about the capacity funding.
Order. The Honourable Lady needs to ask a question, as indeed do all members, as quickly as possible, because this is taking a very long time. Lindsay Farnsworth.
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker. So can the Secretary of State commit today that the lion's share of that capacity funding for Derbyshire will go to Amber Valley, given that we're the most affected?
State.
I thank you for a question, and I can attest to the fact that she is a very powerful, frequent advocate for her constituents in Amber Valley. The option that we've accepted is the one that best supports economic growth across the county, because I believe that will best support her constituents' ambitions and aspirations for themselves, their children and their communities. And it was also the one that we believe best reflected Derbyshire's north-south geographies and economies. But of course, course, I'm always happy to make sure that she has a meeting with relevant ministers to discuss any further concerns that she has.
Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. With a stroke of his Whitehall pen, the Secretary of State has just abolished Malvern Hills District Council, Worcester City Council, wonderful Wychavon District Council, and Worcestershire County Council. Now, he said in his statement that it's about making real improvements to people's lives and communities. Can he explain how this is going to help with the situation that my constituents face, where 2 major highways in West Worcestershire have collapsed and there's no plan from the council to repair them, and this chaos is surely going to slow that down?
Well, I thank her for her question. I think it's regrettable that she appears to be defending a system that has so much duplication in it that money is being wasted on multiple tiers of senior officers when it could be saved and ploughed back into the frontline services that might address the very concern that she's talking about. I want to see, and this side of the House wants to see, public money spent on frontline services, not wasted on duplication, and I would urge her to consider that what she is advocating would see more waste and less money available for her constituents.
Josh Newbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Alongside many in Cannock Chase, I am glad that this reorganisation, which no one asked for, no one voted for, is finally nearing its conclusion. It's fair to say there wasn't a whole lot of consensus on council boundaries in Staffordshire, but there is consensus on wanting a combined authority so we can seize the opportunities open to other parts of England and turbocharge growth in our incredible county. So could the Secretary of State give me some reassurance that we will be able to get on with this as quickly as possible for the benefit of the people of Staffordshire and Stoke-on-Trent?
Stoke.
I thank you very much for his question. As always, he is powerfully advocating for his constituents. The option we selected is the one that was the best for growth. It will support opportunities in Stoke-on-Trent, including in Cannock Chase as well, bringing in investment, creating those new job opportunities so that people living in the area can access the same kind of opportunities that people in other parts of the country take for granted, but people in his county have been denied for far too long. We are here, and he is here, to change that.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I find it astonishing that the decision for West Sussex has been postponed yet again. And I understand that local council leaders only received the information in a 6-minute phone call this morning, which they were not allowed to ask questions. There is a high degree of consensus about what to do. However, the Labour group on the South Coast wished to gerrymander a coastal authority that would be unviable from day one, the very thing he professes himself concerned with. So will the Minister agree, or his successor, to meet with all local leaders before a decision is taken, before we commit ourselves to this disastrous decision?
Well, he will be aware that there was a reconsultation on the situation in West Sussex. An awful lot of stakeholders across the county submitted evidence, and surely he would agree with me it is only right and respectful that we should take the time to consider all of those proposals rather than ignore them and take a decision without listening to what local people have said.
Juliet Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. The option taken for Nottingham and Nottinghamshire sees Broxtowe Borough Council split into 2, with Eastwood and Brinsley sitting in the county, and while the rest of the borough will form part of the Greater Nottingham Authority. Can the Minister outline to me what consideration he's given to the additional difficulties that split up an area will cause for our public services and our electoral services?
Secretary of State.
I thank her for her question, and I would remind her, if I may, of the additional funding that is available for transitional arrangements, where we recognise the kind of challenges that she's just described. But the option we have selected for Nottingham and Nottinghamshire is the one that is the most financially sustainable and the one that will be best for economic growth, because we cannot allow the wide economic chasms across this country that the party opposite did nothing about. We cannot allow those to continue, because her constituents deserve far better futures than they left them.
Bernard Sujecti.
Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State has announced that there will be a delay to the decision in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, but with the majority of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough MPs in the room, he hasn't actually gone into more detail as to what the reasons are for that delay. So could he specifically outline what the issues are that are causing a delay to the decision in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough? He also mentioned that the election timeline will be stuck to. So could he outline when the structural change order in Cambridgeshire would need to be delivered by in order to make sure that those could be delivered? And lastly, he offered the Honourable Member for Peterborough a meeting to further discuss these concerns. Would he extend me the same courtesy?
Secretary of State.
I'm very happy to extend the opportunity of a meeting to him so that he can make clear his views. It's important that we take time to get decisions right, where I'm not satisfied that the information available was sufficient, so we are doing that, but we will make the announcements in due course, and the elections will go ahead as scheduled in 2027.
Kevin Bonavere.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there's been so many times I've been frustrated when constituents come to me with their problems with either a district or borough council and the county council and the buck passing that passes between those two councils. So I'm a strong advocate of unitary council, so people have one single council. And I'm particularly pleased that for Hertfordshire, the decision is that there will be a new central authority that goes along the A1M corridor, which would be great for our local economy. My question to the Secretary of State is this. This is a major undertaking. What kind of review in terms of the benefits and the challenges of reorganisation will there be in the years ahead?
I thank him for his question. He's a very, very powerful champion for Stevenage, and I've had the pleasure of visiting the constituency with him on numerous occasions. He's quite right to point to the many problems that exist with duplication and the benefits of eliminating that. Buckinghamshire County Council alone estimate that it costs them £30,000 just to tell people that they've phoned the wrong council. That money will now be available in that county and similar amounts in other areas going through reorganisation to invest in frontline services. That will benefit his constituents. The way that we will measure the benefits these changes are bringing about is improved public services on the front line. And elsewhere, I've announced proposals to bring forward an outcomes framework and a neighbourhood guarantee so that he and residents can see for themselves how well their services are performing compared to other councils in the area and across the country.
Mark Francois.
Essex is a county of nearly 2 million people who are opposed to Labour's plans by over 2 to 1. And yet in a train crash statement that's lasted over an hour, the Secretary of State hasn't referred to Essex once. So what on earth is going on in Essex? If we're going to have shadow elections in May, we may now not know until autumn what councils we're having elections for. When will we learn what's happening in Essex? And is there any chance at all, because of overwhelming public opposition, the Secretary of State will drop the whole balmy proposal in the first place?
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry that he seems to have forgotten that I made the announcements about Essex in a previous statement. Perhaps he wasn't paying attention. He should. I'm sorry as well that he is against the savings that this will deliver that will be invested in the frontline services that his residents will benefit from. When that funding goes in, perhaps he'd like to write to his residents and tell them he opposed the additional funding for those public services. It's Labour that put the money in.
Jody, Mr. Francois. Mr. Francois. Good temper and moderation at all times are called for in this chamber. Jody Gosling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome today's decision. It brings an end to decades of destabilising indecision across Warwickshire. And I thank the government for being decisive. The decision, supported cross-party by 4 of the 5 districts in Warwickshire, will empower Warwickshire North to focus on growth, investment and funding to meet the needs of our communities and be the masters of our own destiny. A historic report raised concerns about the sustainability. This is before the government's generous alignment under the fair funding. So can you please can the Secretary of State please reassure my residents financial assessments have been done in full before considering these options?
I thank her for her question. I thank her too for recognising the benefit to her constituents by eliminating duplication and putting the savings into the frontline services her residents care about. It's a shame the shouty members on the opposite benches don't care in the same way about their constituents as she does about hers. And of course, financial viability was one of the key criteria that we took into account in accepting the proposals that we're putting forward today.
Mim Savers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful. What chaos in Sussex. West Sussex delayed and splitting East Sussex is OK, according to the Secretary of State. My constituency is the only constituency which covers both East and West Sussex in its current form. It is a dog's breakfast. It's unclear on SEND, adult social care. In the letter to me today, no clarity on the Sussex mayoralty, uncertainty on elections, and the one thing that's certain is that Labour and Lib Dem proposals are priorities. So why is the Secretary of State in this department shifted so far from the initial proposals that we entered into in good faith in Sussex? And surely that explains why so many people feel this is such a huge mess.
Secretary of State.
The proposals we're bringing forward are those that are the best for economic growth and the best for savings that we can then plough into the frontline services that I believe her residents care about the most. I've said on a number of occasions already, the reason for the delay in West Sussex is that there was a reconsultation. We have had a huge amount of response to that. I want to show those people who took the time to share their views, I want to show them the respect of considering their views before we come forward with final proposals. She referred to social care services. We've announced £1 million of transitional funding for all areas undergoing reorganisation so that we can guarantee that those services come through local government reorganisation in a stronger position than they went in.
Dr Alison Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituency of Stoke-on-Trent South straddles both of the proposed Staffordshire unitaries quite substantially. Now, I welcome the creation of a North Staffordshire unitary, which has a long-held identity and significant growth potential, but opting for the smaller proposal for North Staffordshire and creating one much larger Southern Staffordshire unitary does create some concerns. And I know my Stone rural villages such as Swinnerton and Alton will be happy with today's announcement, but can the Secretary of State reassure my Stone rural constituents that they will be heard equally sitting north of Stafford as they do in the large Southern unitary, and that the proposed smaller North Staffordshire unitary will be an equal member in the strategic authority following devolution?
Thank you for her question. She makes a very, very important point. Of course, her constituents in both of the areas that she's referring to deserve and will have their voices heard. The English Devolution and Community Empowerment Act allows for the establishment of area committees or town committees, whatever they want to call them, where the councillors representing that area on the unitary can come together and operate a scrutiny function where they advocate for that area. That will give them a voice that I'm sure she will make sure that they are helped to use.
Dan Hussain.
Madam Deputy Speaker, devolution can only succeed when it reflects real economic opportunity, not when boundaries are drawn around the communities facing the greatest challenges. So I asked the Minister, why is my constituency, Blackburn with Darwin, an area already facing high levels of deprivation, being grouped with other councils who are equally suffering from the very high levels of deprivation? Why is the Ribble Valley excluded from these proposals? There is cross-party consensus across my constituencies and other constituencies that this is a stitch-up all the government is doing, lumping together deprived communities and areas. This plan will not work, so I ask the Minister to reconsider his proposals.
Secretary of State.
Well, I would respectfully urge him to remember that fair funding reforms have aligned funding with deprivation. Under the previous government, only 3 out of 10 areas got funding that aligned with levels of deprivation and need. Now it is over 9 out of 10, a far better outcome for the entire country. The decision we've taken for Lancashire, including Blackburn with Darwin, is because it is the best option for economic growth and investment in the infrastructure that will bring in the investment that will create jobs and put money in the pockets of his constituents.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've long advocated for Warwickshire to be served by 2 unitary councils, so I'm absolutely delighted that the Secretary of State has listened. It's the model that's rooted in our place-based problem-solving approach. It makes the most sense for the way people access local services, and it gives my constituents the best opportunities for transport growth and jobs. My constituents in North Warwickshire and Bedworth have not been served well from Warwick.
So I look forward to working with my honourable friends, the members for Nuneaton and the member for Rugby, to help make our new council the best it can be for all our residents. Will the Minister outline what support the Department will provide to us and to our council through the reorganisation process?
Secretary of State.
I thank her for her question and for her support for the changes that are being brought in, which indeed she has long advocated for. I know that being such a powerful advocate for her area, she will ensure that the changes happen successfully. Up to £1 million is available for each area undergoing reorganisation, so that we can ensure that services transition safely and securely into the new organisations that will be responsible for running them.
Andy McNay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've long been a proponent of the principles of LGR. It's something Lancashire and my constituents of Rosendale and Down have desperately needed for a long time. It's a chance to reinvent local government. However, today, in respect of a decision made by the Secretary of State, I have to associate myself with the comments made by my neighbours in Burnley and in Hyndburn. And I cannot accept the suggestion, the claim that these boundaries match the natural economics of Lancashire. It will leave us with the most deprived local authority area in the country. We're good at making the best of things, so I'd ask the Secretary of State to work with me, to work with us, to bring in the much more significant capacity and capability funding that we need to reverse that deprivation and catch up with neighbouring places like Manchester. Would he meet with me and his Lancashire colleagues to drive this forward with urgency?
Secretary of State.
I thank him for his question and his powerful advocacy for his constituents. The changes that we're making are in part intended to lay the framework for mayoral devolution that will follow. That will be significant new powers for Lancashire when it comes. I'm very happy to ensure that he gets the meeting he's asked for.
Final question, Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to represent Portsmouth, and local people from Portsmouth want pride reflected in the name of our new local government reorganised council. Both Portsmouth MPs and I believe councils represent over 75% of residents also support including Portsmouth in the name. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, if it wasn't so awful, it would be laughable that the new name now being publicly criticised by the council is indeed the one that was submitted by Portsmouth City Council itself. So does the Secretary of State agree with me? It's time for the Liberal Democrat Council to stop playing political games, stop scaremongering, stop wasting time. And I know it might be hard for them, but to be honest with residents about this process. And will he help me ensure that Portsmouth is indeed in the name of the new Unity Council, because it is so important?
Secretary of State.
Thank you for the question. I've had the great pleasure of visiting Portsmouth with her on several occasions, so I've seen firsthand what a powerful champion she is for constituents living there. She has raised this point with me previously. I am more than happy to ensure she has a meeting with me or another appropriate minister to discuss her very legitimate concerns.
Point of order, Neil O'Brien.
Point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you. This morning, an official briefing, was arranged by the department with ministers for members to be told what was going to happen to their community. But Leicestershire Conservative MPs were not invited to that meeting. And I have seen the scheduler now, and we are not on the list for it. I thought it was a rule of this House that we told MPs everything at the same time, that some were not more equal than others. Madam Deputy Speaker, can you advise us on what redress we can seek for this?
Can I thank the Right Honourable Member for his point of order? It's not a matter for the Chair, but he has put it on record, and I'm sure the Secretary of State will have heard his comments, and if a correction is needed to that, he will make it. Point of order, Oliver Ryan.
No. Michael Payne. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd simply seek to correct the record, Madam Deputy Speaker. I should have earlier, when I made a contribution in the statement, drawn attention to my register of member interests as a serving Gedling Borough Councillor. So I'm seeking through this point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker, to correct the record.
I think perhaps I also need to correct the record. It's been a long summer already. Can I thank the Honourable Member for correcting the record in that way, as it did pertain to this particular statement. Can I thank the Secretary of State for his responses, and I'll allow the ministers to swap over. Brings us to the second statement, signature of the UK-EU treaty in respect of Gibraltar. Minister Doughty.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And with permission, I would like to make a statement on the UK-EU treaty on Gibraltar. Before I do, I am sure that the whole House will want to join me in expressing our sincere condolences to the people of Spain following the recent wildfires in Andalusia, and our thoughts are with those who have lost loved ones, all those affected, and the emergency responders working under extremely difficult conditions. And we are thinking of all those British nationals affected by, tragically, by these fires. And our embassy and consular teams remain available to support all of those who require assistance. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am pleased to inform the House that on Tuesday, the 14th of July, I signed the treaty in Brussels alongside EU Trade Commissioner Šefčovič, who signed on behalf of the EU. The Chief Minister of Gibraltar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Gibraltar and the Spanish Foreign Minister Alvarez were also present at the ceremony in recognition of the important role Gibraltar and Spain have played in the negotiations. This is genuinely, Madam Deputy Speaker, a historic moment. It represents the culmination of over 5 years of work, and I'd like to pay tribute to all of those whose efforts have brought us here, including indeed members of the previous government, including the Right Honourable Member for Braintree and the Noble Lord Cameron of Chipping Norton, but particularly my Right Honourable friend, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, the former Defence Secretary, current Defence Secretary, and indeed our crucial teams of negotiators in London, Brussels and Madrid. And I particularly want to pay tribute to the Gibraltar team in the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, who have done sterling and excellent work at so many levels. It's been recognised within the department, but I want to place on record my sincere thanks to all of their efforts over many, many years. And of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the Government of Gibraltar, who have been our partners at the negotiating table throughout. And nothing in this treaty has been agreed without their full involvement and indeed their fulsome support. I'm also grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the European Commission and indeed to Spain for the constructive approach that they have taken to negotiations, and together we have found solutions that worked for all. And throughout this process, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've been committed to transparency with Parliament, and since last June, when we reached political agreement on the treaty's core elements, we have regularly kept members informed of developments, including through private briefings, but also on many occasions being held to account here and in the usual ways. And we therefore laid the final text of the treaty, as I promised that I would do so, Madam Deputy Speaker, before Parliament on 14th of July, the day of signature, alongside explanatory memorandum, which was the earliest possible opportunity to do so. But as members will see, as I had assured them, the signed treaty has not substantively changed from the one that I deposited in the libraries of the House in February, the draft treaty, and which they have been examining for the past 4 months. Signature of this text has enabled provisional application of the treaty on the 15th of July, and this has given the people of Gibraltar clarity and certainty. They do not have to wait for a far-off and undefined date of ratification before they can enjoy the economic and social benefits of the treaty. The fluid border is here now, and you will have seen, Madam Deputy Speaker, the joyful scenes, the genuinely historic scenes after so many years at that border, which were genuinely moving, and I think reflect that people have been at the heart of this agreement throughout, and the efforts that ourselves, the European Union, Spain and Gibraltar have done, and we've put them first and foremost, the interests of the people of Gibraltar and indeed the wider region. And yesterday morning, the Chief Minister and the Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, oversaw the removal of the final pieces of the fence. Indeed, very emotional scenes with workers, Gibraltar residents and holidaymakers now crossing between Gibraltar and Spain with ease. And the Government of Gibraltar have worked tirelessly to put in place all the necessary legislative and operational changes to make this happen. And I am very grateful for their dedication. And as I said, they were truly historic scenes, very, very special scenes. And I was honoured to be presented, Madam Deputy Speaker, with a piece of the now removed frontier myself to celebrate this very, very significant moment, the coming down of a barrier in continental Europe. So, having mentioned the benefits of the treaty, Madam Deputy Speaker, before, I think it would be right to set out in full once more again what these are. Over half of Gibraltar's workforce cross the border every day. They depend on being able to do so swiftly and easily, as do the shoppers and holidaymakers going in both directions. The treaty guarantees this. Customs and immigration checks will no longer take place at the border. Instead, everyone arriving into Gibraltar Airport will undergo dual immigration checks. Firstly, a check by the Gibraltarian authorities, who remain responsible for immigration and entry into Gibraltar, and then a check by Spanish officials to enable entry into the Schengen area. completion of both checks will enable people to move freely between Gibraltar and Spain as they choose. And as for goods, Gibraltar and the EU will form a bespoke customs model. Gibraltar will bring its standards and tariffs for goods in line with the EU's where relevant, and this eliminates the need for checks on goods at the border, making life easier for ordinary shoppers and providing reassurance for businesses. The impact of the treaty on Gibraltar's prosperity, Madam Deputy Speaker, is not limited to the fluid border. As significant a change as that is, it also enables commercial flights between Gibraltar and EU member states in the Schengen area, removing a block that has been in place for years. And this will bring potentially new investment to the region and unblock economic and transport opportunities. And among all these changes, the treaty preserves the operational autonomy of our military base. As members will know, British Forces Gibraltar is a critical hub for naval, air and joint operations across the Mediterranean and indeed into the Middle East and more widely. And the treaty fully protects our ability to operate to, through and from Gibraltar. Spain will have no ability to restrict the movement of UK military personnel goods into the base, and all information sharing will be limited to the necessary details required to support the new border arrangements. British Forces Gibraltar will remain a sovereign base for operations well into the future. This treaty has always been about creating a framework for Gibraltar's relationship with the EU and providing them, people and businesses with the stability and certainty that they needed post-Brexit, having been left out of the arrangements at the time of withdrawal from the European Union. But nothing in it affects UK sovereignty over Gibraltar. But to make that explicit, Article 2 of the treaty clearly states, Madam Deputy Speaker, that no part of the treaty can be used to challenge the UK position on sovereignty. Gibraltar is a vital part of the UK family. That will not change. And I would like to, in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, reflect on the significant achievement that this treaty represents. It's banished the fears of a hard border between Gibraltar and Spain, bringing back the memories of the past, and it has given Gibraltar the certainty to move forward with renewed confidence. It's going to enhance the prosperity of both Gibraltar and the wider region, and it's bolstered our relationships with the EU and Spain, unlocking wider, deeper and very, very welcome cooperation. I'm very proud to have signed it. I'm very, very proud to have worked alongside all of those to achieve a hopeful future, to put the past behind us, and to find a way forward focused on people and prosperity. I really do want to celebrate that new relationship here today. So I commend this statement to the House.
Before I call the Shadow Minister, could I gently remind the Minister that the statement he just gave seemed to deviate slightly from the copy I had received, and perhaps we need to make sure that they align perfectly. Shadow Minister Wendy Morton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and let me start by joining the Minister in expressing the sincere condolences of these benches to all those affected by the recent wildfires in Spain. I'm grateful to the Minister for advance sight of his statement. Our starting position is that an agreed legal basis for Gibraltar's relationship with the EU is needed. Gibraltar deserves certainty about its future. Businesses in both Gibraltar and Britain need certainty. British citizens travelling to Gibraltar need certainty, and the many thousands of frontier workers need certainty. And we need to have proper scrutiny, not least because an acceptable deal between Gibraltar and the EU has to do many things at once. It must uphold unequivocally and without qualification British sovereignty over Gibraltar and the express will of the people of Gibraltar to be part of the British family, not Spain. Every government has a duty to defend the integrity of the United Kingdom and the British family wherever it exists. It must also deal with the practical realities of the frontier and Gibraltar's economy. However, we find ourselves in the extraordinary position that with the treaty signed and provisional application underway, and even with the final sections of the frontier fence now removed, Parliament has still not been afforded a proper debate in government time to scrutinise this agreement. Since the agreement was announced, the Shadow Foreign Affairs team have requested 5 urgent questions, numerous oral and written parliamentary questions to try to establish the government's intentions, often receiving unsatisfactory non-answers. The FCDO is responsible for Britain's treaty obligations, but it's been the government of Gibraltar, including the Chief Minister, who has all too often kept members of this House informed. I thank them for this. Even today in this statement, there is no mention of the CRAG process and scrutiny, so I ask again for confirmation that the 21 sitting day CRAG process will apply, and will he set out the timetable for this today? We cannot have a repeat of the way the government has tried to avoid scrutiny, for example with the Chagos deal. On the substance of the deal itself, starting with the military base, can the Minister offer an unambiguous and unequivocal guarantee that nothing in this agreement constrains the operation, freedom of action or sovereign control of His Majesty's Armed Forces in Gibraltar? Britain's military base is not a matter for compromise, negotiation or shared competence. It is a sovereign British base, sovereign British territory serving vital British and NATO interests. On the entry of British commercial goods, including British foods, into Gibraltar, can the Minister confirm whether the new process has been stress-tested with British businesses, when will guidance for businesses be published? On movement of people, having a fluid border with Spain, a key request of the Gibraltar government, clearly comes with trade-offs, and we should recognise that. The decision to have Schengen checks in a British overseas territory is obviously one such compromise, and there is understandably a real strength of feeling about it, notwithstanding that Gibraltar has always had its own entry requirements, including for Brits. In light of reported chaos at the border, it's imperative that the government gets this right. And given the totally chaotic way that the EU has introduced its EES systems across Europe, it's imperative we do not see a similar situation at the Gibraltar airport. We on this side of the House will be watching. So what tabs is he keeping on the rollout of the new checks by the EU? And what is his recourse if British nationals end up being disrupted by EU issues? Turning specifically to Gibraltar's new residency regulations, which came into force on the 14th of July, what assessment has the Minister made of the impact on the ability of British citizens to live and work in Gibraltar? What is the anticipated impact on British citizens of retirement age wishing to relocate permanently to Gibraltar? And does the government have contingency plans to support Gibraltar if the Spanish government stages any provocations for their domestic audience now the border fence is down? And finally, the Leader of the Opposition in Gibraltar has expressed concern that the UK-Gibraltar Concordat envisages circumstances in which the UK could act without the consent of Gibraltar's government or people on treaty matters. What is the Minister's response to this? And if there were to be a change of government in Gibraltar, what implications would there be? To conclude, Gibraltar is as British as any of our constituencies. Britain and NATO rely on Gibraltar's strategically vital military base. In an age of insecurity, the base is indispensable for our country. Any deal to secure a long-term future arrangement between Gibraltar and the EU needs to be subject to the most rigorous scrutiny in this House. The government should know that and expect that members on this side of the House rightly desire to understand what this treaty means in practice. Thank you.
Minister Doughty.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And if I may, just apologise to the previous Madam Deputy Speaker. There was no substantive difference in my statement as delivered from the copy provided. I may have stylistically altered slightly a couple of lines, but I apologise for that in advance to you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Shadow Minister, for her very reasonable questions and indeed broad support for what we have signed and agreed. And I think recognising this is supported by the people of Gibraltar, it is what they want, and actually there was unanimous support in the Gibraltarian Parliament for this deal, I think is very, very important. She asked about the CRAG process, as I explained in the debate that we had the other day, and I will reconfirm today, the treaty is now laid, the CRAG process starts. It will of course only take place while both houses are sitting, so the intervening period of the recess does not intervene with the ability of both houses to provide scrutiny, and actually it helpfully aligns with the process in the European Parliament. They have their own processes on this which will take place in the autumn as well. I remain completely at her and other shadow ministers and the other shadow spokespeople's disposal for any further technical or other questions. I'm sure teams and officials will be also happy to provide further briefings. But I would gently say that we have answered many questions on this issue. We published a draft treaty text on 26th of February, so that's been in this House for 4 months for study. As I said, it hasn't substantively changed since then. I've appeared before multiple committees, and indeed we had a debate just in Westminster Hall the other day. I am very happy to talk about this. There is absolutely nothing to hide, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is an important treaty, and I'm glad despite the comments about the process, that she broadly endorses it. She asked about military autonomy. I can tell her absolutely the military autonomy is protected. That was a key red line for us. And indeed, I think it also reflects a new relationship of cooperation. You know, Spain is a key NATO partner. And we're working alongside them on so many different issues. And I think it reflects a mature and responsible way forward. And actually, of course, as I said, does not affect in any way our operations from British Forces Gibraltar. She asked about goods and the processes. Indeed, of course, guidance is being provided to businesses. Of course, there are always some teething issues bringing in these processes, but we're actively monitoring what is happening in those processes and making sure that the systems can keep up. She asked about checks on people. I'm not sure what she meant by reported chaos. I think there were some slight issues with the first flight that came in, but the second flight has come in, I think, without incident. We're closely monitoring on the ground what is happening. Of course, with any new system, this is a dramatic change. There will be implementation issues, but she rightly raises important concerns about the entry-exit system. Of course, this deal was also to prevent that operating at the existing, now removed, hard border, which would have been very logistically complex. She knows the geography at the border. So I am confident these arrangements will work. We're keeping them under close monitoring. But in terms of the wider entry-exit system issues that she raises, myself and other ministers have been regularly raising these with other European counterparts and the Commission. She asked some specific points about pensions, which I'll happily write back to her on. I don't expect to see any provocations. I'm not sure what she was referring to in the future. I expect cooperation and cooperation in the mutual prosperity of the people of the whole region. I think that was very, very clearly reflected by the remarks that we had from the Spanish Prime Minister and indeed from the Chief Minister of Gibraltar and indeed the Mayor of Linares and officials from the Spanish side. Everybody wants this to work. Everybody wants this to work for people, for businesses, and I think we see a real new spirit and a way forward on this. She asked about the Concordat. I've signed the Concordat with the Chief Minister. I've also written to make some further clarifications. I hope those are satisfactory and address the concerns, but we're very, very clear. Nothing about Gibraltar without Gibraltar. Of course, we have some constitutional responsibilities, but I've set out that it's only in very exceptional circumstances there would be any difference in our position. We would always be working alongside Gibraltar, and I've set that out very clearly in the documents which she can read. With that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope she is satisfied, and I remain at her disposal for further detailed technical questions.
Alan Gamble.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I congratulate my honourable friend for this important agreement which provides certainty for the people of Gibraltar and providing economic opportunities while also important safeguards for that place. Can I thank Foreign Office staff for the work they've done and both the current and previous Gibraltar Government representatives in the UK, Jonathan Scott and Dominic Searle. Does the Minister agree this much needed agreement provides certainty for the people of Gibraltar?
I absolutely do, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is an agreement that's enjoyed unanimous support in the Parliament. Gibraltar has been at the heart of the negotiations throughout. That was one of our key conditions, that they were entirely satisfied with what was agreed. And this is an agreement that is fundamentally going to benefit people. People, businesses, communities. That was at the heart of it. And I also want to add my thanks to the officials that he mentioned.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Dr Pilkington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I draw this House's attention to my register of interest, having had the privilege of visiting Gibraltar in July of last year. I warmly welcome this agreement and congratulate the Minister, the Government, together with Gibraltar's Chief Minister and indeed the Deputy Chief Minister on securing it. Gibraltar has always insisted that there should be nothing about Gibraltar without Gibraltar, and this agreement both meets that expectation and honours that principle. I also pay tribute to the Spanish government for the pragmatism it has shown in coming to this arrangement. This agreement finally resolves the existential uncertainty created by Brexit. It protects Gibraltar's economy, safeguards our defence interests, and gives the territory certainty and confidence in its own future. Self-determination is and must remain the bedrock of our relationship with all our overseas territories. That is especially important to say today, sadly, after the disgraceful scenes that we saw in Atlanta last night, where football was used as a platform to challenge the democratic right of Falkland Islanders to determine their own future. That principle is not negotiable and never should be. I ask the Minister three very simple questions. First, in relation to the EU's entry and exit system coming into force, what reassurance can he give British travellers that journeys to and from Gibraltar this summer will not face unnecessary disruption this summer and into the future?
Secondly, has the government assessed the practical impact of the Schengen 90 and 180-day rule on British citizens travelling to Gibraltar? And if so, what conclusions has that assessment reached? And then finally, can the Minister reassure this House that the constitutional safeguards within this agreement are sufficiently robust to ensure that Gibraltar, the United Kingdom and Spain never again return to the uncertainty and border disruption of the past?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank him and his party for their wholehearted support? It's very, very welcome. I can absolutely assure him that the constitutional safeguards are in place. They're at the heart of this agreement and indeed are entered into in good faith by all involved, but particularly by ourselves in the European Union, and that is why this has been a complex and long process. And the treaty is a substantive document, and it's there in that way to ensure that it has the right safeguards and provisions in place. He asked about the 90 and 180-day rule. Of course, people don't have an automatic right to go and spend beyond that period in Gibraltar at the moment. Of course, Gibraltar remains responsible for its own immigration processes, but of course, we looked at these issues. It's what Gibraltar has agreed to in order for that fluid access into the Schengen area. Gibraltar residents are not prevented in any way from returning home to Gibraltar, and we of course will look at how these things are implemented over time. What I would say, of course, is that fundamentally, though, this actually opens up opportunities for people and businesses both to travel to Gibraltar, travel to the wider region, and as I said, hopefully new flights will open up, obviously subject to commercial interests, but it does genuinely open up new hopes for travel and investment in the region. He asked about entry-exit system. As I explained to the Shadow Minister, of course, we keep this under close monitoring, as we do in relation to all entry and exit points into the Schengen area. We are always raising issues through our posts and concerns. We raise things with the European Commission. And of course, there are exceptions and processes by which, when queues get too large or when problems emerge, that those can be dealt with. But we're confident they will be dealt with in the case of Gibraltar. Lastly, Madam Deputy Speaker, he mentioned the events yesterday, and I would agree with him. It was deeply inappropriate and deeply disappointing. It's a real shame that people couldn't focus on the football. I think most people looking at it would feel that way. We have absolutely no doubt about our sovereignty over the Falkland Islands and the surrounding maritime areas. The Falklands are British, they remain British, they will continue to be British, and Falkland Islanders want to be British, and they have explained that many, many times. Let's get back to focusing on the football.
Kevin McKenna.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the Minister and his counterparts in the Gibraltarian government for getting this over the line. I, along with many members from across this House, went on a visit to Gibraltar a few weeks ago as part of the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme. It was incredible to see our British forces in Gibraltar, but also to see and how many of them are actually Gibraltarians, not just from the United Kingdom itself as a mainland. And was really impressed by the Chief Minister and all of his team. They were really looking forward to this moment. They're a very agile government. We could learn some lessons from them. I suppose being only the same size as the population as the Isle of Sheppey in my constituency probably helps that slightly. What I would like to ask the Minister is, can you confirm that there will be no diminishment or deterioration in the capability and operational abilities of our forces and our base in Gibraltar? And actually, are there things that this treaty enable us to do that will enhance our military capacity in Gibraltar?
Minister.
Well, I'm glad to hear about his visit, and having visited Gibraltar a number of times myself, it is a truly special place to visit. And having also been caught in long queues crossing the former border, how delighted I will be to not face that in the future, and indeed to be able to enjoy the wider region into Spain as well. So it is very, very positive impact. No, there will be no changes to our military capability or ability to operate. Our autonomy and our operational capability remain the same. I do think this is a new era as well for cooperation between the UK and Spain as NATO allies and in many different areas, and I think this sets a very new spirit for that cooperation going forward.
May I warmly endorse what the Minister said about the Falkland Islands and just ask a question or two about security aspects. Given that we are both in NATO, the reassurances are welcome about the sovereignty of the base. And can he confirm that on those occasions when military assets, including munitions, have to be moved into the area, the report that I've seen suggesting that everything about munitions has to be reported to the Spanish authorities does not mean that this cannot be done in secrecy when that's required. And finally, with regard to the border, is there any danger that without the land border anymore, people will be enabled to get on an aeroplane and come to the UK who might pose a security threat, and then we'd be in difficulty sending them back? Hopefully none of those fears is warranted, but I'd like to hear it from the Minister.
Minister.
Well, as always, Madam Deputy Speaker, he asks important questions. I can absolutely assure him that there is no change to the ability to operate in the way that we have done from Gibraltar in the past. And indeed, I welcome the new cooperation with our Spanish friends, our NATO allies, Spain, and all the appropriate liaison will take place. But our ability to operate will not be affected in any way. That was an absolute red line for us. And in relation to the wider security concerns, he can be absolutely assured those are a key part of our discussions. They're important for Spain, they're important for us, they're important locally, and they're important obviously given air travel from Gibraltar. He can be assured, but I won't obviously go into the operational details in the House today.
Deputy Speaker, may I draw my attention to my register of interest. As the Chair of the APPG for Gibraltar, I warmly congratulate the Government on successfully securing this historic landmark agreement, and I thank the Minister and his team for his engagement with the APPG and his words today explaining the sheer emotion that this treaty brings to Gibraltarians. Having visited Gibraltar on a number of occasions and spoken and listened with its government, its businesses and its people, I know they are really proudly British and want to remain so. This agreement protects Gibraltar's sovereignty, its sovereign military base, strengthens our relationship with Spain and improves cooperation with our European neighbours and delivers what Gibraltar has consistently been asking for. It, Madam Deputy Speaker, has been backed by the Gibraltar Parliament and supported by every former Chief Minister. And to them I say thank you. Thank you for your commitment, your dedication and your trust in us. Does the Minister agree that those criticising this agreement should spend less time speaking on what they believe is for Gibraltar and spend more time listening to the people of Gibraltar who have consistently supported it and who, as I heard today, joyfully welcomed it?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, first can I pay tribute to her work and the work of the all-party group, and genuinely welcome the cross-party involvement in that group over many years, always with the focus on the interests of the people of Gibraltar. And I can see a number of members of that group in here today. That is very, very important, and I absolutely agree with her. We need to listen to what the people of Gibraltar want and what they've clearly expressed throughout this process, and indeed Gibraltar's Parliament has reflected in their unanimous support for this agreement. She rightly summarises all of the benefits, and it was a delight to see her in Brussels just before I was travelling over to actually sign the treaty in person, and I really do want to thank her and the work of all members who've taken an interest in Gibraltar and encourage them to continue to do so as new opportunities emerge.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I understand entirely why His Majesty's Government of Gibraltar needed a new arrangement following our departure from the European Union. Gibraltar was excluded from the Trade and Cooperation Agreement by the last Conservative government. They were left high and dry, so they needed a new arrangement. However, I believe this agreement is deeply flawed. It is quite clearly a constitutional compromise. British citizens will no longer have the same right of access to Gibraltar as we do today. And I have to say to the Minister that having sat in this House when the previous Labour government tried to negotiate joint sovereignty with Spain, you simply cannot trust Madrid or the European Union. You will give them something, they will give nothing back. Their ultimate aim is sovereignty over the rock, so any compromise to the constitutional arrangements of Gibraltar should be opposed by this House.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, of course, he was part of that previous party in government that left Gibraltar high and dry, so it's quite rich to hear these comments coming from him. I'm afraid I just totally reject his claims, and if he'd have seen the scenes of Gibraltarians celebrating, if he'd have actually listened to Gibraltarians and what they wanted, if he actually read the treaty, he would know it's got nothing about joint sovereignty. Sovereignty was not on the table in these negotiations and never would be, and I think his comments about trust are just some completely out of kilter with what people on the ground want. People in Gibraltar and indeed in Andalusia want to work together. They want to have prosperity together. They want to celebrate their trade and commercial links. And it's not for him to stand up in this House and tell Gibraltarians what to think.
Order McKee.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I congratulate the Minister on the agreement? And I wonder if you would agree with me that this is only possible in part because of the work this government has done to repair the relationship between Britain and the European Union, something that's in the interest of the people of Gibraltar and the people of Glasgow who I represent.
He is absolutely right, and I think the benefits of this go well beyond just for the people of Gibraltar and indeed the people of La Linea and the neighbouring region. I think they reflect a new relationship between the UK and the EU of trust, of cooperation, of working in the interest of people and businesses and consumers and not pursuing outdated ideology. And I think the element of trust that we all collectively were able to inject into these negotiations are why we have come to the successful conclusion that we've done, and I think it provides a very good basis for discussions on other matters.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Notwithstanding the Article 2 sovereignty clause in this treaty also demands that Gibraltar aligns with a number of EU laws, standards, tariffs. If the European Court of Justice is then at odds with a Gibraltar court on the application of those, no matter of arbitration will ever shift the European Union from being absolutely wedded to the supremacy, in their eyes, of the European Court of Justice. So how can that sovereignty test ever actually be met?
Minister.
Well, I've been very clear, sovereignty wasn't on the table. Gibraltar has freely agreed to this agreement. Their government have, their parliament have, and in order to make sure that that fluid movement can take place across the board, that high standards continue to be enjoyed. There are a range of arrangements in place and, of course, dispute mechanisms as well. And those are set out very, very clearly in the treaty. I'm very happy to write to him about the detail on this and how it will operate in practice. But again, I would just emphasise this is an agreement that has had Gibraltar and its government and its people at the heart. They have backed it and they've agreed it in order that we remove that border and remove the risk of a hard border, which would have been disastrous for Gibraltarians.
Mr Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the Minister knows from the debate we had in Westminster Hall last week, I was part of an APP delegation to Gibraltar a couple of months ago when we had a wide-ranging set of meetings. And I add my words of congratulations to all those involved in achieving the treaty. One reservation that was put to me by the Leader of the Opposition, who did eventually, of course, support the treaty, was about possible future changes. And he wanted an absolute guarantee that the people of Gibraltar would have the final say on any future constitutional changes. Could the Minister confirm that that is the case?
Minister.
Well, can I thank him for his consistent advocacy and support on behalf of Gibraltarians, and I think it is very important here today to see that support on both sides of the House, and I thank him for his consistent support on this. The Concordat that I've set out with the Chief Minister, and indeed the letter as well that I've written, set out the circumstances of how we will work incredibly closely with the Government of Gibraltar going forward for any unforeseen circumstances. The treaty has clear provisions in relation to that as well. Of course, we don't foresee circumstances where these would ever be needed, but it's important they're always there, and I'm confident that they will stand the test of time.
That concludes the statement on signature of the UK-EU treaty in respect of Gibraltar. If the front bench wish to quickly shuffle over, they should do so now. We now come to the Select Committee statement on behalf of the Work and Pensions Committee. Debbie Abrahams will speak for up to 10 minutes, during which no interventions may be taken. At the conclusion of a statement, I will call members to ask questions on the subject of the statement. These should be brief questions and not full speeches. Can I emphasise that questions should be directed to the Select Committee Chair and not the relevant Government Minister. Front benches may take part in questioning, and I call Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to express my gratitude to the Backbench Business Committee for granting the opportunity to present this Work and Pensions Select Committee report on the inquiry into the transition to state pension age, a really important area for us to examine. And it follows very closely on from the inquiry that we held last year on pensioner poverty and published our report this time last year. And during that inquiry, we identified the real health and financial issues facing many working age people as they approach state pension age. This was particularly evident following the increase in the state pension age to 66 back in 2020. But as many, but not all, know, the state pension age has now started to rise from 66, as it did in this year in April, and it will reach 67 by April 2028. What our reports have shown is that people experience the effects of this state pension age increase unevenly. Our transition to state pension age inquiry asked a direct question: what happens to those who cannot keep working until their state pension begins? The committee recognises the pressures on the state pension system. In 2005, spending on the state pension and pensioner benefits was 5.3% of GDP. 20 years later, as society has aged, this has increased to 6%. And by 2070, it's estimated this will be as much as 9%. Over half of all DWP spending is spent on the state pension. As I say, this is set to increase as our society continues to age. The committee recognises the need to balance sustainability, adequacy and fairness in our social security system as a whole, including our state pension system. But fairness must mean fairness not only between generations, it is fairness within generations. Fairness to those who are least well equipped to build a secure retirement is equally important. Unfortunately, it is clear that disadvantage, ill health and frailty are not spread evenly across the country. They are concentrated in some communities more than others, and they go hand in hand with poverty. It cannot be fair to ask those with the poorest health, the fewest resources and the greatest risk to face the increase in state pension age without support. The evidence we received was clear. Financial resources, the capacity to work and good health help people manage the transition to a higher state pension age. But many people reach their early 60s after years in low-paid and often physically demanding work, in poor health and unable to work. As the Health Foundation's recent report has shown, since 2012, healthy life expectancy, the average age someone is expected to live in good health, has fallen. And it's fallen by 2 years, 60.7 years for men and 60.9 years for women. And again, this is an average. In areas like mine, an former industrial area, the healthy life expectancy for men and women is actually 56 and 58 years. So you see the difficulties that the country is facing on this issue. And of course, within that, different cohorts will have different expectancies as well. Many experience disadvantages in older age as a product of a life lived in poverty, having few financial resources, experienced insecure work and often poor housing. Madam Deputy Speaker, this poor health and later working life is reflected in different employment rates. In 2025, for example, only 42% of people aged 65 were in work. For those aged 66, the current state pension age, it fell to under 30%. That's less than 1 in 3. However, ill health is not the only reason people leave work. The Minister told us that while poorer people tend to leave work before state pension age because of ill health and/or disability, wealthier people are more likely to retire early because they can afford to do so. But there are other reasons that people leave work before state pension age as well, including becoming family carers. But on the flip side of this, we heard about older workers who wanted to work but could not find a suitable job. People who had left employment because of illness or caring responsibilities and couldn't get back into work. Sometimes these people ended up having to draw down small pension savings just to get by before their state pension began. It is not generally recognised that the previous state pension age increase from 65 to 66 caused a doubling of absolute poverty among 65-year-olds. Our real concern is that the rise to 67 may have an even greater effect. The committee heard that work-limiting health conditions among people aged 60 to 64 has increased from 28% in 2014 to 31% in 2024. We also heard that almost half of people aged 60 to 66 in the lowest income quintile were already classified as frail, These are people vulnerable to deterioration in physical and cognitive functioning. The department said that the poverty pensioners and pre-pensioners experience when the state pension age rose from 65 to 66 was mostly temporary, because people who were lifted out of poverty as soon as they reached their state pension age. But temporary poverty can still do lasting harm. It can mean going without essentials and carrying stress into later life. Half of pre-pensioners are already failed. Experiencing poverty, even if temporary, increases the risk of accelerating or exacerbating this deterioration in physical and cognitive function. Madam Deputy Speaker, these issues are not inevitable, they are solvable. Firstly, older workers need better support, healthier workplaces, flexible working opportunities. The government's current approach is focusing on supporting later working, including through the Mayfield Review, which the committee wholeheartedly supports and welcomes. As we've said in other reports this year, we wish the government would do more to accelerate this work. However, it's unclear how many people will be lifted out of poverty by the government's current labour market measures. We hope that the Mayfield Review will help in time, but it is a 3 to 7 year programme. And even if change came quickly, it could come too late for many people now approaching state pension age. Support to stay in work often needs to reach people in their 50s rather than their mid-60s. That is why my committee concluded that additional social security support is needed. This is not an abstract concern, it is a direct and foreseeable effect of state pension age policy. For people unable to work, the longer wait for the state pension can mean a year or more on inadequate working age benefits, a year using up savings, a year of hardship. We recommend the government, as a minimum, consult on an uplift in universal credit in the year before state pension age, with the aim of introducing additional support by the end of this year. We heard that such an increase would cost around $600 million a year. That must be considered alongside the estimated savings of around $10.5 billion a year once the state pension age is 67, compared with it if it had stayed at 66. We recognise that work incentives matter, but the proposal is modest. It is targeted at people in the year before state pension age. Many of those out of the labour market at that point are unlikely to return to it. The overriding priority will be to prevent hardship that would otherwise be the predictable result of public policy enacted in the 2014 Pension Act. We also recommend that when the Secretary of State's State Pension Age Review commences, they consult on the longer-term support for those unable to work up to state pension age. That review should model costs and benefits, including effects on work incentives downstream, including impacts on health and social care services. Our report also looks at government decision making. The government has relied on impact assessment from 2011 and 2013. We think those assessments are now outdated and insufficient. They did not reflect the recent increase in work limiting ill health. They did not reflect deepening inequality in healthy life expectancy. They did not provide a current basis for understanding who would be most affected by the rise to 67. In 2023, the previous government decided to proceed with the increase to 67, but said it would keep under review the position of people unable to continue to work. No such review had been published by the time of the 2024 general election, and the current government does not plan to evaluate the increase until after it completes it in 2028. That is too late. The government will have missed an opportunity to identify risks and put mitigations in place before any further increases take effect. I've got just about half a minute, if that's convenient with you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you. The committee therefore recommends a more holistic approach to future assessments. The department should consider the cumulative impact of policies on individuals. It should use evidence that reflects employment history, occupational class, health status, caring history, income and protected characteristics. It should consult the Chief Medical Officer on health impacts. It should estimate likely poverty increases in time to act before they happen. And we also want to mention about the importance of communication. Not everybody is aware of this increase to 67, and we know from previous pension policy the impact that has had on people. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to express my concern about the irresponsible rumours of the potential acceleration of a further increase in the state pension age. This fearmongering is unhelpful, to say the least, and is untrue. I commend my report to the House, Madam Deputy Speaker.
There was no bobbing earlier on. People really intending to contribute? Quickly, very quickly.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to the Select Committee Chair for her statement. I wonder if she looked in her report at what measures the government could take to keep older people in work, because she rightly noted that as a problem as people get older.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. The Mayfield Review came up with some very good recommendations which we thoroughly support, and there are other reports I could direct him to which recommend it. It's important that it is also looking at older people and not people just with health and disabilities.
That is the end of the Select Committee statement. If people wish to shuffle over on the front benches, they should do so now. We now come to the Sir David Amos summer adjournment debate, and I call Bob Blackman, who will speak for up to 15 minutes. There are many backbenchers, so I suspect that everyone will be on a speaking limit, so be mindful of that. But Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move the House has considered matters to be raised before the forthcoming adjournment. We do, as you quite rightly point out, commemorate Sir David Amos, who was so brutally murdered doing his job as an MP at his surgery. He was an expert in this debate. He would raise 25 to 27 to 20 to 30 items within 5 minutes. And indeed, he had the whole of his press releases ready for the whole summer in one debate. And can I also say it's my first opportunity to pay tribute to Anne Widdecombe, who once again was brutally murdered. And indeed, I remember Anne when she came up to Bedford and Kempston when I was standing in 1997 as a candidate. She came up with Michael Howard, and it's famously true that, of course, they didn't particularly get on as ministerial colleagues. And I was talking to Anne, and she said, "Don't talk to me, young man. Get over there and talk to Michael." And I said, "But he's surrounded by all these sycophants." So she gave me a very keen piece of advice. Use your sharp elbows and get yourself in the photograph. Don't let them be in the photograph. And indeed, she was an outspoken individual, and we miss her dearly and thank her for the service she gave to this House and indeed to after she ceased to be a member. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was delighted with the local election results in May this year. My constituency now has only Conservative councillors, which I'm delighted to announce. And indeed, my neighbour, for the member for Ruislip, Northwood and Pinner, also has only Conservative councillors. And we made significant gains in my neighbouring seat of Harrow West, gaining 12 councillors from the Labour Party, and now we have 41 out of the 55 councillors. In Brent, where one of the wards is indeed in my constituency, we more than doubled the number of councillors for the Conservative Party, and I'm delighted that one of my Brent colleagues is now the Deputy Mayor of Brent Council as a result. So I look forward to the next general election, whenever the Right Honourable Member for Makerfield chooses to call it, and the next local elections in 2030, when we'll make a clean sweep and turn Harrow fully blue. Now, this just shows actually the revival that's taken place by the Conservative Party under the Leader of the Opposition, increasing the polls, winning by-elections, gaining seats from Reform, who seem more interested in campaigning against the bin and keep pretending the Conservative Party is dead, when in reality we're winning and coming back. Now, as we pass the halfway point of the year, I wanted to update everyone with regard to the important work of the APPGs that I chair. And I begin by putting on record, and I'm sure many other colleagues, the frustration at the increased bureaucracy when it comes to AGMs, EGMs, membership, quorums and more. I hope that the committee that is looking into this, and I've written to them already, asking that these concerns are looked into, as it significantly impacts the APPG work that we all undertake. Nonetheless, I just want to run through some of the successes we've had. I chair the all-party parliamentary group on fire safety and rescue, which was, of course, chaired previously by the late Sir David Amess. And we continue to press for sustained action on public and firefighting safety. Nearly 2 years after the Grenfell report, the priority must be coherent implementation, effective building safety regulation, faster remediation, reform of construction products and approved Document B, and stronger investment in fire engineering, research, competence and learning from fires. Fire and rescue services are also facing growing pressures from wildfires, flooding, new energy technologies and increasingly complex buildings. So the All-Party Group welcomes the recent investment that's been made in national resilience and firefighter health, but will continue to argue for sustainable funding, properly trained and equipped services and a greater attention to operational safety, not least as part of the College of Fire. And I hosted earlier today a reception on the terrace for people that are bringing forward greater accreditation. In terms of the All-Party Group for Israel and the Jewish community overall, we've seen attacks in Golders Green, Hatzalah ambulances and anti-Semitism across the country rising significantly. We must join together as a House in condemning this in the sternest possible way, recognising that actions are needed, not just words. I must say that across the region, security concerns, of course, remain significant and a pressing issue for millions of Jewish individuals around the world. Whilst Israel and Lebanon have agreed a framework aimed at preventing Hezbollah's return to southern Lebanon, the group has rejected the agreement and its success will depend on enforcement and international pressure. Iran also retains substantial military capabilities, including almost all of its ballistic missile infrastructure and a stockpile of highly enriched uranium that can no longer be independently verified following the end of the IAEA access. I'm delighted the government has finally designated the IRGC. I've raised this in the chambers more often than I can count. I tabled motions, put the questions to ministers of both governments, heard every excuse in the book, that it was under review, that it could not be done, that it was being considered. The government does not comment on prescription, et al. All the while, the IRGC was murdering Iranians on their streets, arming Hamas and Hezbollah, running cyber attacks against this country, and plotting on British soil against people who'd come here to be safe. So I welcome the decision, but this is the beginning, not the end. The IRGC controls the Iranian economy through its sprawling web of front companies. That means that anyone doing business with the regime is putting money into the pockets of the guards. That has to stop. Every front company in this country should be identified, investigated and shut down. And anyone working for the IRGC here under diplomatic, commercial or cultural cover ought to be expelled. And I want to thank Madam Rajavi and the National Council of Resistance of Iran, whose painstaking work exposed the Guards' covert operations and their financial empire, which put the evidence before Parliament and helped make the decision possible. My thanks go to the Iranian exiles here in Britain, who were harassed, threatened and watched by these people, and who kept telling us the truth when it had been far easier to keep quiet. The Iranian people have shown us time and again what they want, which is a democratic republic founded on free elections, human rights and a separation of the religion from the state. I will continue to fight for that, and today we're a step closer to it, and I thank the government for doing it. Well, the All-Party Group for British Hindus, virtually every week, Madam Deputy Speaker, I host an event on behalf of the Indian community in Parliament, bringing together the community, entrepreneurs, businesses that are working hard to contribute to the UK and showing the best of the Indian diaspora in this country. The trade agreement, which has been negotiated for so many years, has provided a welcome boost to the relationship, but I hope we can see future agreements and benefits for the UK. I've also continued to work hard in raising awareness of the proposed sale of the only Hindu temple in Peterborough, a disgraceful decision by the council, which would see the only Hindu temple in the area closed, leaving a significant Hindu minority in Peterborough and neighbouring Cambridge with no place for worship. Now, there's an ongoing court case and a review of the proposed decision, so I won't mention specifics. But I've made my position very clear, and we all have a duty to ensure that individuals can practice their religion peacefully, and it should concern us if there are councils or individuals that seek to deny that for the entire community. Now, we recently re-established the all-party group for Azerbaijan, and I was there over the weekend and on Monday and Tuesday this week, meeting key people and indeed speaking at a conference on energy. That it reflects the importance of a country that is both a key UK energy partner and a source of stability in the South Caucasus. Now, during the visit, I saw how disruptions to traditional routes through Russia and parts of the Middle East have elevated Azerbaijan's role as a vital transport and aviation hub linking Europe and Asia via the Middle Corridor. As geopolitical uncertainty grows, it's essential that the UK continues to strengthen its relationship with Azerbaijan, and we do not take this for granted. So we should move quickly to deliver the strategic partnership announced last year, deepening cooperation in trade, investment, defence, education and digitalisation. And having witnessed the impact of landmine contamination in Azerbaijan firsthand, where the liberated territories are being brought back into operation, I also believe that the UK should continue supporting the mine clearance efforts. The UK and Azerbaijan already enjoy a strong partnership. The priority now is ensuring our political relationship matches its growing strategic importance, and we continue to encourage Azerbaijan and Armenia to live peacefully alongside each other. Now, the Tobacco and Vapes Act has now become law, ensuring that anyone born on or after the 1st of January 2009 will never be legally sold tobacco products. This was first introduced under the previous Conservative government. It's a strong example of cross-party cooperation delivering better public services. The government's consultation on the Act is extremely welcome, particularly in tackling youth vaping, and Parliament will have an important role in scrutinising the regulations. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are still 4.9 million smokers in the UK, and there's growing anticipation for the government's proposed roadmap to a smoke-free nation. It is disappointing, then, that the planned NHS investment in smoking cessation has been paused, particularly given commitments to expand opt-out support in hospitals and create smoke-free NHS sites. Now, as the House knows, I am very keen on ending homelessness and ending the threat of homelessness, and I was delighted to finally see the long overdue repeal of the Vagrancy Act 1824, ending the criminalisation of rough sleeping. Credit is due to the charities, campaigners and parliamentarians from across both houses who've worked tirelessly over many years to achieve this change and replace punishment with support. And so in the same cross-party spirit, I hope the government will continue to engage with the APPG for ending homelessness, which I co-chair. And while some indicators are improving, significant progress is still needed if the government is to meet its goal of ending homelessness. So priorities should include, and I have repeated this on many occasions, implementing the Supported Housing Regulatory Oversight Act, which was my private member's bill in 2023, expanding Housing First nationally and introducing a much stronger duty to collaborate so public services work together to prevent homelessness more effectively. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, as Chairman of the 1922 Committee, and of course we're a distinguished officer of such body, I want to thank my fellow officers, the Executive Committee for their support this year, and I'm delighted that we haven't had to stage a leadership contest. I also want to thank my team that work in my office. Since I was elected in May 2010, we have dealt with 106,000 cases of individual cases from my constituents. And indeed, more than 10,000 this year alone already. So the fact is that casework is increasing, not reducing, I'm afraid. So I'd like to wish you, Madam Deputy Speaker, the other speakers, Deputy Speakers, the whole House, and indeed all those that contribute to our work, a very happy summer recess. I shall be starting my work experience programme with my students on Monday, so I'm quietly glad there's no bank holiday. And of course that gives young people an opportunity to learn what it's like to be with a politician. And I end, Madam Deputy Speaker, on a slightly lighter note, because I know that in this debate often we test our vocabulary skills. So I'm very grateful to Parallel Parliament who've contacted me to confirm that I'm the only MP or member of the House of Lords to use the words avenged, deities, inverts, handicaps or franked in the last session. I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, backbench members will be on a 4-minute speaking limit, but I want to put on record my gratitude to the late Sir David Amos. He was a huge mentor of mine, and he constantly fretted about my security. It never occurred to me that we should have been fretting about his. And I want to thank my constituency team for being fantastic, especially Pavlina, who's about to go on maternity leave. And I call Mr. Adam Jogi, 4 minutes. Mr. Adam Jogi.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Chairman of the committee. I join him in paying tribute to, of course, Anne Widdecombe. We must be able to disagree without being disagreeable, or in this case, murderous in our country. It's the British way, and the sooner we get back to that, the better. Anne and her family are in my prayers, and of course, like you, I think about Sir David Amos and his family. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful to be called so early. This is a novel experience for me, and I've had to completely rewrite my speech for this debate following the announcement from the Secretary of State on local government reorganisation this afternoon. In business questions earlier, the Leader of the House said that a new administration may want to look at whether they want to proceed with any current proposals in other areas. I hope the next administration will hear my calls today to look at this. And it's important because the people of Newcastle and Lyme must be at the heart of any changes made to how our community is run. And it cannot be the case that neighbouring areas hold anything close to decisive sway over decision-making, or that the views and needs and concerns of people across Newcastle and Lyme are dismissed or diminished in favour of other areas. And at the minute, there's very little in the proposal announced today to suggest that anything mitigates against that risk, or reassures the people of Newcastle and Lyme that their concerns have been heard. And I say to colleagues, I won't stop banging on about this until we put it right. Now, more generally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the £120 million support package for the ceramics industry in Staffordshire, and I'm grateful to the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the Secretary of State for Business and the Minister for Industry, the Member for Stockton, for their support in helping make that happen. I welcome the rollout of free breakfast clubs to schools right across Newcastle Lyme, which is described in this House before, Madam Deputy Speaker, as best described as the centre of our collective universe. I welcome the continued improvements to our air and the health and well-being of our people following the closure of Wally's Quarry landfill site. One of the few things I don't have to quite bang on about as much as I did when I was first elected to this House. I've worked hard to represent our excellent farmers who make excellent produce with their flock and animals, obviously, excellent British food, and will continue to be a strong champion for them. I've enjoyed in this session, Madam Deputy Speaker, visiting our schools and our education institutions. We're proud of Keele University, Newcastle College and many, many schools, engaging with and listening to our veterans and forces organisations, and I'm looking forward to a summer back home in Newcastle Lyme where the sun shines brightly. I'd like to acknowledge the service of Godfrey, Margaret, Richard and all those who have looked after us and those who came before us for so many decades. I wish them well in their retirement. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Oh, I have a minute and a bit longer. I may add a few words. Take the opportunity before me. But thank you to my constituents for their commitment to our country, to our community, and for holding me to account in no uncertain terms every single day. Thank you to my family for their forbearance, and to my office team for all their hard work, their support to me, and their commitment to the good people who live, learn, and work in Newcastle and Lyme. And can I also wish the Prime Minister and his family well for the future. I thank him for his service to our country. Happy summer, Madam Deputy Speaker. And there's 47 seconds back for you.
Wendy Morton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak this afternoon in this debate on the last day before Parliament rises. And as ever is the case, I have so much to say and never enough time. As we approach the summer recess, though, I've reflected on the issues that matter to my constituents. What makes the communities that I represent so special inevitably is the people who simply care about where they live. The volunteers at Pelsall Carnival, the wonderful Wombles, the Aldridge volunteer gardeners, to name but a few. And that same pride is reflected in our green spaces. So I was delighted to learn that we received 5 Green Flag Awards this week across the constituency, recognising the work of groups such as the Barbican Trust, the Friends of Pelsall Common and many volunteers. Our green spaces are what define our communities. Now, I know you know what I'm going to come on to next, because it's the last opportunity to mention, yes, the green belt, our precious green belt of Aldridge Brownhills, because in my constituency we are under siege from developers thanks to the relaxation of planning rules by the current government and its redefinition of the green belt to grey belt. Currently there are applications in for sites at Birch Lane in Aldridge, 345 houses, Yorks Bridge in Pelsall, 330, Chester Road East, Streetley, 245, Barnes Lane in Rushall, 81, Little Aston Road in Aldridge, 160, Middlemore Lane West, Aldridge, 41, Chester Road West, Streetley, 600, Queslett Road East, also known as Dowbank Lane, 850, Longwood Lane, 115, currently under review, 2,767 applications, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the pipeline, all on Greenbelt sites, which developers have reclassified as grey belt. And that's not all. There is potentially more to come. Now, I know my constituency is a desirable place, but that's because the green belt creates its identity and prevents us from being swallowed up into a greater Birmingham suburb. We need more homes, of course we do, but they must be built in the right place. But instead, our communities face developers exploiting this definition called grey belt. Can a field of carrots or maize really be called grey belt? Of course it can't. It's productive agricultural land, yet developers at Birch Lane are using that label to force the hand of the local council. At a time when food security has never been more important, this policy is a recipe for food insecurity. Once these fields are covered in concrete, they are gone forever. Now, of course, I could talk a lot more at length about this, but I think I'm going to have to put in for a Westminster Hall debate when Parliament returns, and I'm no doubt we'll have lots of support for that. But I just wanted to touch on a couple of more areas. One was the importance of our local businesses. Day in, day out, I go on the high streets speaking to traders. We have some fantastic businesses, new businesses such as Serenity Kitchen and Bathrooms, existing family firms, Alan Foster Butchers, Herbarium Flowers, Orchard Hills Bakers, and independent retailers such as H&Jody. The message is the same. They are resilient, but they need the right conditions to succeed. They need a government that backs business, and I don't see that we have one. In Brownhills, our pressures were compounded by a high street sinkhole. Although the road has reopened, it reminded us of one thing, and that is the importance of shopping locally. I'm pleased we've got the Pride in Place funding. Really, we'll be working and hoping that we can make the progress that we need to. In Aldridge, we had a challenge with double red lines and what some would arguably say was predatory ticketing. It's an issue that we've been working through, but it really does highlight the importance of free parking, which is something that Walsall Council put in place. Let's see whether the Reform-led Council will continue that. I'm running out of time, but let me just say there's no debate is complete without a mention of Aldridge train station, a project secured and one that needs the money, and I will continue my campaign. Thank you.
Chris Kane.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Much has rightly been said about Sir David's enthusiasm for using this occasion to celebrate the people and organisations that make our communities stronger. Many members will recognise that some of the communities facing the greatest challenges are often those with the biggest hearts. In my constituency, that spirit has been embodied by Fill-In Community Voice, set up in 2022 with a simple ambition to bring life back to the heart of the village. In just a few years, its volunteers have created a thriving community garden, helped deliver the Grubhub community food project and brought Christmas lights back to Fill-In. Their work has helped renew community pride, and it's no surprise that they've been recognised at this year's Inspire Volunteer Awards. A few miles along the road, the Cowie Rural Action Group has spent many years quietly improving village life, from the Wee Club, which brings older residents together each week, to community projects including the Village Skate Park. Cowie Rural Action Group has shown what can be achieved when local people work together. One of the best, dare I say, most out-of-the-box ideas in my constituency began when someone looked at an old red telephone box and, refusing to accept that it had reached the end of its useful life, the Balfron Phone Box Food Exchange has transformed that familiar landmark into a source of practical support for local people while reducing food waste at the same time. It's a simple idea, but often the simplest ideas can be the most effective. In Strathallan, I want to recognise PKEVS in Auchterarder. I visited the charity last summer and was reminded of the extraordinary contribution unpaid carers make every day.
For more than 50 years, they have provided practical support, respite, and just as importantly, somewhere to listen. Now I want to recognise a campaign that shows why community action matters. Last year, after a determined 7-year campaign led by Sarah Heward, the Tyndrum Infrastructure Group and their partners, a Changing Places toilet opened at the Green Welly stop in Tyndrum. It filled a significant gap in provision and is a lasting reminder that determined local campaigners really can change lives. That message was brought home to me by Quinns, a remarkable young constituent from Bridge of Allen who lives with a rare genetic condition. His mother wrote to me and said, "We are dependent on Changing Places toilets to give Quinns the same life experience as any other child his age." Inspired by their own experiences, Quinns and his sister Anita have become proud advocates for more Changing Places toilets, helping other families by raising awareness of just how important these facilities are. Across my constituency, volunteers are quietly making life better every single day. The Friends of Plean Country Park care for one of our best-loved green spaces, while the Friends of Kings Park look after the historic park beneath Stirling Castle. The volunteers of the Barrackburn and Eastern Villages Sports Hub have created a place where the community comes together. At the University of Stirling, volunteers organise a park run every Saturday morning, bringing hundreds of people together through exercise and encouragement. In Fintry, the Community Sports Trust continues to transform village life, while local volunteers have opened a wonderful museum celebrating the village's history. In St Ninians, the Mayfield Centre and its much-loved library continue to bring people together through books and community events. In Strathblane, residents refused to put up with a dilapidated library and raised the money to build a new one themselves. In Braehead, the Crawford Hall has remained at the heart of the community for over 30 years, while Braehead Community Garden has helped people reconnect with food growing for more than a decade. In the top of the town in Stirling, Cowan's Trust has been helping those in need since 1637. And Riverside, Action in Mind provides life-changing mental health support. In Causeway Head, Recyclebike gives unwanted bicycles a second life while helping people gain access to affordable transport. Across the constituency, organisations such as Carn Valley Renewables and Calendar Community Development Trust are generating renewable energy to provide a sustainable income that can be reinvested directly into local communities. I've mentioned some of the organisations in my constituency. I do not have time to mention them all, but it's been a privilege to place on record my thanks to a few of the volunteers, charities and community champions who make Stirling and Strathallan such a special place. And thank you very much.
Oh, Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As we prepare for the longer summer recess and reflect on the past year, I want to first of all extend my thanks to you, your team, Mr Speaker, and the wider Speaker team for their work and your work in making this place function as it does. And to put on record my thanks to all of the amazing staff who work here in Parliament. I know that every single one of us is a doughty champion. I hear that often at the dispatch box, but it's true about those that work in Parliament too, as well as our staff who work out in the constituencies. On a global scale, Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that many of my own constituents in North East Fife care deeply and indeed despair about the horrific events in the Middle East. And I was unable to be here for last week's debate on trade with illegal settlements in the West Bank due to the late running of prior business. And I want to reiterate the comments of my honourable friends and colleagues who called for a ban on all trade in goods and services to those occupied territories. And I would say that guidance to UK business is simply not good enough, particularly when significant building contracts are going out to tender. UK government requests might not outweigh the demands of shareholders and private equity contracts. And I also want to raise the worsening situation in the village of al-Khair, which has been subject to multiple demolition orders from the Israeli civil administration. I was at a meeting with Na'amod, a movement of Jews in the UK against occupation in the West Bank just yesterday, and their ask, which I'm going to ask the front bench to take note of and feed back to the FCDO, is for urgent diplomatic intervention. This Palestinian village is currently having its future decided by a military court, and we must use all our diplomatic levers to prevent it from being demolished entirely. Energy costs are high, Madam Deputy Speaker. There has never been a more important time for us to retrofit households to make them as energy efficient and green in their use as possible. But when people's homes are at stake, these retrofits must be done right. And several of my constituents have had their homes effectively trashed by workmen installing heat pumps funded through the government's Eco4 scheme. Ministers and officials in Desnes are well aware of this, as I've raised it both in this place and more generally, as well as having a meeting for some of my constituents with the Minister for Consumers last year. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, that meeting was in December, and since then my team has written multiple times to follow up on the pledges made. And I note a letter from the Minister today to interested MPs, which sadly was primarily focused on faulty solid wall installation and didn't really refer to heat pump issues that are being experienced by my constituents and others. My constituents were promised audits of their properties for the purpose of remedial works. And although I'm grateful to the Minister for his time, I do want to get something beyond my email update from last December. Madam Deputy Speaker, some of the building problems my constituents have experienced stem from a lack of training and oversight for refitting older rural properties. Life in a rural community has its benefits, but it also comes with its own unique set of policy challenges which are too often ignored. I have been trying consistently to get a banking hub for Cooper in the centre of my constituency, and I was pleased to meet with the Minister in her surgery on Monday about their review into the rules governing banking access. It's vitally important that everyone who needs access to financial advice can get it. And as part of my battle for banking, I've spent a few Fridays travelling the bus routes of North East Fife to understand how hard it is to access services which are further away. I would love to invite you, Madam Deputy Speaker, to visit North East Fife at any time. In fact, anybody is welcome. We look forward to the Largo and Pittenweem Arts Festivals this summer, and the Leven Putting Green is open every day. But I would never suggest that any of you travelled across it by bus. I just want to finish very quickly by highlighting a challenge that University of St Andrews is experiencing in relation to cuts to the Science and Technologies Facilities Council budget. This is going to badly affect the Astronomy Department at the university. Cutting R&D is never the right answer, particularly with the scale of the challenges before us. I do hope this is a decision that can be revisited. Thank you.
Then visiting, Mary Glindon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure that we all are aware of the importance of the role played by civil servants across the whole country. People often devote their whole working lives to these roles, and so the least they deserve is to get the pensions they've paid for on time, and for their loved one to receive their entitlements following bereavement. Sadly, the disastrous performance of Capita saw the backlog rocket to 120,000 in the first 4 weeks of their commencing work on the contract. I hope the government manages to get the scheme sorted out as quickly as possible and suspends payments and all future contract awards to Capita pending a full review. The decision to award the Synergy contract for payroll services across 4 departments flies in the face of our government's commitment to delivering the biggest wave of insourcing for a generation. So could we hit pause and review their ability to deliver before civil servants start to go unpaid too? Today, civil servants from the PCS union are starting strike action at the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office in a dispute over staff restructuring. We appreciate that internal reorganisation is sometimes required, but too often there has been a failure to consult, including over plant closures to civil service officers, which include the Department of Education office in Newcastle, and I know other members will have experienced similar situations with regard to departments, offices across the country. I hope the Cabinet Office ensures all departments have proper discussions with trade union representing members affected by these changes, especially where closure of offices would be damaging to local economies and communities. There really should be an economic impact assessment conducted before such plans go ahead. And could we please extend a vote of thanks to all our hard-working civil servants and agree to listen to their concerns, which could have helped avoid many of the problems in the case of Capita. Sir David Amos frequently raised the issue of hepatitis as he was chair of the Liver Health APPG. The 20th of July is World Hepatitis Day. The UK is committed to achieving the World Health Organisation's goal of eliminating hepatitis C as a public health concern by 2030. The virus disproportionately affects disadvantaged and marginalised communities. It's preventable and curable. Left undetected, it can cause fatal cirrhosis and liver cancer. I'm sure the House would join me in commending the efforts of our NHS, the Hepatitis C Trust and Harm Reduction Services, which have had considerable success in finding, engaging, testing and treating people who are at risk. Thanks to them, the UK is within reach of meeting the World Health Organisation's target of hepatitis C elimination by 2030. Another concern of Sir David's, which I share as my North East region is the worst affected in the country, is alcohol harms. I pay tribute to the organisation Balance, which has done excellent work in the North East to raise awareness that alcohol causes seven types of cancer, including bowel cancer and breast cancer. Last year, the Drugs, Alcohol and Justice APP, which Sir David supported and I formerly chaired, produced a paper reminding us that although alcohol misuse costs on NHS an estimated 3.5 billion, there has been no alcohol strategy since 2012. As we wait a new MP and a new senior team to start work, I want to take this moment to congratulate the Minister of Equalities, Bridget Phillipson, for this week completing orders to enact the updated EHRC Code of Practice on Services, Public Functions and Associations, which will come into force on the 5th of August. There are now no more excuses, and all service providers, local authorities and organisations, including our government departments, will bring their policies into line with the Equality Act so that women-only services and spaces are exactly that, for biological women only.
A reminder for colleagues, we do not mention members' names directly, we mention them by their constituencies. Sir David Davis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, last month's sentencing of Nicola Sturgeon's husband exposed the real reasons behind the Scottish Government's persecution of Alex Salmon. From 2010 to 2022, Peter Murrell abused his position to embezzle almost £500,000 from the SNP to buy luxury items. He used the SNP money to buy a £33,000 Volkswagen Golf. Then he stole £57,000 to buy a Jaguar car. Further luxuries included handbags, an £850 gold pendant, 4 separate coffee machines costing £9,000, luxury kitchenware, at least 26 fountain pens costing nearly £21,000, and 2 Dyson £350 Dyson hairdryers for a man with no hair. Really? Then, of course, the infamous £124,000 motorhome. Did Sturgeon not wonder where he got the money for all those vehicles, the kitchenware, the handbags, the pens, the pendants she loved? After all, who used the Dyson hairdryers in that household? My view on her denials is clear. She is lying. She knew full well what her husband was doing and how those luxury purchases were funded. That Murrell was a thief was obvious in the 1980s when he stole from Alex Salmon. Salmon told Sturgeon it was deeply unwise to keep her husband on as chief executive, but she kept him in place, enabling his crimes for years. Eventually, in March 2021, 3 members of the SNP's Finance Committee withdrew and resigned, blaming chaotic and incompetent financial management. And they were, on their own words, on the receiving end of a hostile backlash driven by Sturgeon's toxic culture. They resigned in protest. Later on, they were followed by the finance director, of the treasurer rather, of the organisation. But Sturgeon told colleagues at the meeting where those first resignations happened, there are no reasons for the people to be concerned about the party's finances. No reasons. And when the treasurer resigned, she ignored it. Sturgeon was part of the cover-up, using a position to suppress justice. She behaved dishonourably and dishonestly. But her most evil act was stitching up Alex Salmon to hide the truth. When he was considering going on the National Executive himself, the risk to the conspirators was clear. Here's a numerate man who could not be silenced. So what did they do? In Salmon's own words, there was a malicious and concerted attempt to remove him from public life in Scotland by a range of individuals within the Scottish Government. The senior Scottish Government figures created a procedure for dealing with sexual harassment allegations that deliberately targeted Salmon. That procedure was so biased that a judge ruled it unlawful and tainted by apparent bias. So having lost that, they brought prosecutions against it. But Salmon was acquitted on all charges by a majority female jury before a female judge. It now appears clear that these actions to destroy a man's reputation and life were motivated by a desire to hide their own crimes. There are many unresolved questions. But what happened with £60,000 of items dropped from the indictment? The hairstylers, the lingerie, the books by Sturgeon's favourite authors. Murrell was clearly protecting Sturgeon by removing items that incriminated her. In the investigation, further questions to Sturgeon, the police had further questions to Sturgeon, but prosecutors stopped them from putting them. And those prosecutors work for the Lord Advocate, the principal legal advisor to the Scottish Government, a clear conflict of interest. There's a clear pattern of secrecy, obstruction and power used to protect power, a pattern started by Sturgeon. Scotland needs a fresh start. That starts with a judicial inquiry into this entire sordid scandal, because it's a scandal that cost Alex Salmond his life.
In keeping with the late David Amos, the summer adjournment debate is indeed broad. I will be calling Alex Meyer, after which, to help, I will be calling Steve Darling, and to help Mr Darling, that will be followed by Sarah Hall. Alex Meyer.
Deputy Speaker. First of all, I have to say to the Leader of the House, I have a complaint about this Labour government. It's entirely messed up the pattern of my life. At the beginning of every year, I used to know what I was going to be doing. I would be standing outside of a train station complaining about Tory fare rises, but no more, because this Labour government has introduced the first fare rise in 30 years, alongside bringing in Great British Railways. Then come to Easter, I will be campaigning about hens and eggs, as we were all thinking about them. Because it's so unfair, and I've always thought this, that hens should be allowed to be in cages no more of the size of an A4 piece of paper, with no ability to use their natural behaviours, flap around and do the things that hens should be doing. They're called enhanced cages, and I always thought that the marketing people had really earned their stripes by calling them that, because they're absolutely confinement cages. But again, this Labour government's sorting it out and making sure that as part of the biggest change to animal welfare in a generation, we're going to get rid of those. Yeah. And I even heard today that we're consulting on fireworks, so I've got no idea what I'm going to be campaigning about come November. But there is a summer campaign that I still think this Labour government needs to sort out. In the very first month that I came to this place, I asked about maximum working temperatures. And I was told by the Minister that they were going to work to bring forward discussions with the HSE. By 2025, I was told by ministers that they had given approval for the HSE to then look into it. And by this year, I was told that they are now looking into it and that in due course there will be a consultation. So I would say that was perhaps slow and steady, but perhaps a little too slow, because there is a climate emergency. And I don't think many people would deny that there is a climate emergency, possibly a few people on the benches opposite. And my constituents tell me story after story over the recent heat waves that we've had of really unsafe working temperatures in the factories, in the shops, in the offices, in the classrooms that they are in. And I was looking back at some of the previous debates over this, because actually Parliament has been talking about temperatures for workers for many, many years. And the brilliant people in the library actually showed me the Hansards from the 1930s, which was the first time that they were talking really about monitoring temperatures in workplaces and making sure that there was a thermometer in every factory. And it's at that point that the idea of minimum working temperatures was put into place. And I think that today we absolutely have got to make sure that there is a maximum as well. It's something that I think there is widespread support for. It's very similar to the minimum working temperatures. You look at those debates from the 1930s and you see that workers are feeling unwell and actually that they're unproductive in temperatures that aren't acceptable. And the same is true today as we fast forward to that changed climate. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think this is something we can really get our teeth into at speed. The climate has changed and so must our laws.
Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it is poignant that it's the Sir David Amos debate today, particularly in light of the shocking murder of Anne Widdecombe only a week ago. She was a Devon resident, and whilst I may not have seen eye to eye with her politically, she did definitely bring authenticity into politics in spade loads. Anne would have actually benefited from Torbay Hospital, which she could probably see from Dartmoor, to be honest, because it's an incredible view from certain patches of Dartmoor down to the fair constituency of Torbay. And the hospital in Torbay needs significant investment. Sadly, it's drifted down the league tables of performance, and they were promised under the Conservatives investment. It was never delivered. And the hospital, despite that, there are fears around services being torn away from the hospital. Myself and the Heart campaign in Torbay are campaigning hard to protect those services and get investment. And myself and others believe that there is a lack of acknowledgement of our frail elderly population in Devon, where the finances are not following that particular challenge. In Torbay, and I'm sure, Madam Deputy Speaker, you may be planning to visit Devon at some stage, we have an incredible hospitality offer, but it's really challenged at the moment with the national insurance hikes, with the increases in utility bills, and the failure by the government to properly manage, to change our business rates. So I would implore the government to reflect on our hospitality industry and take a leaf out of the Liberal Democrats' books around that cut to VAT, that we should be a 5% cut for 18 months to support our hospitality industry, because that would give it a significant boost. Many people may be planning to visit the English Riviera this summer, and many may be venturing onto our coasts. So I hope that the Minister will ensure that common sense prevails in recompensing our coastguards appropriately, who put themselves in danger's way, and support some people in very tragic circumstances. So I hope that we will see some positive way forwards there. In conclusion, as a member who has a disability, I'm delighted that it is Pride in Disability Month this month, and I'm really disappointed that my local authorities, as in Torbay Council, are failing to engage with me appropriately around SEND issues, because an MP should be there to champion his constituents. I'm having to take this now on to the Ombudsman. And finally, I'd like to thank all the staff throughout the parliamentary estate for their sterling work. And I'd like to thank my staff for their sterling work, supporting my constituents, whether they're in sunny Torbay or even hotter Westminster. Thank you.
Sarah Hall.
I want to use my contribution today to talk about my constituent, Lucy Harrison. As a warning, what follows will be painful to hear. Painful because Lucy was deeply loved, because Lucy's life was taken in circumstances that should never have happened, and because Lucy's family and loved ones have had to carry the truth of that day ever since. They've shown extraordinary courage in allowing her story to be told. Lucy was just 23 when she died. She was from Great Sankey in Warrington. She had her whole life ahead of her. Lucy was not simply a name in the news. She was Jane's daughter. She was Sam's partner. She was deeply loved, and she should still be here. Lucy had already achieved so much. She had earned a first-class degree in fashion buying and merchandising, and had begun a career she was passionate about. She was building a life with a partner, Sam. Sam has described Lucy as the joy of his life. She meant everything to him. Boxing Day 2024 would be the last time that Jane saw her daughter alive. On the 27th of December 2024, Lucy and Sam travelled to Texas to visit Lucy's father and his family. Lucy's father, a British citizen, now lives in Texas. They were due to return home on the 10th of January 2025. However, on the day they were due to return home, just before leaving for the airport, Lucy went into a bedroom with her father. Sam waited for Lucy in the living room. A short time later, Sam heard a loud bang. Lucy had been shot by her father. She was in her father's home, somewhere she should have been safe. It was in the middle of the night when Jane, who was back home in Warrington, received the call that no parent should ever receive, that Lucy had been shot by her father and she'd not survived. Jane and Sam immediately found themselves trying to understand how Lucy's death was being investigated, what evidence was being considered, and whether anyone would ever be held accountable. They were left trying to understand a legal system without adequate support from the FCDO. The Prosper Police Department investigated Lucy's death as a possible criminal negligent homicide, but the case was later considered by a grand jury in Texas, and no criminal charges were brought. The gun had simply gone off. When the evidence was later examined at Lucy's inquest in Cheshire, the conclusion was very different. The senior coroner found that Lucy had been unlawfully killed. The senior coroner for Cheshire told the court that Lucy's father's actions on the day of her death were truly exceptionally bad and reprehensible so as to amount to her death, and she rejected the account that the gun had simply gone off. The coroner found that for Lucy to have suffered the injury she did, her father must have pointed the firearm in her direction, failed to check whether it was loaded, and then pulled the trigger. She described those actions as reckless and concluded that amounted to gross negligence manslaughter. An officer detected alcohol on his breath and he initially denied having consumed any. And despite that, no breathalyzer or blood alcohol tests were ever carried out. So the senior coroner's findings directly challenge the description of Lucy's death as a tragic incident. And they raise serious questions about whether the original investigation followed the evidence with the rigour this case demanded. Now, Lucy's family recognises that the legal systems in England and Texas are different, but they're not asking for the government to interfere in another country's justice system, but they're asking for the findings of a British coroner reached after a full examination of the evidence to be taken seriously, and they're asking for Lucy's case to be reconsidered by US authorities. So today, I implore the government to use every channel it has to press the relevant authorities in Texas to reopen or formally reconsider Lucy's case, and to stand alongside a British family to ensure the findings of a British court are properly considered. And as a matter of urgency, to ensure that the FCDO in future does more to support families, the families of constituents murdered abroad. Jane has said that those who knew Lucy know what she would want them to do now, to make change, to do better and be better. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. They're carrying on the fight for Lucy.
Oh, Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to raise a deeply troubling case that highlights serious concerns about the integrity of DNA testing within the Child Maintenance Service and questions surrounding the existing safeguards in place to protect families. So today I want to share, as was recounted to me, what happened to my constituent, Ms Chelsea Miller, her fight for justice and the serious questions it raises. Ms Miller separated from her former partner, Mr Brown, shortly after the birth of their son in March 2022. When she applied to the CMS for child maintenance a few months later, paternity was disputed, and the CMS arranged DNA testing through Cellmark, an independent private company specialising in forensic and relationship DNA testing. Ms Miller attended an approved testing clinic. However, her former partner requested that the DNA sample be taken at Woodlawn Medical Centre, a location that was not on Cellmark's approved list of collection sites. Despite this, the testing kit was sent there. Crucially, Cellmark did not verify that the centre was authorised or capable of conducting CMS DNA testing, nor was my constituent informed of the change. The result came back stating that Mr Brown was not the father. Miss Miller knew the result was wrong. She knew Mr Brown was the dad. And for her own determination, she persuaded Mr Brown's mother to participate in private DNA testing. That test established that the child was her biological grandson, that Mr Brown's mother was grandma. And as Mr Brown is an only child, it confirmed that the official CMS result could not be correct. Subsequent investigations by the Department for Work and Pensions and the police confirmed what had happened. An employee of Woodlawn Medical Centre, Robert Patel, had conspired with Mr Brown and tampered with the DNA testing process. Both Mr Brown and Mr Patel were subsequently convicted and sentenced to prison for fraud. The concerns I have regarding this case are not limited to individual wrongdoing. It raises fundamental questions and concerns regarding the security of the chain of evidence relating to DNA testing and the process as a whole. Why was the DNA testing kit sent to an unapproved collection site without proper checks being carried out? What assessment or oversight did the CMS undertake of the company and its practices before and after the commissioning of DNA testing? But most importantly, what lessons have been learned to ensure that no other parent or child has to endure the same ordeal? People need to have confidence in paternity testing, whether in child maintenance or other forensic uses. The chain of evidence needs to be secure. Will the government urgently review this and meet with me and my constituent to discuss this case and the measures that can be taken to strengthen oversight, accountability and safeguards within paternity testing? Families must be able to trust that decisions affecting their children are based on processes that are secure, reliable and beyond reproach.
minute.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just whiz open my iPad so I can read it. Thank you very much. It's a privilege to contribute to this debate in memory of Sir David Amess. Sir David embodied what it means to be a great constituency MP. He understood that our greatest responsibility is not just what happens in this chamber, what happens in our communities, our surgeries, and our conversations with the people who put their trust in us. That is what this debate celebrates. Constituency work rarely makes the headlines, but it changes lives. None of it would be possible without my incredible team, and I hope this House and my constituents will understand my wanting to take this opportunity to thank them. They make me a far more effective MP, and I'm enormously grateful for everything they do. Since being elected, it has been my privilege of my life to serve the people of South Derbyshire. Regular surgeries and monthly coffee mornings are amongst the most valuable parts of my role. They allow me to listen, understand what matters to people, and to ensure that the work we do, both in the constituency and in this place, reflects their experiences. Sometimes that work is about campaigns affecting whole communities, helping secure the new school at Newhouse Farm in Mickleover, standing alongside residents in Stanton in their opposition to the incinerator, and continuing to fight to protect Swadlincote's nationally important pottery. But often it is the individual stories that really stay with you. Derek was just 4 years old when he had already waited more than a year for his wheelchair, a quarter of his life. Receiving a photo of him smiling in it when it finally arrived is something I'll never forget. Then there's Alfred and his mum, Emma. Alfred's just 10, and we helped access funding for specialist therapies. There's Kaysen and his family, whose mobility support was restored, and families who have secured vital medical appointments, specialist equipment, or simply someone to help them navigate an overwhelming system. These may seem like small victories in the grand scheme of politics, but they're not. They're not small to the people living with them. Behind every MP, and especially this MP, is a dedicated team quietly listening, chasing answers, navigating bureaucracy, and supporting people through some of the most difficult moments of their lives. None of us came into politics from a political background in my team. Between us, we have experience in the NHS, business, education, the arts and the charitable sector, but we all share one thing, a determination to help people. Our constituency office also has become a place where local organisations can support others, from Derbyshire Wish helping victims of domestic abuse to Derbyshire LGBT's monthly Spill the Tea sessions, and I want my trans constituents to know that they have a friend and ally in me, even if they feel let down by this Labour government right now. As well as our Accessibility Action Group, bringing together residents and partners to make South Derbyshire more inclusive. Of course, constituency work is not a catalogue of successes. We did not stop the Stanton incinerator. Too many Sen families are still battling a system that lets them down, and many of my constituents continue to face challenges with fleecehold, inappropriate development and poor roads. But being a constituency MP is not about winning every campaign. It's about showing up, listening, being honest even when the answer is no, and never giving up on the people we represent. Different constituencies face different challenges, but we all share the same privilege to serve the people who put their trust in us. If the people of South Derbyshire know they have an MP and a team who listen, who stand beside them and who will keep fighting for them, then I will consider that the greatest honour of this job, and I hope it's a fitting tribute to the example set by Sir David Amess.
Tim Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier this week I spoke in the Westminster Hall debate about isolation of coastal communities. I prepared a 5-minute speech, but we were only allowed 2.5 minutes. So here's the other 2.5 minutes. The More in Common research group recently produced a report commissioned by Associated British Ports about understanding British coastal communities. And the report is indeed a wake-up call for Westminster. It surveys those living on our coast, and the message is clear. 79% of coastal residents feel the government in Westminster doesn't understand their area. I have to say, I disagree with that to some extent, because there are many people, such as myself, who live and work and were brought up in coastal communities. And it's very easy to knock Westminster for not understanding coastal communities or industrial areas or whatever, when in actual fact many of us work very hard to argue for the case for the communities in which we live. Young people in these communities can see the potential for coastal areas, but they need a reason to stay. Currently, 58% of young people in coastal communities are considering leaving because they feel they have no choice or lack of decent jobs. In my area, we have Immingham, the biggest port in the country, right on the doorstep. And if we unlock the investment of port infrastructure, we can reverse the brain drain. Turning from our economic future to the immediate health of our communities, I must raise deep concerns regarding NHS England's proposals for the integrated care board boundary changes in our region. I, along with neighbouring MPs, have written to the Minister and to the ICB arguing the case. Services across North Lincolnshire and North East Lincolnshire and the wider Humber are deeply interconnected, and we need a single health ecosystem. If NHS England proceeds with breaking up our current footprint, it will directly undermine the viability of Scunthorpe and Grimsby General Hospitals. Furthermore, 300,000 people from the Humber and North Yorkshire ICB footprint are threatened by the financial stability of the entire system, and it dilutes the level of support and services in our area. Now, it wouldn't be complete if I didn't raise my long-running campaign to restore the direct train services from Grimsby and Cleethorpes to King's Cross. I've already raised it once at transport questions this morning, and I will go on at every possible opportunity. Grimsby and Cleethorpes represent one of the largest urban areas in the entire country without a direct to our capitals. Linked to our capital city. Now, the government claimed that the creation of Great British Railways will boost economic growth and provide direct services. It is now up to the ministers themselves to decide that, and they could, merely by signing an order, restore this service as quickly as possible. And in my last 30 seconds, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd just like to report that I had a close encounter with a cyclist this morning. Now, many pedestrians around London will be aware that cyclists can, or I'll qualify that, some cyclists can be a danger. And you could go outside of this building and see law breaking, hundreds of cyclists breaking the law. If we don't enforce the law at a low level, we are turning our eye to the law breaking at a higher level. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Melanie Ward. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in this debate and to hear the warm recollections of Sir David Amos, including from yourself. He was obviously widely respected across this chamber. Last month, we also remembered my dear friend, Joe Cox, who we continue to miss, and my thoughts this week are with the friends and relatives of Anne Widdecombe following her shocking murder. Yeah. An attack on one parliamentarian is an attack on all of us. Yeah. I always say that community solidarity is the biggest strength in my part of the world, and I'd like to use my time to highlight some of the people and organisations who are shining examples of this. I'd like to pay tribute to the Linton Lane Centre, which celebrates its centenary this year, and I was glad to join their celebrations. Formerly Kirkcaldy Boys Club, it is a thriving cornerstone of life in Kirkcaldy, providing a wide range of services to the community. The Linton Lane Centre is led heroically by Mandy Hunter, who celebrates 30 years of working at the centre today. I'd like to say thank you to Mandy for her tireless years of service, and thank you to all the staff and volunteers at the Linton Lane Centre. Turning to Dalgety Bay, after the success of our new banking hubs in Cowdenbeath and Burnt Island, we need a new banking hub in Dalgety Bay to ensure that vital banking services are still accessible there, especially to a population who are perhaps not always au fait with online banking. I've raised this with the Treasury Minister only yesterday, and I will continue to push for this to happen. Now to two pieces of good news. I was inspired by the work of students at Dunakeer Primary School, who produced an impressive display of artwork to celebrate diversity at their school. The school had become the target of vile racist attacks online as a result of holding Diversity Day celebrations, and I visited to offer my support. What I saw there were children from different backgrounds, all with a love for Scotland and pride in their family's heritage. It reminded me that the real world is different and often better than the online world. These children had a greater understanding of each other than any of the abusive and racist trolls online. Let me say clearly,
I am proud of the teachers and pupils of Dunakeer Primary, and I hope that they are proud of themselves. Yeah. I warmly welcome the £515,000 new investment that this UK Government is making in Denfield Park in Kirkcaldy through the SFA. The current football pitch has been prone to flooding, and the new 3G pitch, which this funding will help to pay for, will provide year-round football facilities for men's and women's teams across age groups and from across Kirkcaldy. A massive well done to all at the Kirkcaldy Community Football Partnership for all of their hard work in making this happen. Now, as many members have recalled, MPs would not be able to do our jobs without our incredible staff teams, and I am very lucky in this regard. I'd like to say a huge thank you to Angela Bailey, who is soon moving on from being my office manager. I'll always be grateful to her for her work with me in 2024 and ever since then, and I wish her and her family all the very best in the future. Yeah. And that just brings me lastly to say a huge thank you to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and to all of the parliamentary staff. A relaxing and rejuvenating recess. I think we need it after recent events. And we're extremely grateful to all that you do in making our democracy function.
Corbyn. Madam Deputy Speaker, when the member for Harrow East introduced this debate, he quite rightly drew attention to the huge work done by our constituency and parliamentary staff, and I think it's right that we should thank them on this occasion and also thank all the parliamentary staff for what they do. And I do thank my local authority for what they do, in particular the street cleaners that cleaned up after the largest ever football celebration in Britain when Arsenal won the league. I'm sure everybody will cheer that straight away. No. But could I also put on the record my thanks to two members of the Members' Room staff who are retiring today, Godfrey Asari and Margaret Labolo, who've done fantastic work, providing God knows how many cups of coffee and tea for all of us over many years. They deserve our thanks too. There are a number of things I want to just refer to very briefly, if I could, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, the Prime Minister gave his last Prime Minister's question time. He gave a characterisation of the Labour Party that he inherited when he became the leader, which I profoundly disagree with and is completely wrong. The Labour Party was not financially in any great problem when I ceased to be the leader. In fact, it had very large capital and cash assets at that time. Secondly, to call it morally bankrupt and claiming it to be a party that had been found to be institutionally anti-Semitic is completely wrong and will not be found anywhere in the EHRC report that was put there. And I do invite the Prime Minister to correct the record. I'm sure he would wish it to be accurate. There are many things that are going to face the new Prime Minister when he comes into office. I hope he will fundamentally change our policy on Gaza and Palestine and on Iran and Lebanon, and at the very least cease military support and security cooperation with Israel, but also support the private member's bill that I put forward calling for a public inquiry in Gaza in the same way that Sir John Chilcot undertook a public inquiry into the policy on Iraq. My constituency, like many others, has a large number of places that are now leasehold properties, fairly newly built quite often, many of them covered with unsafe cladding, and therefore they require to be moved. And I'm pleased that the government has made some funding available to remediate unsafe cladding. That is good. Except I ask the question, why aren't the developers being given that bill? Why aren't they the ones that are forced to pay for what they knew to be unsafe cladding when they put it in? And so to the residents in my constituency, in Drayton Park, Highbury Square and Stadium buildings, I hope that we can do something for them, because they have suffered very high insurance costs, inability to sell or move their places simply because something was badly built and they were unaware of it when they bought the place. Two other quick issues I wish to raise. I have a constituent who I'd rather not name because I think he deserves privacy, who suffers from advanced motor neuron disease. He's in a very bad way. He is getting nursing care from the local health service, and that is good, of course. I have written several times to the Home Office asking his family in Nigeria be allowed to visit. They've consistently and absolutely refused to allow him to be visited by his son and any other member of his family. I appeal to the Home Office, and I'm sure the Leader of the House will pass this on, and I'll follow up with another letter. Please show some humanity for this man towards the end of his life, to at least have the opportunity to see the rest of his family before he passes on from a most terrible condition. In 15 seconds available, Fish and Cook is a shop that's closing on Blackstock Road. Please do not allow what is a successful small business to be turned into a 24-hour gaming place. Give us the powers to stop this kind of thing happening in any of our high streets anywhere around this country.
Order. Lewis Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the last year, Sunderland has shown it is truly a city on the up, with a new hospital, library, bridge, construction skills academy, officers' housing all open or opening soon. All secured under a Labour council, with investment plans in place for the Crownworks film studio, expansion of the Metro to Washington and much more. Now, Reform UK Sunderland might have criticised city centre regeneration as vanity projects and opposed council investment, but in the spirit of constructive cross-party engagement that I have tried to adopt following their victory in May, I should acknowledge that Reform have promised to bring back the air show that was an annual highlight of my childhood. That will presumably, Madam Deputy Speaker, be returning next July, so I want to extend an early invite to all honourable members and the future member for Clacton to not just enjoy our beautiful coast, but also to help ensure that all rubbish from day trippers to Roker and Seaburn is properly disposed of in the bin. Sunderland fans will be minding the gap when we get off the metro at the airport this summer, not just for our summer holidays, but for getting carried away at Europa League fixtures, perhaps in Milan. Our first season back in the Premier League was a resounding triumph, a huge turn in fortunes for the red and white team founded by a trade union. It just shows what you can do with the right manager, inspired recruitment and consistent hard work. Yes, I am referring still to football here, not the Labour Party. I know the Leader of the House, the Right Honourable Member for Tynemouth, is an ardent fan of Europe, so I'm sure he'll join me in wishing SAFC well for the season ahead. I do specifically want to mention at this point the contribution of David Bruce, who recently departed as the club's Chief Business Officer. As a lifelong fan, a local lad made good, he led the commercial revitalisation of the club and, crucially, its reconnection with the fans, including through the return of fantastic Hummel kits. I wish him well in his future work as Chief Executive of Sheffield Wednesday. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're at the end of the school year, of course, so I want to thank teachers, staff and students across Sunderland for their commitment this year. A deserved summer break beckons, and for those awaiting exam results, I hope they reflect all of your hard work. Mrs. Helen Smith has been teaching at St Anthony's Catholic Girls' School for more than 30 years, including as head of sixth form and leading their A-level politics programme. She has encouraged and inspired generations of Sunderland young people to be engaged in our democracy, whether as runners at our speedy election counts, visitors to Parliament, or as talented interns and staff in my and the offices of me and my predecessors. I thank her for that and the significant contribution she has made to public life in Sunderland, as I thank all teachers and staff retiring at the end of this term. Homelessness shames us all, and I want to pay tribute to the Prime Minister's priority on tackling it, including through significantly increasing the homelessness grant allocation to Sunderland. I am deeply saddened still, though, angry even, that grant has not been used by the Council to prevent the recent closure of the Basis Homelessness Drop-In Centre, and that no alternative provision has been put in place. Imagine being on the streets in a heat wave or in a few months' time in the middle of winter without a drop-in service to have a shower in, to get warm in, to wash your clothes in. It's a disgrace. And I want to pay tribute to Dave Corley and the Basis team, to the engagement of churches and other faith and community groups in doing what they can to serve our homeless neighbours in the city. Just remains, Madam Deputy Speaker, to wish you and all staff of the House a very happy summer.
Another Vickers, Matt Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by joining the many other members who paid tribute to Anne Widdecombe? She was a remarkable, inspiring, passionate woman, and I was honoured to welcome her to Stockton on numerous occasions. My thoughts go out to her friends and family. One issue raised with me week after week is the growing scourge of off-road bikes and e-bikes. Whether it's Bishopsgarth and Elmtree, Ingleby Barrack or Thornaby, residents across Stockton West are fed up with feral, balaclava-clad thugs using these bikes to intimidate communities, tear through parks and footpaths and make neighbourhoods feel unsafe. Families can't enjoy parks, older residents feel intimidated and children cannot play safely. This is not simply antisocial behaviour, it's dangerous criminality. I put forward amendments to legislation that would have made it easier for officers to seize vehicles, ensured that non-roadworthy bikes seized from persistent offenders were not returned, and explored greater accountability around the sale of off-road bikes in the first place. While those amendments were not accepted, the problem has not gone away. If anything, it's getting worse. I urge ministers to look again at the issue and bring forward a comprehensive package of measures that equips police with the powers they need, tackles the supply of these machines and sends a clear message that those who use off-road bikes and e-bikes to terrorise our communities will face real consequences. Another issue I hear about almost every day is overdevelopment. Across Yarm, Eaglescliffe, Middleton St George and Hartburn, residents increasingly feel that their communities are being asked to shoulder an unfair level of development without the infrastructure to support it. People understand that homes are needed. They understand that young people want somewhere to live. But what they cannot understand is why developments continue to be approved without the roads, the school places, GP capacity, drainage and local services keeping pace. Time and again I hear from residents who feel their voices are ignored. Development should happen with communities, not to them. The government's increased housing targets is placing more pressure on these communities. Planning should improve places, not simply gobble up the greenbelt to maximise housing numbers. I hope ministers will continue looking at ways to strengthen the role of infrastructure in planning decisions and ensure that local communities have a meaningful voice before developments are approved. I'd like to quickly pay tribute to Richard Pengelly from Strangers Bar, who retires today after 37 years. Richard hasn't just poured pints, he's poured patience, good humour and the occasional reality check for MPs of every party. The place won't be the same without him. I wish him a long and well-earned retirement and look forward to reading his memoirs. Madam Deputy Speaker, Stockton West is an amazing place with amazing people. I'm proud to call it home and I'm proud to represent them.
Adam Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's always an honour speaking the German debate in memory of Sir David Amess, and as is traditional, I will endeavour to cram as many topics as I can into my contribution before we break for the summer recess. Firstly, I'd like to discuss recent knife crime in Ilkeston. While it wouldn't be appropriate for me to discuss any one individual case in detail, there have been some incidents recently that have affected my community deeply. As always, my thoughts are with those affected, and I will be continuing to engage with the families of those involved and the wider community over the summer, as well as our local police, our Police and Crime Commissioner, Nicole Duenny-Roberts, and local councillors from across the political spectrum as we work together to make our community safer. I also want to briefly address East Midlands Railway, a service I use regularly travelling between Erewash and London. This week, EMR has continued to operate a reduced timetable, citing the impact of recent hot weather. While extreme weather can affect rail services, passengers have faced disruption and shortcomings for years, and the hot weather isn't going away. The introduction of the new Aurora fleet is very much welcome, but progress has been very slow. In the meantime, passengers are relying on the ageing Class 222 Meridian trains that lack modern amenities such as properly functional Wi-Fi. Passengers deserve a reliable, modern railway, and I hope the rollout of the Aurora fleet accelerates to deliver the improvements long promised on the Midland Main Line. Supporting grassroots music has always mattered to me, both as a former gigging musician and as the MP for Erewash. Last summer I spoke in this debate about the importance of protecting the small venues that give new artists their first opportunities and bring communities together through live music. Since then I've been out seeing a stack of bands at grassroots gigs because those venues and those acts only thrive when people show up. Grassroots music is about more than entertainment. It creates jobs, strengthens our communities and gives the next generation of artists somewhere to begin their journey, and often something for young people to do. But the enduring problems of venue closures, poor pay for artists and high prices for tickets endures. So to repeat my sentiment for last time, colleagues, friends, please go see a band this summer. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, some quick fire points. The Big Paddle Clean-up is Paddle UK's wonderful initiative designed to clean up our waterways, and I'd like to thank all the volunteers for their work. I'm really excited that Benley Viaduct Visitor Centre is formally opening this week, and I'm very much looking forward to my first coffee there. A very happy anniversary to Manor Fish Bar in Ilkeston, who are currently celebrating 20 years of fantastic chips. Treetops Hospice in Risley are an amazing local charity who provide hospice at home support for thousands of Derbyshire families using their innovative provision model, and I hope to engage with the Health Secretary after recess to discuss that model. A shout out to my barber, Madam Deputy Speaker, Ev Swift. He's essentially a core member of my team at this point. He's always there to put a smile on my face and is far more famous on Instagram than I am. Do give him a follow. My guy is hilarious. An invitation to all members. They're very welcome to join me for a creamy pint this summer in the Surley Junction, the Burnt Pig or the Hoptimist over recess. And one more, can I beg Reform at Derbyshire County Council to sort out the potholes? They are a right state. I'm sure every member across the House values the contribution we've heard from various colleagues about their own teams and all the work that they do. I'd just like to put on record my thanks for my incredible team. Becca, Curtis, Harrison, Holly, Jude, Robert, Ruby and Vicky. I express my very sincere thanks for everything that you do. Similarly, my colleagues on the Erewash Borough Council, James Dawson, our Mayor Greg Maskalic, they're doing wonderful work. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have covered as many topics as I could this afternoon. Indeed, I've got several further discarded pages that I would have raised had I had the time. But as we head into this recess, I thank again my team, my colleagues on the Council, all the staff in the House, particularly those retiring this summer, and everyone who works so hard behind the scenes to keep this place running. All members, a very restful and wonderful summer. I look forward to returning in September to continue making the case for Erewash. Happy recess, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Mr Barclay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Members opposite will recall the political pain I'm sure many of them faced when the winter fuel cut proposal was announced, which was put forward to save around 1.3 to 1.5 billion a year. They'll also recall the angst, the ministerial resignations, the delay that occurred around the Defence Investment Plan, which was about £15 billion, less than half of which is actually new money, about £6.9 billion. So it just seems very surprising that the government is proposing to spend more than the Defence Investment Plan on this building, this estate, and as a deposit is planning to spend more than half of what was being put forward as a saving for winter fuel. And if colleagues are surprised to hear that, of the 4 options being brought forward, even the cheapest is more than £10 billion. But in a nice sleight of hand, all of the works on the Northern Estate, which is essential to R&R, is excluded, and that's over a further £5 billion over the next 10 years. And that's excluding the £500 million we've spent over the last 5 years before building anything, just on preparatory work. And after spending £500 million on preparatory work, just last month, the National Audit Office said the £3 billion that is being brought forward is to allow the programme to progress from 4 options to 2. And yet when the legislation was passed, it was with 1 option. So after 7 years and £500 million, we've gone from 1 option to 4. And then the proposal is to spend a further £3 billion, going from 4 options to 2. But because the headline figure is so large, to commit £3 billion, but lock in the next Parliament, so that the next Parliament, in essence, has no choice but to sign off a figure that this Parliament knows it will be highly reluctant to do. And all of this has been done, Madam Deputy Speaker, with no debate in this House, despite more than half of the Parliament being new. And this is not a new issue. I raised this point in this exact same debate, the Sir David debate last year. I've raised it multiple times in the House. There has been no debate about these gigantic figures, despite the level of debate we have on other topics. And the government might say, well, it's a parliamentary matter. It's not. It's the government that will provide the money. It's the government that has the majority in the House. And why is this happening? Because bluntly, there's a breakdown in trust between officials who are deeply frustrated with members and peers because they feel we've not set a clear budget, a clear timeline, the goalposts are being moved in terms of the options, and frustration from members and peers who feel that officials are not responding to concerns. I mean, in 2021, the Leader of the House said this scheme was massively gold-plated. but the trade-offs are still not being addressed. And let me just give you one example, the Lord's roof. We had a proposal this week. The Finance Committee doesn't cover R&R. We had a proposal, though, on that. That's work outside R&R, where an extra £1 million of cost was being incurred just because the Lords wouldn't agree to finish at 10:30. And when I put that to members of the Lords, they were completely unaware of this figure. So, given I am out of time, the point I just wanted to surface to the House is these are huge numbers. It is ridiculous that there is so little transparency and debate. It is going to be a national scandal. I keep raising it, but nothing is changing. It is time we had a debate in this House. It's time we made this issue transparent. It's time we brought some clarity, including a defined budget. I would set the time limit as one Parliament and set a limit and a budget.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As this debate is always oversubscribed, a fitting tribute to Sir David that I'm sure he would have been proud of, I'm going to keep my remarks short. I love Luton. It's my home, and my favourite part of my job is working with our wonderful, diverse, welcoming community. And I've been proud to push forward the new play park in Stopsley alongside Sandra and Mike Stratford, Cherry Newbury, and the one and only Karen Cofield. With spades now in the ground, this government's pride in place is funding a fire extension themed playground extension for younger children as well. It's a true community campaign, a Labour MP working alongside a Labour council, funded by a Labour government, powered by local people. Yeah. Now, in Marsh Farm, local residents will direct £20 million over the next decade through our Pride in Place neighbourhood board, led by our fantastic new chair, Jackie Nouvelle. And I visit businesses every week. I do a Small Business Saturday shout out every weekend. And I see businesses like Crafty As F, run by Claire Linton, Century 5, opened by the passionate Casey Foy, Hina Sorab, providing IT services globally from her home in Luton North, and the amazing Grand Bazaar supermarket that celebrated its first year anniversary, which I was honoured to mark alongside our Labour Mayor, Javed Hussain. Now, I love visiting schools. In the last few weeks, I've joined students bricklaying at Stopsley High with their wonderful head, Karen Hand, after linking them up with local business Goodman to supply bricks for their courses. I've awarded amazing students at Puttridge High alongside their committed head, David Graham, and I've said goodbye to the truly brilliant Sandra Clark, who retires from Woodlands High this week. The love and care and community you feel when you walk into that school is something amazing. While she'll be greatly missed, I know that she deserves a very happy retirement. And in Luton North, we have so many great people doing amazing things, whether that's Paul Pryor opening up a veterans hub at the Leagrave and Limbury British Legion, Michelle Boldo running a half marathon, rather her than me, to support the hospital's charity, or Rose at the Amina Centre, who welcomed me to meet with the amazing groups like Attentive and Shanthona Women's Group. This isn't the sum of everything happening in Luton North, and I could go on for 30 minutes rather than 3 minutes. But I want to put these achievements on record. We are strong, united, diverse part of the world, and long may that continue. And just like many others, I want to be able to wish everybody here a fantastic summer and to thank those members of the parliamentary staff who are retiring. People like Richard, Margaret and Godfrey, and I want to say a massive thank you for them not just keeping us fed and looked after, but for their continued friendship, especially Godfrey, who has been extremely kind to my little one throughout the years. And I want to say a massive thank you to my team. I couldn't do this without you, and you serve the people of Luton North in such a brilliant, committed manner. I couldn't ask more from you, so thank you very much.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Firstly, can I thank all of the House staff, particularly those leaving us this year, but also pay tribute to my wonderful team. I couldn't do this job without you and the work that you do for my constituents in North Warwickshire and Bedworth. Sir David was known throughout this House for the pride he took in his constituency. Now, I've always believed that sport has an extraordinary ability to bring people together, never more than when we watch our national team together. As someone who's played tennis throughout my life and become a Wimbledon tennis umpire, I know that sport gives us so much more than benefits to our physical health.
Although I'm beginning to question those physical health benefits after sustaining a broken rib playing for the cross-party parliamentary team. Sport gives us confidence, it gives us friendships, it gives us the opportunity to meet people outside of our everyday lives. And for many people, it just gives us a reason to get out of bed and to get outdoors. And that's what I see every time I visit the fantastic grassroots sports clubs in North Warwickshire and Bedworth. They're places where young people build confidence, where volunteers give countless hours to their communities, and where people of all ages and backgrounds come together around a shared passion. Earlier this year, I was delighted to visit Bedworth Rugby Club and support them in their ambition to install new floodlights. At Atherstone Cricket Club, I was pleased to attend the Martin Plackett Memorial Match, which every year raises vital funds for cancer research. I had the chance there to join their fantastic ladies team in the nets. They told me to stick to the tennis. I enjoyed my visit to the Bowls Club at Water Orton and can assure you that Crown Green Bowls is much harder than it looks. It was a joy too to return to the Grove and see the local Ladies Darts League thriving. Margaret and the other volunteers do a wonderful job. The Bowls team there is also a force to be reckoned with, and so many young people are taking up the sport. Coleshill Tennis Club was a real lifeline for me during COVID, and the Adders hockey team, where I played for a few seasons, have so many dedicated volunteers, including Mick and Jill Thomas, and thriving junior men's and ladies teams. Sport is so much a part of village life in so many of the villages in my constituency, from Philongley to Newton Regis, Corley to Ostry, and Wharton to Polesworth, with its fantastic annual Office Abbott run, to name just a few. I can't talk about sport and physical activity without mentioning the two wonderful park runs in my constituency, the rather hilly Bedworth Park Run in the Miners' Welfare Park and the picturesque Kingsbury Water Park Run, both of which I've run in and volunteered at. I also can't talk about sport in my constituency without mentioning the three fantastic non-league football clubs. Atherstone Town Community Football Club, known as the Adders, who nearly clinched promotion this season as I watched the nail-biting match in Coventry. It was wonderful. And also, I need to mention Bedworth United and Coleshill Town. I've also supported them and watched their matches this season. It was great to welcome young people from Polesworth School and Nicholas Chamberlain to Parliament this year to talk about the barriers to them getting involved in sports, and to join the Activity Alliance recently at the Junior Para Swimming Championships. I know I've seen the Paralympians of the future. As we remember Sir David Amess today, I'd also like to talk about our late colleague Jo Cox, who reminded us that we are far more united and have far more in common with each other than the things that divide us. It was an honour to join my friend, the Honourable Member for Spen Valley, Jo's sister, together with her parents Jean and Gordon, to run the 10th and very last run for Jo last month. Grassroots sports demonstrates the truth of Jo's words every single week at the many brilliant sports clubs across North Warwickshire and Bedworth. I'd like to thank this House for listening to me, and particularly to thank all those who volunteer in community sport. You make North Warwickshire and Bedworth and our country a better place.
Alison Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I didn't have the privilege of meeting Sir David Amess, but I do remember the sense of shock across the country at his murder. He was clearly a man of deep convictions and determination to serve his country and his constituents. My heart goes out to his family and all those who knew him. They're in my thoughts and prayers today. As our neighbours across the Atlantic are reflecting on the 250th anniversary of their nation, I am reminded of America's great leader, Abraham Lincoln, and his words at Gettysburg, where he describes those who died fighting in the Civil War as having given their last full measure of devotion. It seems fitting to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the same description can be applied to Sir David and to Jo Cox before him, that they gave their last full measure of devotion, giving everything they had to their constituency and their country. It falls to us to honour their loss and to rededicate ourselves to the service of our country. Like other members, I was deeply shocked to learn of the murder of the former member Anne Widdicombe. When I was a newly elected MP, a constituent came to me with an issue that led me to contact Anne. She was incredibly kind and generous with her time, and I would like to record my deepest condolences to her family and friends. Serving my constituents of Paisley and Renfrewshire North is the greatest privilege of my life, and I am grateful to Mr Speaker to all that he has done to help us do so safely. For several years I have served on the Labour-led Glasgow Commission, exploring our barriers and opportunities for the Greater Glasgow region. One inescapable conclusion from that work is the need for strategic, ambitious planning in transport, infrastructure and culture. I look to what has been achieved in Manchester as an illustration of what can be achieved with ambition and positivity. Taking the example of transport in Manchester, it is well served with an integrated transport network. My constituents can take a train to Manchester Airport. They can even take a train to the less frequented Prestwick Airport, but they cannot take a train to Glasgow Airport, hampering access for both travellers and workers. Bus franchising has transformed commuting and leisure travel across Manchester, while Glasgow, one of the first places to have an underground system, has seen no expansion of that underground network and little thought to integrated transport. My own constituency includes Glasgow Airport and significant industrial and high-tech manufacturing, constrained not by their own ambition, but by the lack of ambition of 2 decades of an SNP-controlled Scottish Government. Following the publication of the Strategic Defence Review, I will be convening a roundtable with defence-related businesses in my constituency, exploring how we can together play a part in the challenges ahead. For members still planning a holiday, can I highlight some of the delights of Paisley, Glasgow and Renfrewshire, all of which I represent a part of. Our Renfrewshire Museum holds one of only a handful of copies of Audubon's beautifully illustrated Birds of America. I can also advise the House that previous important visitors to Paisley include the only clergyman to sign the US Declaration of Independence, John Witherspoon, and former President Ronald Reagan, who had roots in the area. In fact, American influence radiates across Renfrewshire, which hosts a 9-acre indoor leisure and entertainment zone at Braehead. Madam Deputy Speaker, the grid is aimed at children of all ages. Thank you.
Members will have seen that we're a bit pushed for time, so after this speech I'll be reducing the time limit to 3 minutes. I call Julie Minns on a 4-minute time limit.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the things Sir David understood well is that the best causes we take up as parliamentarians begin not here in Westminster, but in our constituencies. Like the Honourable Member for Stockton West, many of my constituents have come to me worried about the growing presence of illegal e-bikes on our streets. Older residents are anxious about their safety. Local businesses raise concerns about dangerous modified e-bikes. And Carlisle's police officers highlight a worrying trend linking illegal e-bikes to wider criminal activity. That's why, at the beginning of this year, I introduced a 10-minute rule bill to ban the sale of illegal e-bikes and the kits that create them. Since then, with thanks to Maisie Stewart and Clark Beckin in my team, I've had the privilege of meeting with manufacturers, retailers, charities, bicycle and motorcycle industries, and police and community groups, not just in Carlisle, but well beyond. And the more evidence I have gathered, the more convinced I have become that action is urgently needed to tackle what is a national problem. Perhaps the most striking conversation I had was with local school children when I visited Newlaith School in May. Pupils raised concerns with me about illegal e-bikes being ridden through Chances Park. They spoke eloquently and with conviction about the dangers posed to them, their friends and their families, simply wanting to use their local park. I think there's something powerful about the fact that primary school children have recognised a problem that we as lawmakers have yet to address. The issue, I'd like to be clear, is not e-bikes. It is illegal e-bikes. There is a reason why there is a tight legal definition of an e-bike, and it's because vehicles capable of power and speed outside of those legal perimeters are simply not safe without proper checks, registration and licensing. The police understand the problem all too well. Cumbria's Police, Fire and Crime Commissioner David Allen has been working with me and with commissioners across the country, backing my call for a ban. because time and again, when the thread of illegal e-bikes is pulled, wider criminal networks unravel with issues of illegal working, drug dealing and robbery. On a positive note, I've also been delighted to spend time visiting and speaking with some of the amazing, legitimate cycle businesses and organisations in my constituency, including Rebike Cumbria, who refurbish bikes, helping people on low incomes enjoy the physical and mental health benefits of cycling and provide jobs, training and volunteering opportunities in my community. Illegal e-bikes also raise fire risks, and I heard earlier this week that there's been a nearly 150% increase in house fires due to lithium-ion batteries. A terrifying majority of them have been linked to illegal e-bikes. Taken together, these issues demonstrate that this is not simply a transport matter, it is about public safety, it is about crime, it's about antisocial behaviour, it's about consumer protection, and it's about business. Most importantly for all of us, it's about our communities. Next year, the Tour de France comes not just to Britain, but to my constituency of Carlisle. And I want to ensure that the Tour is a celebration of cycling, good, legal cycling, and I want part of that celebration to be a ban on the dodgy, dangerous, illegal e-bikes that threaten our local communities.
Yeah. Josh Newbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like many colleagues who've spoken, I'd like to pay tribute to Sir David Amess. Today, I make a speech I never thought I would have to make, to pay tribute to a good friend, Councillor Shanika Mahendran, who passed away on the 1st of July at the age of just 28. I met Shanika in 2022 on the Next Generation programme run by the Local Government Association's Labour Group. Although I wondered why I was amongst such an incredibly talented cohort, it was plain to see why Shanika was. Despite being a relatively new councillor, she was clearly destined for an outstanding career in local government and anything that she put her mind to. She was particularly passionate about planning, placemaking, and her beloved home city of Milton Keynes. As a young woman of colour in politics, she faced condescension and sexism that no one should, particularly given that she was outstanding in all of the roles she held. Despite that, Shanika carried a lot of self-doubt, but one of the joys of knowing her was seeing her confidence gradually blossom into a realisation of the enormous contribution that she made. This is why we were devastated to hear towards the end of June that Shanika had been diagnosed with a rare and aggressive brain tumour. Such is the cruel speed at which this condition can move, that Shanika was with us for just 1 week after we heard that news. I don't think that Shanika's loss has really sunk in yet, but I wanted to make this speech because above all, she was someone who believed in doing things, not just saying things. So I hope that sharing her story can shine a light on the experience of thousands of others. Brain tumours remain the biggest cancer killer of children and adults under 40, yet fewer than 13% of adults diagnosed with a high-grade tumour will survive beyond 5 years, and just 3.2% of national cancer research funding. There are more than 120 types of brain and central nervous system tumours, making them particularly difficult to identify quickly. The Brain Tumour Charity found that 41% of patients visited their GP 3 or more times before receiving a diagnosis. I welcome the government's commitment through the National Cancer Plan to improve outcomes, including investment in the National Brain Tumour Research Consortium. Researchers are developing new approaches from immunotherapies to personalised medicine, but many promising breakthroughs are yet to reach the bedside, and we need to do more to support that. In Shanika's memory, we can back earlier diagnosis and more research to ensure that every patient has access to the best possible care. Now, before I go to pieces completely, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd finish with a few words from a poem by David Harkins, which was sent round our Next Gen cohort by Councillor Lorna Fielker. You can shed tears that she's gone, or you can smile because she's lived. You can close your eyes and pray that she'll come back, or you can open your eyes and see all that she's left behind. Thank you.
John MacDonald.
4 years ago, we welcomed many new residents into a number of new homes in my constituency, despite saving up and getting themselves on the property ladder and paying anything between £300,000 and £500,000 for brand new leasehold properties. Those living at the Blue Note apartments have found themselves to be living in a nightmare. Bellway Homes were the developer, and Bellway appointed directors as control the residents' management company. When the residents moved in, they found the boiler was not fit for purpose. My constituency regularly went without any hot water heating for days. The car park gates were constantly breaking down and trapping vehicles inside the car park. patio slabs uneven and dangerous, leading to injury. There were leaks from the roof into individual apartments, and very quickly the service charge bills far exceeded the estimates provided by Bellway, and Bellway and its directors refused to engage. 4 years on, the scale of the problems have just grown worse. Over £100,000 of residents' funds remain unaccounted for, including from the heat and supply and reserve funds. Service charge demands have doubled in 4 years. Residents have been charged for fixing defects developers are responsible for. Residents have refused basic financial information, including end-of-year accounts, receipts, invoices that they're entitled to under the Landlord and Tenant Act, even though they've gone through every appropriate route. And the dangerous patio slabs remain. Bellways refused to transfer the freehold to leaseholders. They're contractually obliged to do so. They've allowed the property management companies, Premier Block Management and Gateway Property Management, to act with impunity, sending out grossly inflated and incorrect service demands, and they've put my constituents under intense pressure to take over the property management company and expose them to significant personal liabilities. The reason Bellway have been able to get away with this is because they control the management, they have controlled the freehold, and they have the resources to bully my constituents, including instructing top law firms to send them threatening letters. All I'm doing is calling upon Bellway to be transparent about this building's finances, resolve the outstanding issues, the physical problems that the residents are facing on the site, transfer the freehold as they're contractually and morally obliged to do so. I welcome the government's draft leaseholder reform bill. However, this case exemplifies that the bill needs to be much more robust, particularly in relation to service charges and the management transfer process. I don't want to experience this again with other constituents, because I believe that they've gone through, as I said, a living nightmare because of the unaccountability of this development and the management company.
I call Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Sir David Amess understood what every member of this House should remember. Our greatest privilege is representing the people and places who sent us here. He never missed an opportunity to celebrate Southend, and today I want to do the same for Portsmouth. This year is especially meaningful because we are 100 years as a city status. For a century, our city is shaped by courage, service, resilience and innovation. Portsmouth has defended our nation and welcomed openly people from around the world, built ships-driven industry and produced generations fiercely proud to call themselves Pompey. Through this centenary year, our city has come together to celebrate, but Portsmouth 100 is more than looking back. It's about recognising the people who make our city. And reading through the nominations for the 100 Pompey Bells Award, recognising 100 local women, has been inspiring and humbling. They tell the stories of extraordinary women who quietly make Portsmouth a better place every single day. The hardest part now lies ahead because of the impossible task of narrowing these nominations to just 100. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have learnt over the past 2 years that Portsmouth sometimes has a habit of talking about itself as though it ends at the Guildhall. I have therefore made it my mission since being elected to remind everyone that there is another half of Portsmouth and it's every bit as special, and that is Portsmouth North. And that's where so many of my own memories were made. The street parties on Mousehole Road, rolling down Portsdown Hill, something I have to confess I've done rather more recently than perhaps I should have. Spending long summer days sitting on the concrete steps at Hillsey Lido, and how wonderful, Madam Deputy Speaker, to see his much-loved landmark restored for future generations to make memories too. Catching the bus as a kid into North End to go shopping before treating ourselves to a burger at Uncle Sam's. Playdates with mates at the ball pit at the Sovereigns, and then later on in the Garden of the Rose in June. Family picnics at Baffins Park after a visit, or going shopping with my nan in Cosham, or as my Auntie Irene likes to call it, Cosm. These moments may seem ordinary, but they are what makes a city extraordinary. And as we celebrate 100 years, I want to encourage residents to follow the Lion Trail, which takes them to so many gems in my city, and make them make their own memories. And what next? Year 101, and what will I do to strive to change that? Building the homes local families need, giving every child the opportunity to achieve and thrive, supporting our high streets, protecting our coastlands, backing our armed forces, and speaking out for those who often don't feel they have a voice, and making sure every generation can build a good life in my city, the city I and they love. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to thank my family and my loved ones for the support, and my fantastic team. Harry, Helen, Lucy, Abby, Matthew, Gemma, Oscar and Flora, who with their partner Neil welcomed their beautiful baby boy, Sasha Henry, just 2 weeks ago. Madam Deputy Speaker, before I finish, I want to pay tribute to our outgoing Prime Minister, to thank him for his service to our country and for his kindness, encouragement and friendship.